Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 9th of July. And who would have guessed, if you haven't heard the news since last time we were hanging out together, the Iran war is back on the menu, boys. So if you were here yesterday and you were hanging out on the stream, you would have witnessed, as I did, Joanne. I'm going to go with... Joanne, Stu. I'm going to go with Joanne Stu for now. How about that? Are you new here? Let us know, and welcome to the chat. Dilemmas has entered the chat. But yeah, if you were here with us yesterday, we would have heard people going off in the stream comment section, just being like in the chat, going like, oh, look, Iran's firing back and like it's on. And they're like, unleashing the hellfire upon US bases in the region. So it's back on by the sounds of it. So it didn't last long. Been here sometimes. Okay. Well, welcome back to the stream. It's good to have you. This is a public service announcement for you, Joanne. There is actually no such thing as a ceasefire in the Strait. Who would have thought? America and Iran are openly attacking one another. And it would seem, by all accounts, that Trump is pretty upset with that. And so he has openly declared that the MOU that they've been working on is now null and void, and they're going to start fighting each other again officially, as opposed to like the usual optics and the strange stuff that goes on in the mainstream media. So it's been an eventful 12 hours or whatever it's been since we last saw each other. But yeah, the war's back on the menu, so we're going to have a bit of a look at that whole situation, whatever that means. We're also going to have a look at some stuff that's been going on with NATO. So there's been a NATO summit in Turkey. I think I said that right. I can't remember what the new name of Turkey is. Let's just go with Turkey. There's been some interesting developments going on there. NATO's coming together and being NATO, and being belligerent, let's be honest. I know that we had some interesting conversations earlier this week about people who don't have any objection to NATO and don't think that they have anything to answer for. It will always be Turkey to me. Yeah, that's right. Take that. So NATO is just literally being belligerent and like really licking Trump's hole, like really hard. Like there's some really cringy stuff that's come out of NATO with like the NATO chief, that Mark Rutte guy, who's like just like the way that he is like talking to Trump and stuff like that is so gross. It's just awful. So anyway, we're gonna have a look at some interesting NATO stuff. We'll cover the Telstra thing, see what people are saying after the Telstra outage yesterday. I have my theories. I'll get to them. Hobo Joe, yo, give up your Spain because they are 2 weeks away from developing nukes. They are so hot right now. I'm assuming, Hobo Joe, you mean in relation to what's happened at NATO. Why is it doing that? No, it's not focusing properly. Whatever. I'm assuming you mean because like Trump's called out Spain because Spain's been very naughty and hasn't let them use their air bases or facilities or whatever to help launch their war in the Gulf, right? That's it. Yeah, it's interesting stuff, and isn't it? Like you really have to suck up to Trump, it would seem, if you're in Europe, or you get like kind of left for dead. Is that the state of European affairs these days? You got to feel sorry for the Europeans in that regard. If they're really that irrelevant that like all they can do is either lick Trump harder, that's really their only like ploy. A very naughty country. Yeah, Spain's been a very, very naughty country. But yeah, like the only thing they can do is lick Trump harder, and suck up to America and its interests, or just like pale into insignificance on the world stage. If only they realized their true worth and their value. then like maybe geopolitics at the moment would be very, very different. You could have peace in Europe, but no, we have working people fed into the meat grinder on a daily occurrence. So anyway, let's get into some of that, shall we? Now we have some funny things that have been granted to us through Discord and the like. So I thought we might start the day with something a little bit lighter, as opposed to like just getting straight into the heavy stuff. This one is a piece. Let me just grab it. It comes from none other than our friend Mamooper. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. So, like, if you were here on Tuesday, we looked over America's 250th birthday celebration, so their 4th of July stuff. And, like, Trump went on a mad rant during his speak, like, multiple times it would look, like, saying that there's, like, a communist takeover happening in the US right now. And, like, it's the biggest threat to America. Like, out of all the things that could be a threat to America, you know, like people that they've gone around the world pissing off and turned into basically like terror organizations, you know, inflicting carnage on America and the American civilian population, or like actual like whole nation states with armies and like agendas of American annihilation. But like, no, there's a communist insurgency that's going to take over America right now. I'm assuming this is on the back of, you know, stuff like what's going on with the Mamdani situation and the Democratic Socialists that are taking over American politics. But yeah, communism is taking over, and Mamoopa's gifted us this funny vid. I wish I had found this earlier, but it's Caroline Levitt, who is I think the press secretary or something for the Trump administration. Going on and clarifying what Trump meant about the communist takeover that's underway in American politics right now. Voltaire has entered reality. Interesting. Entered reality. Well, welcome to reality. I hope it is nice for you. The workers will unite. We will win. Victory will be ours. Interesting. I share your enthusiasm, I must say. I've sent you a message on Discord as well when you get a chance. I just sent it, but have a look. Jag, I keep asking around, but no one I know has heard about it. What, the communist takeover? What, it's secret? Why don't we get in on the secret communist takeover? That would be nice. Alloy? Hello? Let's go with that. Hello? Ravy, how are we going? Dilemmas. He kind of not wrong. It would take Americans on the inside to collapse America. Time for surreal change. So good, bro. Time for some surreal change. Thank you, Captain. No, is it Captain? Yeah, I want to say Captain Binface. I think it is. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, sorry, it's very cold. My fingers are frozen. Yeah, you poor thing. It's actually nicer today in Sydney, can I just say so? Suck it. Not as cold as Melbourne. Considering one of my colleagues calls me Lil Mao, I think I would have heard about it. No way someone calls you Little Mao. What do you say at work? Do you talk about like unionizing or something like that? Or Karl Marx? I said Marx like once, and now I'm Little Mao. 4AS in the house. Yo, what's up? Doing the roll call. It's good to have you. LOL, I'm always spitting propaganda. That's it. Use the right word. Propaganda. Fuck yeah. There is a blanket of fog over my yard. I'm sitting in it. Goddamn. Enjoy your fog. And let's hear from the spokesperson for the Trump regime about the communist. This is a full-blown communist revolution. I hope you're watching back on this one, Mamoopa. This one's for you, bro. Oi, oh lad, Mr. Sydney man. Yeah, us real people out here in cold Victoria, huh? Real people live in Victoria. Yeah, us here in the latte capital. Damn, look at that. Damn. That's the middle of the day. Or like middle of the morning, let's say. From one fog of war to another. Ayo. All right, let's listen to her when she's doing her like little pouty face thing. Let's have a listen.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins us now. The commie revolution, Caroline. Did you ever see this coming?
That was quite the monologue. Never would I imagine I'd be watching videos like that. Candidates running for the modern day Democrat Party. This is not your granddaddy's Democrat Party. This is not the Democrat Party of JFK. This is a full-blown communist revolution that is taking over Capitol Hill right here in Washington, D.C., just a few steps away from where we are sitting right now. The inmates are running the asylum. These are crazy people who are advocating against what
they just like throw in as many one-liners as they can. Hey, just, the inmates are running the asylum. It's just crazy. The revolution's coming for the Democrats. The revolution, bro. I'm like, why didn't we get the memo? It's not fair.
Call the 3 Ps: prison, police, people who are right now. The inmates are running the asylum. These are crazy people who are advocating against what I call the 3 Ps: prison, police, and private property.
What I call the 3
Ps.
Hey, the 3 Ps that I call, they just roll off the top of my head so easily because it's my idea. I haven't stolen this from anyone, or I'm just like reading off a script. Hey, the 3 Ps. Remember this. This is the 3 Ps that build America. Police. Oh my God, really? The cops. And private property. What was the other one?
Police and private
prison. This is what built. If you're wondering how you celebrate your 250th birthday in the US, you got to remember something. America is built on prisons, police, and private property. What a fucking dystopic view of American society that is. Like, we put people behind bars and destroy freedom. And we have a police force that runs around terrorizing the civilian population. And if you're lucky enough, you get some property and you get to exclude all others from your stake in something. It's based on exclusion and locking and destroying people's freedoms. Wow, man. That would be 4 Ps, actually. Private property has 2 Ps in it. Oh, man. That's 4 Ps, lady. She almost couldn't remember what she was told to say. Like, she's like, this is what I say. If like you were the one who was saying it, like you would own that statement.
These are crazy people who are advocating against what I call the 3 Ps: prison, police, and police, and private property. They don't want any of those things, and those are the ideals that founded this great country 250 years ago.
Prison founded America 250 years ago. Is that what was the lesson from the founding fathers and like the battle for independence against tyranny, was so they could set up the fucking prison industrial complex and set up a fucking police force? The ideals of prison. Like, what is she fucking talking about? Like, honestly. Sup, persons? False avatar. Checking in early. How you going? We are talking how the media being a bunch of cunts again. Yeah, actually. Yeah, like, you know, bang on. We are literally talking about that, yes. I don't know if she thought this message through very well. Like, what the fuck? Honestly, I think she's mistaking the penal colony of Australia. You're like, okay, that's a really good point. Like, in Australia, we could be like, this country was built on prisons and like forced labor. Like, why not? It was a penal colony. I know they both have A's, but this is ridiculous. This is fucking mental. Well, prison technology made us into British Texans, so we have seen what 4 concrete walls do to a banana. Oh, man. Well, we did have Georgia, which was okay, fine. It was a penal colony, right? So the entire nation built in the Georgian style, of course. I take it all back.
And those are the ideals that founded this great country 250 years ago.
no.
But as President Trump says, communism is easy to sell. You just promise people free stuff. Until a few years, you're living in squalor with no free home, no free food. You're just sitting there with a whole bunch of communists looking around and saying, what the heck happened to our failed state?
And the president said he'd be a great
Just looking around at each other saying, what the hell happened? Like, they've got the narrative down packed, that's for sure. Woozle in the house. How you going? G'day, folk. Hope you are well. It's good to have you. It's been a while, no? Hope you're well. Well, take a listen to this. The communists are taking over the US, if you weren't sure. So, like, you know, just prepare to clutch your pearls. This commie revolution is happening. So instead, we just proactively take it all away from you and you'll be thankful. Yeah, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Everything will be on subscription. You'll have nothing. You get a UBI and it'll all get drained to your favorite subscription service. Someone just really wanted to use the 3 Ps, then reverse engineered the acronyms. Been busy fighting evangelicals. They like my money too much. Very interesting. Well, you keep up the good fight. Keep up the good fight. Didn't it get founded by European settlers? Correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty sure them commies didn't build the White House. Yeah, especially if they built it for free. That's just communism. After we put as many sanctions as possible, all the commies are sitting around with nothing. Yeah, look at Cuba, hey? Losers.
communist. He'd give everything away.
Our failed state.
And the president said he'd be a great communist. He'd give everything away for free.
Dude, that was so good when he said that, wasn't it? It's like, I'd be the best communist ever. Best communist. I just give everything away for free. Yes, that would make you the greatest communist of all, actually.
To make.
But he said communism, this new strain, it's the biggest threat the country in 250 years has ever faced. I mean, that's a powerful statement.
And he's 100% right about that, because if you look at these candidates, they are becoming mainstream in the modern day Democrat Party. You mentioned Chuck Schumer is worried about his leadership position. He should be, because if he was in a primary in New York State against Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is a socialist and probably commie curious, as you pointed out, he would get wiped out.
Commie curious. Oh man, I'm a little bit commie. Aren't we all a little bit commie curious? Just a little bit. Like, everybody's got it in them, right? That communist flair, that desire to see what it's like to taste free stuff. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little bit of free stuff. Yeah, commie curious. That's you, Ravy, in a nutshell. You are commie curious. You fiend. At least us Aussies didn't become Gaza. We came so close. England decided on Palestine instead. Maybe if we just say that Trump would be shit at communism, then he would try it out. Oh my god, that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? I bet you can't even do communism, Trump. You lose. I could be the best commie. I would. No. Xi Jinping shits all over you. He's the best commie. That's outrageous. I would be the best commie. It's like two socialists have a root. Then one invites a commie. I'm just commie curious, babe. The desire to taste a little commie strange. I would love to have a conversation with KKK Caroline about communism. Yeah, just a conversation, hey? See if she's commie curious. Hey, little Mao. Hey, little Mao. Check this out, baby. They call me Little Mao. Tell me if they're wrong. Karen Busk is 100% a commie. Look at the shit she's doing Go LA? To LA, maybe? In her leader's name. Like, dead ass. She's a plant. Alright. I actually don't know the person you're talking about, Karen Busk. You'll have to educate me on her. When you think about PP a little too much. Oh, dude, that's so good. 4IS. Hey, Blaz, watch out, man. Someone's coming for your meme game. So I can 4IS in the house. Alright, let's let her finish.
He's the socialist and probably commie curious, as you pointed out, he would get wiped out. And he's the leader of the Democrat Party. Hakeem Jeffries is afraid of these candidates running because they are going to take over the Democrat Party. So the way that we stop this communist revolution in its tracks is for great Americans across the country who love America, who are celebrating her in 250 years of our great nation this week, to vote against this communist revolution, vote against the Democrats. There's only one choice. It's President Trump, it's the Republican Party, and it's common sense. That's what this is about. Communism versus common sense.
It's communism versus common sense. It's the thing. Holy shit. Dude, LOL Karen Bass doesn't even get credit for being a sock dem. Dude, it's the thing. It's communism. Like, Trump said that originally. That's where we got the joke from, right? I need you, Trump. I need you, stream historian. It was Trump who said it's communism versus common sense. It's the line. She said the thing. Holy shit. But, like, that's where the joke originated from. It was communism versus common sense. Holy shit. Larp Jeff in the house. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome. Hope you're a little bit commie curious, Larp Jeff. Hey? I'd be commie curious for fucking Carol Levitt. Absolutely. I'm going to start making note of every time we hear common sense. Bro. Hey? Yeah, keep a tally, man. Babe, the Red Scare is back. What a line. Man. Karen Batsky is the mayor of LA. Why they didn't have firefighters and cops before and after Hollywood went up in flames. Okay. Babe, them Rooskies doing what? Fire-ops again? Psy-ops, maybe.
To frame it, if it doesn't go that way, if these commies get in, they're going to be a powerful little caucus. They're going to here to blow things up. They're not here to negotiate Pentagon funding. They want zero Pentagon funding. They're in here to destroy the country. How would
it's so good. Like, again, the connection or the messaging is so off here. It's just like they want to destroy the Pentagon. Okay, they want to destroy the arm of militarization. Okay, the forever war machine in the US. They want to destroy that. If they destroy the Pentagon, they destroy America. That's it. America ceases to exist when the Pentagon gets sucked into a black hole. Like, it's over, man. Don't you get it? The Pentagon's gone. America will never, well, like, it'll just disappear. Like, America will just like, poof, just like that, up in smoke. It's gone. Santa's a commie. These capitalist fat cats are inflating the profit margin and reducing your total number of toys. Oh, man. Fucking hell. They are there to destroy the country, and my prediction about US fiscal system was on point. Fuckers are doing Trump e-bucks.
President negotiate with people like that?
I'm not sure you can, and I think that's why the president is being so bold and warning the American public against
it. Who else is going to promote cultural Marxism if the Pentagon is gone? Yeah, interesting.
This communist takeover of the Democrats, and as Ronald Reagan perfectly stated, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. If these communists are given a chance at power here in Washington, D.C., if they retake the majority in Washington away from the Republicans, we will be heading down a communist takeover. Ask the people of Cuba how that worked out for them. They are begging to come here right now.
Some of these kids, and I call them kids because they're in their 20s, and they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
Right.
Do you think that's getting traction? Complaining?
Unfortunately.
Things are expensive when you don't have a real job. Like, is that really insightful? Yes. Things are expensive when you don't have the means to purchase said things. They are actually unobtainable if you don't have the means to purchase them, because the only way to obtain that in the first place is to sell yourself on the labor market for a price in order to get access to currency in order to buy shit. So yes, if you don't have a fucking real job because you're young and it's hard to break into a labor market potentially, if you're not willing to completely sell yourself out, then yes, inside of the day, shit costs a lot if you don't have much money. Like, honestly, the fuck is a real job? Like, I don't even know. But like all you young people out there, if you're listening to this, you're the one I'm talking about. All you stupid hippies that don't have a real job. That's right, I'm talking to you. Hey, it's your fault the world is so bad, and it's your fault the future looks so awful. Get a real job. I gotta admit, don't threaten me with a good time. Plattner turned out to be a nightmare for the Dems. Who? The guy with the Nazi tattoo? Who would have thought, hey? Oh my god. This is outrageous, man. I can't believe. Real job, a fisherman? Yeah, I know. Loaves and the fishes for all.
And they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
That's right.
Is OnlyFans a job? They might get paid, but the end result is Bonnie Blue getting knocked up.
That's getting traction, complaining.
Unfortunately, I do, because this generation, my generation, I hate to say it, Gen Z and those younger than me have been raised with just silver spoons in their mouth, just getting everything handed to them. That's not the values this country was built on. It was built on meritocracy and hard work, pulling up your sleeves, pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, and achieving the American dream. And
ding, 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 ding. Oh, before she said bootstraps, bro. Did you just get wet? Did you hear it? She said it. This country was founded on pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, not by like rich colonialists who had mercantile interests and want to protect those interests from the British government. So they whipped up a fever in the population and said, "Hey, let's fight against the British Empire, hey? And we can enjoy all the wealth for ourselves." Fuck yeah. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I did hear it. That's how I know she's full of shit. So good. Jack, there was a good semi-related quote in the Rock Hill book. Difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. Upton Sinclair. Oi, 4AS. That's Upton Sinclair, your mate. Right? They need an average Aussie to go over there and run for office. They need to learn what a fair and free election truly is. Mr. Abbott in the house, how you going? Someone from show business saying, get a real job. Dude, someone from show business. Like, isn't she married to like some like multi-millionaire who's like twice her age or something like that? Like, she just lives off like somebody else's wealth completely. She's just a hottie with a sugar daddy. And she's talking about getting a real job. If you were a fucking merc and you can't pinpoint the moment you change your worldview, then I don't believe it happened at all. And here we go. More shit proving a piece of shit is a piece of shit. Whereas this argument is just as dumb as Matt Walsh not understanding utopian socialism and saying there's a lot of coincidence. Jesus was not a socialist. Pull those bootstraps up enough. You can eat them to taste the leather. Oh, man. Only if Caroline's bootstraps, if it's Caroline's bootstraps, grr, someone did grr. Everyone's got to do it now. Die with your boots on, Media Shields. Grr. There it is.
we need to protect it with all we got.
Is it laziness?
A little bit.
Is it because the professor said the country's corrupt, it's evil, and we just need to shake them down and hand money out?
It's laziness and it's the liberal indoctrination. You bring up a great point about our education system. However, I will say a silver lining, so many parents that I talk to across the country are homeschooling, are turning to private education, are turning towards Christian schools across the country because they don't want their children being taught these communist and liberal ideas slammed down their throat. It's why President Trump in the White House has advocated so strongly for school choice across the country. We want kids to be taught to love our country. They should. It is the greatest country in the history of the world.
All right. I say, if they misbehave, just make all these young kids join the army, right? Shape them up. I almost had to.
Send them to Cuba. Send them to Iran. They'll want to come back real quick.
That's a good point.
Oh my God. If all of these lazy kids with their liberal education, like basically they went to public school instead of having the fucking means to go to private education or some Christian school where they get their liberal indoctrination from the public education system. Hey, if they don't understand how the world really works, send them to Cuba. Send them to Iran, and then they'll want to come back. But you know how you send them there? By enlisting them all in the army. Like this whole like conscription talk and all that, like mandatory service stuff, like it's all slight jabs and jokes now. But like soon enough, these people are going to be fucking serious about this. You're going to round up all of the lazy kids out there. They're going to start rounding up lazy Gen Z types. I should say probably Gen Zs. And they're going to start fucking forcing them into the army if they don't have a job. There'll be no welfare anymore. There'll be no government support. If you don't have a job or you need some type of assistance, you're not getting it unless you have served a minimum, 4 years in the army or something like that. It's coming. It's coming. All right. It's all funny now. It's funny now. But this is where we're heading. I'm commie curious. Slam that propaganda down my throat. Oh my god. Hey, when you say it like that. I mean, shouldn't they just fire the teachers? It's simple if you want to fix that problem. No. The answer is decentralize the education system and allow more private education in Christian schools everywhere. Get rid of public education. Bro, this is the start of Starship Troopers. Yes, it's literally like, look at these lazy kids. I want to have babies. That's why I joined the army. Like, fucking hell. Crazy shit. Logan's run jewels for the boomerang. Oh, man. Boom era. Nah, mate, they should just round up the lesbians and put them on the front lines. Them bitches are be angry as hell. Wow. Goddamn. I'd be a fucking menace. Just the lesbians? Hey? Are you sure just the lesbians? What about the non-binaries? And the trans and all the other ones? Hey? Why are you just singling out the lesbians there, false avatar? Come on. Be more inclusive. That beep was just me. Nothing urgent. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. It's funny how you guys can all hear my notifications as well. Mystery just got a notification. All right. Oh, man. I am the Lorax. I speak for the pansexuals. Them too, for inclusiveness. Of course. Of course. Dude, this was fucking nuts. Remember, you were right. If you're watching this after the fact, man, you knew I'd enjoy this. I fucking did.
Up. I almost had to.
Send them to Cuba.
Send them to
Iran.
Cuba.
They'll want to come back real
That's
quick.
a good point. They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah. Thank you so much and welcome back, Caroline.
They can say hi to the what? Did he just... Dude, this was jam-packed.
They'll want to come back real
That's
quick.
a good point. They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah.
They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah. Is that a reference to something, or are they just being hilarious now? I think they're just being hilarious.
Send them to
Send them to
Iran.
Cuba.
They'll want to come back real
That's
quick.
a good point. They can say hi to the gay Ayatollah. Thank you so much and welcome back, Caroline.
Good to
Be sure to like and subscribe
Or
for
send
all
them to the gay Ayatollah. Holy shit. There you go. False avatar. You might have been onto something there. Send the angry lesbians to fight the gay Ayatollah. Oh my god. The gay Ayatollah. Dude, is this a reference to something? Everyone stop what you're doing. Everyone, think back deep into your online obsessions. Has anyone heard of someone talking about the gay Ayatollah before? The gay Ayatollah? The gay woke commie curious Ayatollah. Oh man. Are they probably referencing Osama bin Laden's search history? Ah, okay. Was there a lot of gay corn search history for Osama bin Laden? Hey? It's like going to a Republican convention. She decided to come back to fight commies. Need a hot blonde woman to fight the commies. Yeah, didn't Trump call him gay? Ah, okay. I knew one of you would know this. They kept saying it in the media that he was gay. I don't know either. Yeah, why? The US intel report suggested the new Iranian Supreme Leader, Mustafa Khamenei, is probably gay. So good. That's how you smear the enemy. What is this, the 1950s? So good. Hey? US intel report suggests Mustafa Khamenei is probably gay. So good. Oh god, no, not the Supreme Leader. Oh, how could it get any worse? Oh, it's so good. You should look up a someone dancing to Lady Gaga. Actually insane. That's not a real thing, is it? Tell me you're joking. Lady Gaga. Oh my god. Dude, it's real. I knew he was gay the whole time. He listens to Lady Gaga. Dude, no way. Fuck off. Is this real? Come on, man. These were the days before AI as well. Bro, this is so bullshit, man. This is not real. That's a joke, bro. Come on. It's not real, man. Come on, bro. Seriously? Nah, I'll watch it. It can't be real. Poker face. Get it mine, no you get it my poker face. Get it mine, no you can read my poker face. Poker face, mama poker face. Mama poker face, mama poker face. Oh man, I understand why so many people would want this to be real. Oh my god, we got him. We got him. Classic Ribby. Oh man. False avatar, bro. Come on. You don't think this is legit, do you? This is like peak CIA. Hey? Oh man, what a smear campaign. Sorry, where the fuck did you get this candid footage of me? Please be real. Please be real. This has to be real Osama, bro. Hanging out on his last days. Bro, that is hilarious, man. Oh, man. Makes sense. Oppressing women because you don't want to fuck them. What use are they beyond making more gay sons? Dude.
Mama poker face, mama poker face, like they're in this space. Hold on, let them hit me with.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Can't read ma. POV before you get got when your poker face slims. Dude, this is too much, man. This is too much. Thank you very much for the suggestion, False Avatar. It's like that time they caught Osama bin Laden singing Lady Gaga. It makes sense. This is why the Ayatollah is gay. The gay Ayatollah. I can't believe she said that. Honestly, I cannot believe she said that. My God. The gay Ayatollah. Hostage in the corner, like, bro, what the fuck? Alright, here's another fucking submission from the community. Great submission too, can I just say. For all of you that are wondering if the AI takeover is happening, alright, and like how like AI is going to take everyone's jobs, like, you know, all of that propaganda that's out there. Well, the tables have turned. I don't know if that's the right phrase for that one, but like the writings on the wall about the actual AI takeover. Like, listen to this, okay? Executives from, you know, companies, corporations, confused and horrified by the huge AI bills after thinking they could replace workers for free. Now, just remember that. Remember that. AI, a year ago, was supposed to promise everyone a utopia and was going to replace workers en masse. And now they've started implementing AI and they're realizing it's actually costing more than having living organisms doing work in your organization. Sucked in to all of the fucking companies out there that thought they were going to make bank by replacing human labor. Suck a big fat one to all of them. We'll watch that in a second. Is this the one, Wookie? Wookie's in the house. How you going? Can't help but laugh. Ayatollah Khamenei's. If this is the one, maybe this is the one why Carolyn said that thing about the gay Ayatollah. Let's have a look. How the fuck do you have a video of you watching Two Girls, One Cup, but you never saw that? I love how we get a blast of the past and it's completely new to you. What, you've seen Osama dancing around? I've never seen that, man. That is mental. I've never seen that. 3 months ago, can't help but laugh. Ayatollah Mustafa Khamenei's sexuality in question. Ah, okay, this is it. This is the origin of the gay Ayatollah.
Now, Donald Trump was asked by The Five on Fox News about the rumours of the new Ayatollah being gay. Have a listen.
Did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country.
It puts them off to a bad start in that particular country. What's wrong with that, eh? Why can't an Ayatollah have an alternative lifestyle? Why not? If you can't be Supreme Leader and gay, like, what's the point of being a Supreme Leader? Like, honestly. I thought it was a common video. It's definitely a common sense video, that's for sure. When the Lady Gaga clip was on, all I thought of is what I put in stream chat. What did you put in stream chat? What's this? Boys on Wheels. At least I'm not gay. I don't know this. I'm going to have to watch that in a second. I can't keep up. There's too much stuff coming in today. The CIA, totally reliable source. But everyone's saying it. It's not just the CIA. Everybody's saying it. They're all saying it.
In that particular country, of course, homosexuality is illegal in Iran. Josh, he also went on, the president, to note the absurdity.
Isn't
of
it crazy, like, these guys frothing on the idea that in, like, you know, the Middle East, there's all these backwards countries where being homosexual is illegal. And these are the same people that will, like, in the next hit piece, like, just bag on, I don't know, like, trans insurgencies. What is that the thing that what's her name said? Pauline Hanson said there's a trans insurgency and there's a takeover in our schools and there's drag queens reading, I don't know, books to kids in primary school, and like it's morally deplorable. And then they turn around and be like, ha, look at those backwards Middle Eastern countries, eh? Can't even legalize homosexuality. Huh. So backwards. Such bullshit, these guys, man. Such bullshit. You mean trans Tifa? Yeah, some wild. Yeah, trans Tifa. US media is going full JK Rowling. Dumbledore was actually gay. Anyone in chat heard of Aberdeen House? Something to do with government contracting for services. When I hear them accusing other leaders of being gay, I assume the Bubba story is absolutely true. If only we knew the real lifestyles of the rich and famous. Eh?
Groups like Queers for Palestine. And that struck me too during these No Kings marches we saw over the weekend. We had all the feminists, the Handmaid's Tale performance that they put on. They are marching for the regime that actually does that to women, that actually systematically subjugates women.
Yeah, okay, whatever. We got it. I just want to hear it one more time.
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country.
Mustafa is gay. Puts him off to a bad start. The guy that is like literally in hiding because if he shows his face, he will get shot by a Palantir guided missile. Puts him off to a bad start, being a little bit fruity, don't you think? Eh? People aren't going to like that. Maybe he won't be able to come outside. Eh? Maybe human rights should be applied to even those who seek harm upon yourself. Now, not in the fucking logic machine that is Sky News and its propaganda. No fucking way. What is this dilemmas? God, it better be tasteful, man. But funny. I want funny. I don't know, can you have funny and tasteful? It's got to be edgy, right? Let's have a look. What is this?
I'm rolling away.
Well, it's funny. It's not tasteful at all, is it? 1 million views 9 years ago. Is this another one of those things that everyone's going to be like, what, you haven't seen this video? Like, no, I haven't seen this. All right. I don't know what this is. He's good.
That guys would be the problem. Happy today. At least I'm not gay.
At least I'm not gay. Oh my God.
I'm not gay.
So this is what Mushtabas sings to himself? Is that what you're suggesting here? The ballroom bunker is actually to keep the gay in. Oh man, we are so far off topic. Fucking hell. And it's all thanks to Caroline Levitt and her fucking friend at Fox News calling Mushtaba gay. Alright, thank you for the contributions, everyone. You've all been wonderful. This has been a wild morning so far. Absolutely wild. But that's enough. You're all in trouble. You're all in trouble. That's it. You're all in trouble. Okay, let's go on to... Okay, let's keep up the lol train, shall we? It wasn't even me this time. Good job. Yeah, whoever derailed the stream from the start, good job to you. And thank you for Mamupa for suggesting the commie revolution that's happening at the moment. All right, let's watch some funny stuff of Trump at NATO. Let's keep the fucking lols going, shall we? Watch this. He's such a loose cunt, seriously. Is this what they call sundowning? I'll let you, like, you tell me. You're the expert in fucking old age and dementia. You tell me, dementia experts out there. But like Trump's been... Okay, so like NATO summit going on at the moment in Turkey. Did I say it right? Turkiya? Or I'm just going to say Turkey until someone corrects me. In Turkey at the moment, in the capital, everyone's really excited. NATO's coming together. They're talking big about how everyone's ramping up their military spending. We're doing what Daddy Trump said. Daddy Trump said to us last year through Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of War. He said, "Hey, Europe, you gotta ramp up your military spending. You gotta start spending 5% of your GDP on defense, and we're gonna pull out." And Trump keeps threatening them and humiliating European leaders. And they keep saying, look, we are spending harder. How hard do you want us to spend, Daddy? And Trump keeps saying, spend harder, like really spend. And they're doing it. The Europeans are going fucking hard. They're ramping up military production in the face of the great evil Russian threat. What a motivational tool that is. And so, yeah, all the NATO leaders are coming together basically to tell Trump, it would seem, how much they're ramping up their military spending despite all of the political backlash in all of their countries. Even, left and right wing are unifying on this. The hard left and the hard right, no, far left, I should say, and far right are coming together on this and being like, please, no more wars, no more military spending, please. We don't really want to fight Russia and we don't want to be fed into the meat grinder. But all their radical centrist leaders are meeting in Turkey right now to discuss how they can spend harder for Trump and the boys. So that's what's going on. And like, Trump's just being Trump and it's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Listen to something. He's like really offensive to the Japanese at the moment. But like, yeah, listen to what he says about Japan. There's new InfoWars 2 today. Me, I'm not an expert, was just a carer for a long time. Well, like, watch this and tell me your experience, what your experience says. Them Lego SW won't hunt down the rebel scum itself. We got scammed by those nuclear subs turning the fish gay like Fukushima. Time to buy stocks in the military industrial complex. Yeah, I know, right? My God. We got the wrong vibe on all of this, don't we? Should be just buying shares in military companies. That's how you make bank these days.
Well, we're going to talk about that. Look, it's a defensive weapon, which I like, better than an offensive weapon. It's the best. So I was saying we have an aircraft carrier, which is one of the most beautiful in the world. It's one of the biggest, the Abraham Lincoln. And 2 months ago, we had 100. I told this story yesterday. We had 111.
I have to jump on the laptop so I can see the video. Sat on my phone with my fat ass broke the screen. It's the fog. I couldn't see what was happening. Is it Downing? Is it UTI? Is it both? What's UTI?
Missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Did you hear that? One more time if you missed it. Let me just play it back for you.
And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Oh, urinary tract infection. Oh, okay. Right. I thought it was something to do with another type of dementia or something. The what? Yes. If you didn't fucking hear that, let's just roll it back a second. One more time. That's a new goalie. Dude, like, it's actually better, I think, than when he said, like, straight to the Japanese Prime Minister. I was just like, I don't know. You tell me. You like surprises. Remember what you guys did to us in Pearl Harbor in the White House when he was hosting the Prime Minister? And the Prime Minister was like, fuck, I can't believe he just said that. What a nut job. Listen to this again.
And 2 months ago, we had 100, I told this story yesterday, we had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the aircraft carrier over a period of about 1 hour. 111 missiles going to a very
Islamic Republic of Japan. Like, look, I don't know many Japanese people, but I can tell you this. I'm pretty sure they're not Muslim. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that, like, there's probably a very, very small crossover. If you had a Venn diagram of, like, people with a Muslim faith and those who are ethnically Japanese, I would say there'd be tiny amounts of crossover there. I'm going out on a limb here. Estimated to be between 0.16% and 0.3% of Japan are Muslim. That's fucking crazy, bro. He's just off, man. He's off. Spandong in the house. How you going? I'm so glad you're here for him to say that. Hey, watch out, man. I know you're worried about the spread of Islam. Well, it's taken over Japan. Like, just like that. Like, in the middle of the night. Like, yesterday, when you went to bed, it was just Japan. Like, just Japan. When we refer to the nation state, like the group, the collective of Japanese people that live on that island off the coast of China, like the series of islands off the coast of China, we refer to that just as Japan. Overnight, it's happened. And, like, everyone's been worried about it. Like, all those people that believe in, like, you know, the Great Replacement theory and remigration types, like, they've been trying to warn people for ages that, like, you know, Islam is coming and it's going to take over, all that sort of stuff. And, like, just like that, overnight, it's gone from being Japan to the Islamic Republic of Japan. Like, I you know, you have to admit it. Like, maybe these people were right. Maybe they were right. They were the OG suicide bombers. Hey, they called them kamikaze back in the day. That was the fashion back then. They were right. Yeah, we didn't listen. It's like one of those South Park moments. We didn't listen. We should have gone to the remigration event 2026 in Portugal. Like, they would be so happy that someone's acknowledging this now. And it was Japan that was going to fall first. Not Portugal, not Spain, not England, France, not Germany for letting in all those people from Syria. No. The Japanese, with their monoculture and extremely tight immigration, just got taken over and is now affectionately known as the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Of about 1 hour, 111 missiles going to a very expensive ship, and every one of those missiles was knocked down. Pretty much most by Patriots, but by other means also, as you know. Yeah. Other less expensive means. It's even better when you do that. But out of the 111 missiles, every one of them was shot down. It didn't hit the ship, and, you know, bad things happen, right, when that happens. So think of that, over a period of 1 hour, these missiles are coming at you, and every one of them shot down. So I think one of the things we're going to be talking about is, as you know, the companies, we have great power over the companies. Those companies that make the Patriot and make all of the great stuff, the Tomahawks, all of the great stuff. We have the best stuff. Many things. The Patriot's great, but we have many, many great things.
Dude, he is losing it, isn't he? Like, I thought he just likes to free ball, but like the way he goes back and forth, it is concerning, isn't it? It is rather concerning. Fucking hell. What a knob jockey. Seriously. The Islamic Republic of Japan. Dude, if you thought that was good, maybe you would like this one a little bit better. Can't believe that's what I'm trawling through these days. Like, I was like, let's do a serious take on NATO. Let's just watch what's happening in NATO. And then I come across this shit and I'm like, fucking, this is too good. This is hilarious. We got to do this. Gumma Cheese Wing in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Hope you're very well on this lovely day. I wonder if Trump has someone wipe his ass. Well, like, he could afford it, eh? He's only made about, what is it, $1.4 billion in a year being president. He could have an army of people wipe his ass for him. Dilemmas. Those pilots were jacked up on meth. So much for World War II was powered by meth. Yeah, crazy to think about, eh? Good old Japan flying his, like, Ben Cousins before they hit a target. Trump is a fucking moron at best. With such small hands. Ben Bennett in the house. How you going? Hope you're well. Took the words out of my mouth at the end. Trump is a useful, demented idiot. His string pullers are the real danger. Yeah, I guess, like, once you see it like that, it's like so much more palatable. Like, you can just enjoy Trump for what he is, the wild mouthpiece that can get away with saying some outrageous stuff, like insulting European leaders at the same time as they try to lick his ass. Even though they're being insulted and humiliated by him, they just licking and kissing his ass and saying, look, we're spending so much more money on military spending just like you asked. And like, he can get away with it. He's really effective tool, actually. Like, and tool being the primary word there. What a tool. I think his brain is scrambled. He's not completely void of cognitive ability and lacks impulse control. I think he's confusing Japan and somewhere like Indonesia or Malaysia, maybe. And maybe there's some bullshit going on there that we aren't privy to. He's confused, not stupid. And God, that's a dangerous combination. He's confused, but he's not stupid. Who would have thought tight immigration policy leads to Islam? Dis Nigel and Rupert. They really want Islam. Dude, that is hilarious. Hey? Look, it's the Islamic Republic of Japan. So all those people that are worried, right? And maybe you have to open your borders up. Don't do what Japan did. We are the best, the biggest, with the smallest hands. Great power, but no responsibility. Then again, it's why we don't like old men and politicians. They get old fast. Japanese meth demons at it again. God damn it. They're radiating the fish. His dementia has taken him from mealy mouth smart to dangerously earworm infected. Weekend at Bernie's. Mystery, what would your nickname be if Donald met you? Oh, dude, what? I don't know. That's a good question. Did someone say Top Knot? I don't know. That's a really good question. I wouldn't mind hearing someone with a Trump like accent or way of pronouncing things saying bitch biscuit. Were you here for that, Gumma Cheese Wing? Someone came in and was very angry at me and my haircut like a few weeks ago, maybe longer than that. And so instead of like paying out my man bun, they called it a bitch biscuit. And I thought that was probably the most hilarious and creative way of describing a man bun. So I'd love to hear Trump say that to me. Be like, hey, you and your bitch biscuit. I'd love to hear that. That'd get me going. Com-E. Hey, I'm Commie Curious. That's what he can call me, CC. It's not common sense. He's Commie Curious. I'm telling you, the Commie Top Nut. It's not Mr. A. It's Mr. F for fail. Not even American. He's not hot at all. So good. It's so good. Oh, man. XNF's back. Hey, God. Now I wonder if Trump is thinking of invading Japan. He doesn't need to. I think Japan's well, covered at the moment. They're too scared of China. Commie bitch biscuit wearing fake news guy. I think there is a Trump impersonator on Cameo. Where he gets your race wrong and calls you Chief Apache. Oh my God. What? I just saw the hair. I was thinking maybe Chief Apache. Why not? It's worth it. All right, stop. Everyone stop. Listen to this one. All right, he's back at it again. He does some funny things with the Japanese and with like Zelensky and Putin. He does hilarious stuff.
Do you have a question for President Putin, please?
Did you hear them laughing? Look at him. He's sitting next to Zelensky, by the way. This is at a Trump-Zelensky meeting.
And likewise, Russia, look, they're devoting a lot of energy. A lot of energy. Do you have a question for President Putin, please?
Пане президенте, чи можете ви сказати,
Do you have a question for President Putin?
yes.
Not Zelensky.
Putin.
Yeah, what would you like to ask him? Because I'm going to ask him that question.
And like he tries to save it. He's confused Day's state there. He's just like, oh, fuck. I just called him Putin. Oh, no, actually, I'm going to meet with Putin anyway. I have calls with him all the time. Do you have anything for Putin? I'll pass on the message next time we're on the phone together. Fucking hell. And look at him. He just has to sit there and smile. It's just like, this fucking deplorable human being. He doesn't even know which president I am. They're all from Russia, right? They're all the same, those Slavic people. They're all just one thing, hey? He's got Putin on the brain and can't control what comes out of his mouth. Scrambled eggs. Scrambled. That's a
Instead of fighting a war,
understatement.
I think that country is going to do fantastically well. And likewise, Russia, look, they're devoting a lot of energy. A lot of energy. Do you have a question for President Putin, please?
See, and they started laughing, and like he realizes it. Because like Mr. fucking insecurity over here, Mr. Small Hands, as Ben Saw Bandit has noted, is just like, oh shit, he's reneging. I'm surprised at that. I'm sure he would have just doubled down. But President Trump, how are you able to ask Putin questions when his balls are on your chin? Well, how else am I supposed to ask him questions? I'm never in a situation when he's not teabagging me. Like, come on. Alex Morrison, those Republican media people before seem to underestimate the power of the CIA. If they think some whiny communists are going to come in and dismantle the Pentagon, presidents have tried that before. Yeah, well, presidents might have tried that, Alex, but not the communists. There's a communist revolution. It's the biggest threat to America. Like, how would any president be a threat to America? They're supposed to help, right? But the communists, the biggest threat to America in its 250th year existence, biggest threat, the commie revolution. And like, you have to admit it, Alex, because everyone's taken the time to reflect today. Everyone who's listening has taken the time to reflect. Aren't you a little commie curious too? Think about it right now. Close your eyes, everyone. Breathe in deeply. Inhale, exhale, and think to yourself, are you a little commie curious? It's coming. The commie revolution is coming. Hard to think of anyone better at destroying the US. Thanks, Trump. George W, maybe? Oh, look, he had his moments, but like, I don't know. Like, Trump takes the cake there, man. How dare you? How dare they be invaded and oppressed and make military drones that the world wants to defend themselves? Trump's hands are officially smaller than the average American. Don't tell him that. He'll get upset. Went zero on Ukraine when I found that it's their drones being used in Gaza and the West Bank. Yeah, but like, how do they develop the technology? It's all related. If there's one country I blame for Gaza, it's Ukraine. LOL. I can feel it. The commie curiosity is strong. Yeah, like, look inside yourself. Can you not feel it? Don't you feel a little commie curious? Oh, you're off? Come and cheese wing? See you later. Thanks for hanging. Ask yourself, though. Have a driving lesson? Good luck. And, like, just consider it. Maybe not while you're driving, but, like, are you commie curious? Think about it. It's the question of the day. All right. So Trump has done some crazy shit. And, like, I think this is the best one at NATO so far. Like, it's this one. If you're wondering, and if you've thought to yourself, like, hey, what's going on with the whole memorandum of understanding, eh? Like the whole, Iran war is off.
Mr.
The
President,
Strait is open again. Like all that sort of nonsense. Like thinking to yourself, what's really going on with the Iranian situation? Yesterday, if you weren't here, we were all like the people in the stream chat were going off with updates about like how, America struck back in retaliation because Iran had shut down the Strait again by like taking out two vessels, a Saudi Arabian vessel and a Qatari vessel. I think they struck two vessels, so the Americans had to retaliate. They hit 80 targets on the southern Iranian coastline, and then Iran struck back and hit 85. And so, like, you can see the pattern here. Anyway, and so they were striking bases where? What was it again? It was like Kuwait, Bahrain, I don't know, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. I think they were hitting American bases all over the place. And so like that back and forth was happening yesterday while we were talking. And so overnight, while we were not streaming, or during the day, depending on what time zone you're in, this happened. And so people were like, so what's going on? Like, you guys seem to be at war again. Can you tell us what's going on, Mr. Trump? While he was there with Mark Rutte. This guy is such a sleazy motherfucker. Like, honestly, like we'll listen to him talk to Trump later. And like just, it's just gross stuff.
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they...
Vicious, violent people from the guy that flies into countries with special forces, eliminates like 100 people to take out a president on charges of drug trafficking and having a machine gun. Like, takes out world leaders and kills hundreds of people in the process. Like takes them out. Cold blood in the middle of the night. Fly in, fly out, take world leaders away, crushes entire populations through sanctions and like cutting them off from energy, thousands of people dying, like children in hospitals. Like, this is the guy that has the audacity to call other people violent. It's not discounting the fact that they may be very violent, but like, it's an audacious claim. The pot calling the kettle black, that's for sure.
They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
So are we back talks won't resume after...
It's over, man. It's over. Why does a reporter never ask, Mr. President, you said you have destroyed their army, navy, air force many times over. What are they firing back with? So good. So good. It's so true, isn't it? Like, we completely destroyed their navy. It's gone. It's at the bottom of the ocean. And it's just like, well, how do they keep doing this stuff? It's a good question. Because, like, he'd just call them fake news. Or, like, ban them from the next press conference I get. It's all... Wait, what did you say before? XNF, what was it? George W. hurt the US huge on a huge matter, whereas Trump hurts the US routinely on matters big and small. If Trump invades Iran, there will be no question as to who did more damage, though. Yeah, fair enough. And it's over for the Islamic Republic of Japan. Dude, imagine if he had said that in this press conference as well, in relation to that's it, they're vicious, it's over. It's over for the Islamic Republic of Japan. So good. They're firing back with their thoughts and prayers. Yes. That makes sense. There you go, Bansor Bandit. Your question has been answered. They're firing back with thoughts and prayers. Fake news or fake question? My God.
After we get through the funeral
Did
proceedings.
Bush and Witkoff not tell him part of the deal was for their genocidal terrorist Israeli lapdogs to stop attacking Lebanon? Yeah, I know, Lebanon, exactly. Like, he, again, has the audacity to be like, oh, you know, they break their promises all the time. And, like, you know, they even say things like, we didn't discuss that right after I talked to them. It's outrageous. Well, like, hello. Part of the deal was like stopping the war that's being waged in Lebanon right now. What happened to that part of the deal? Far out.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do it my whole life. That's all I do is deals. My whole life that's how I became president. I guess that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say, this is from a different school. They're liars. They're cheats. They're sick people. They've hurt their people. They killed 54,000 people as of now that were protesting. You know, when people say, how come they haven't taken over? They can't take over because they're dead. They killed them. Nobody's going to take over. They have no guns, and the other side has machine guns. And they're killing them. The press doesn't report it. But they're bad people. They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it. I don't like these people. You know that? I like him. I like the leaders. I think all of these leaders.
Great. The MOU deal is just designed to buy time, not a sincere effort. Yeah, I subscribe to that theory. Like the Brian of the New Atlas theory of all things is like any type of ceasefire is a or MOU or whatever is actually code for a freeze of a conflict, which just gives the side that wanted to do the freezing of the conflict time to rearm. That's all it is. And restock or something like that. Strategically maneuver so they can keep fighting again, which is exactly what's happened. And like, I think Iran is fully cognizant of that, just in the same way that Russia are. Like, they keep talking about this idea of like, you know, let's have peace, because it would seem that, like, you know, America wants to reposition itself in the region. Rearm, let's just say. And like, Iran's kind of just like, we're not going to give you the peace of mind to be able to do that. If you're going to do that, like strategically maneuver in the Gulf or whatever, you're going to do so under pressure. And so like, they keep hitting ships, and like, America has to keep retaliating. And it's forcing their hand to retaliate as opposed to like get their shit in order. And then they have to scramble to like talk about stuff. And like respond to media inquiries, and like this puts more pressure on their position because like he wants the peace in order for him to say there's been a peace, and then like reignite the conflict when they are ready, when it's like politically opportune for, I guess, the Americans. But like, Iran's not letting them get away with that at the moment. Iran's forcing their hand by like plucking ships out of the strait, and America has to respond. If you're the one who's being forced to respond, can you really say you have any control over that situation? It's a very interesting situation. In a way, that's still progress, since the previous deals were designed to lure negotiators to locations they could be assassinated. Yeah, interesting. Vance said it out loud. We need the MOU to restock. Well, he actually said it. Wow, that's crazy. I had to approve 2 arsehole related comments back to back. Good work, chat. Usually they take a few strokes before you land a hole in one, depending on your handicap. He did. Dude, that's fucking mental. It's crazy when they say the quiet part out loud, isn't it?
And they love it.
I think they didn't treat the United States fairly for many years, but that's okay. But they're sane, rational, good people. Most of them. I don't like a couple of them, to be honest with you. But there are a couple I don't like much. But I like Erdogan. I'll tell you, I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much. And he doesn't like Bibi much. And he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power. Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong. They have a lot of our best equipment.
He really looks like shit. I love him for that. Those shoulder pads are working hard to make him look non-feeble. Man, they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting at the moment. A lot of the heavy lifting. God damn. All right, let's have a look. Oh my god. Yes. Oh, dude, this is back on the menu. I forgot about this. Fucking hell. Let's take a look at this one. This is what I'm talking about. Like, it's so painful watching the chief of NATO, like, licking Trump so hard. Like, it's just, oh, my God.
And then trying to bring this to a peaceful end. They attacking ships yesterday, I think.
Like, this guy, like, honestly, oh, it's gross. The
What you
language.
did last night was absolutely necessary. It was a very strong response. And I'm with you on this.
They're talking about, like he was asked, does he support Trump's position on Iran, like striking Iran and stuff like that? And he's just like, oh, such a great decision. Oh, yeah, it's so good, Mr. President. Oh, yeah. It's like watching Two Girls, One Cup. Dude, I think it's actually more painful than that. Like, you know, like those girls are genuine. Like, they are there to do their thing and they kind of go home afterwards. They might not meet again, you know, like whatever. But like these guys, like this guy's job literally is just apparently to work Trump's shaft. Like, seriously.
Really important. When it comes to NATO, what you have achieved, and this is a huge win, and I just want to say this again, the last 2 years, Canada and European NATO nations spending $215 billion more in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 compared to 2024. This is staggering, 258 billion. In the meantime, almost 200,000 jobs in the US being supported by all the investments by countries in the United States.
Those girls are genuine. Like, they are compared to this. It's all relative, man. I was telling you. They are genuine compared to this. Like, listen to him. He's just like, oh, President Trump, like what you've done, you've made Europe spend $250 billion more on defense, sucking any opportunity out of those countries for it to be spent on the domestic population. But no, it's going to be rammed through the military-industrial complex, and it's creating jobs in America. Like, thank you, Mr. President. Oh, yeah, thank you. God, thank you so much. People don't give a crap unless they feel it in their pockets. Until then, they will conveniently believe what they want. All they talk about is how much money they can scam out of us plebs.
Industrial base, buying from the defense industrial base from the US companies. So here you see you have been able to really get them to step up, to do this. And when it comes to Iran, I know you're disappointed. We discussed it a couple of weeks ago. I would say these are isolated cases. 5,000 planes taking off from European airports in support of Epic Fury. It was Europe as one big platform of power projection for the United States, helping with Epic Fury, including countries you mentioned, Germany from day one, France, and many others. We discussed the Bucharest airport, which was closed for a couple of days for commercial traffic because you needed it for Epic Fury, and they were totally
United
fine.
Kingdom wouldn't let us use the island for 2 weeks, so we had to fly back.
No, so I'm saying you're right. There are isolated
and
cases.
Italy was very bad, having to do with their bases, as you know, and a couple of others. So.
But still, generally, 5,000 is huge. And you mentioned Spain.
Like, look at him working so hard. He's like, come on, Mr. President. 5,000 aircraft launched from Europe to help out with Operation Epic Fury. 5,000 aircraft. He's right, that's a fucking lot. Like when they were hammering Iran in the early days, 5,000. Like we never get these reports. Like it's not trawled through the mainstream media anyway. But like, you know, 5,000 aircraft were projected US power to Iran from your European vassal states. Come on, Mr. President. I know you don't like these people very much, but like we tried. We tried so hard for you. Please just acknowledge us. Please. Watch domestic/international air traffic plummet if this war really kicks off. Man.
Even you got Spain to pay 2%. They made a huge step in last year, so there's still issues we have to solve, but hey, also even Spain, I would say they got to the 2%. And I know you have a very strong relationship with the United Kingdom, the King, but also you personally always with Keir Starmer, who is now leaving office. He has now also committed to spend another $20 billion extra, 15 billion pounds on defense. So I would argue without you in this chair, this would not have happened. It is, of course, because of Russia, but also because of you. So
of course the war's because of Russia. I'm not suggesting that. We wouldn't be at war right now with Russia if it wasn't for you and the Americans generally. Wow, what an admission that was. No, it's definitely Putin's fault. But because of your genius work, Mr. President, we are in this position now where we're spending lots more on military spending. And we're being generally warmongering and belligerent. I shouldn't have said that thing where we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for America. We wouldn't be at war right now. I shouldn't have said that. I meant Putin's really the reason why we're at war right now. But like thanks to you, we are churning our resources through the military industrial complex. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you. Oh, God. Daddy, aren't you proud of what we did for APAC Fury against the Islamic Republic of Japan? Dude, that's so good. We have a contender for comment of the day. So good. Clara's in the house. How you going? Never trust a dissident that gets on Rogan. A dissident? That's interesting. How did Rupert go on Rogan? Dilemmas. Were you proud? Were you proud? That's my boy. I'm still shocked at how small Trump's hands are. What the fuck? Trump even nodded. He's agreeing. That is a sleep nod. That's hilarious. They're all a bunch of mafiosos jetting around collecting protection money. That's hilarious. He almost went out. Just a quick nappy. It looks like he's about to fall asleep, doesn't it? Can we get back on the plane now? I want a Big Mac and some Diet Cola.
Grab to win, it's there. You did this. It was The Hague and now they are implementing it. And on Greenland, you and I made a deal in Davos. I will make sure that that deal is step by step being implemented. That you can deploy, if you want, the Golden Dome on Greenland. You have your trilateral talks. Marco is leading them from your side with the Greenlanders and the Danes. When it comes to if they would change their constitutional position in the kingdom, etc. But hey,
I mean, just so they understand, Greenland is very important for the United States.
He's back on it. This is my favorite part of this piece. Like, it's too painful watching Mark like just work him so hard. Like, he's so polished right now. His shelf is so polished. It's probably like this guy went through the Epstein files. Okay, he's been polished a few times, this man, but like he's probably worked it than anything he got on Epstein Island. Like, come on, let's be honest. But like the best part is they're back on Greenland. They're talking about Greenland again. I can't believe it, man. Head nappy naps, but just nappies. Thank you. I'm here all stream.
It's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than one day, Hitler beat them out in one day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were.
We are such idiots for giving Greenland back. He is burning that Greenland. Put up resistance. Oh, dude.
Defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in 1 day, less than 1 day, by the Nazis, by Hitler.
So insulting. He's so insulting. Fucking hell. Dude, if I was in Europe right now, I'd be furious. If I was, European and in Europe right now. He's so fucking... it's so insulting. Well, about 100 years ago, Mr. President, please stop with the World War II stuff. Oh, man. Back is the main word in that sentence. In other words, thank you for Greenland, Mustache Man.
When this happened...
Yeah, pretty much. Without Hitler, he wouldn't have a justification for taking Greenland. So thank you, Mustache Man. Good point.
They immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either, so what do I know? I certainly wouldn't have done that because China's trying to take over the Panama Canal, and that's not going to happen. So, but I just, it's interesting. I'm very unhappy with NATO, and yet this man is a great leader, and he gets it. He gets it maybe better than some of the leaders.
But also your allies get it, thanks to you, and that is important. Yeah. I could not do this without you.
It's too bad Biden didn't do it, or Obama.
Hey, but you are here now.
Obama.
And Trump 45, and Trump 47. In total, more than $1.2 trillion. I call this the Trump trillion.
No, it's true,
$1.2 trillion extra spent by Canada and the
And I'm not only blaming NATO. They got a free ride. And
not
if
anymore.
Biden had any brain, which he didn't, he would have said, you got to pay more. And same with
Obama. Oh, man. He's still working it. Like, stop, man. Stop. He's finished. He's already finished. You don't need to go for round 2. He's too old for that. Fucking hell. The Nazis beat them in 1 day, yet the Yanks can't do it in 18 months. Please take Greenland is all I heard. I swear, Clarice. It puts Trump's lotion on its skin or it gets the war again. Dude, that is hilarious. Trump can blast ropes all day. So much cocksucking, so much slurpy slurp going on. Yeah, my boy Lowe represented himself well. Well-spoken lad he is. I'm sure he was a man of many words too. Oh, man.
Obama. Too bad president. He would have said, you got to pay more. And same with Obama. Too bad presidents. But they could have asked, and you would have done that too. It would have been, who knows? But who knows if they would have done
happen, and it is a huge...
It should have happened years ago, and it couldn't. But Obama didn't do it, and Biden didn't do it, and frankly, Bush didn't do it either.
But you did what Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the Europeans.
He tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in the 80s.
That's why I like him.
This is what, dude, did you hear that? This is why I like him. Yeah, he says it how it is. Yeah, it's me. It's all Trump, baby. All these other presidents suck. It's all me. Yeah.
Eisenhower started trying to do, equalizing the Europeans.
He tried, yeah. Eisenhower tried.
And all the other presidents, none of them were successful. You're the first one. It's your win. Your win in the 80s.
That's why I like him.
And you win now.
That's why I like him.
This is true. Without you, this would not have happened. Really,
do you have any questions?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
Dude, that is the most disgusting display I think I've seen from these NATO people. And like him as well. Like, a year ago he sounded like he had some sophistication when he spoke about matters of involving Europe's like security and stuff like that. But like, man, what a fall from grace. Seriously. Oh my god. Yeah, I'd fuck me. Oh man, it's too much. Accordion hands making up conscious lie. No accordion hands. Lying from memory. Wow. He definitely could have articulated his point better. You guys got conquered by the Nazis. You can't tell me that this is not a lizard in a human suit. I feel dirty listening to this. I need to take a shower from this filth. It's gross, isn't it? Like, my God. And that's what NATO has devolved into. Is like Trump just being like, all right, America wants this. And they're just like, okay, fine. And like before there was some resistance, and now it's just like, no, you are the best. Oh God, you're so good. Oh yes. Oh God, yes. Rutte is a spineless coward. The level of brown nosing to his daddy is just disgusting. NATO really is done if we don't get rid of this dingus. Rutte is... Where is your spine? You just stand up for Denmark. What a joke. You are so fake. Damn. Not a lot of encouragement here for the NATO chief. The second-hand embarrassment from all the ass kissing. Disgusted with Rutte, with what Rutte says. At the end of the interview, Rutte was forced to kneel and kiss one of Trump's shoes. Rutte is a pathetic sycophant. What an embarrassment to Holland. Sad to see Rutte cozying up to Trump's bullying again. Time to find a new head of NATO. I think everyone's missing the point here. It's just like, oh, NATO would be fine if it wasn't for Rutte. Hey, come on, man. Second-hand embarrassment for all the ass kissing. Nailed it. Silver coins comment got me. It is a good one. It is a good Trump trillion of the charts, off the charts glazing. It's next level, isn't it? Like, I haven't seen this before. This is next level glazing. You are losing credibility, mystery, if you are not giving him credit. Oh man, it's painful. Like, we had such fun before laughing about the communist takeover of the United States. And now this. And now this. Honestly, it's outrageous. All right, let's have a look here. This has been an interesting talking point, I think, from NATO as well. Like, what's going on here? Like, this is, like, you know, the theory of, like, Pax Judaica and the dog where... the dog, sorry, the tail wagging the dog, all of that sort of stuff in relation to the US being controlled by Israel. Like, the conversation at the moment in NATO, I'm not sure if you've heard people talk about this exactly. The conversation at the moment is definitely in relation to Erdogan is really putting on a show for Trump because Erdogan wants access to the F-35 jets. And like Israel really doesn't want that because Israel feels threatened. Because Turkey is a threat to Israel. And like Trump's over there getting slurped in all directions. Because he's going to make the call about whether Turkey should get the F-35s. And so from what I understand, yes, Turkey is getting the F-35s that they wanted from the US. And so like that's controversial, apparently, because Israel doesn't want that to go ahead. IE is correct. Trump's talking points were more concise, but then Kirk got kirked. Woozle, the way Albo is playing victim mentality to a bully that is the world's biggest snowflake is embarrassing, and ALP got my second preference. It is really a theory, though. Qatar being hit now, first time in 3 months. Damn, it just keeps coming, eh? Jordan too? Wow, that's interesting. It's a bit close to home for Israel and the Americans. I thought Jordan was pretty well protected, to be honest. Anyway, I'm not going to go into this one because like it's a big piece. Actually, let's just watch quickly his take on this then. About selling the F-35s. Let's see.
Yeah. Not just with to.
This is what that his country could on the MOU with Iran.
The deranged occupant of the White House today angered his Israeli master
The deranged occupant of the White House. I love when he says that.
once again when he said that his country could sell F-35.
Yeah, who hit Jordan? I thought they were pretty obedient. Yeah, to his eyes. That's what I thought too. I thought they were well protected. There you go.
Jets to Turkey. When he said that his country could sell F-35 jets to Turkey. This is what he said after arriving in Turkey.
Mr. President, are you going to sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
Well, it's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good relationship. I would think that many people, I can tell you, many people, including the people sitting right here, thinks, why wouldn't we do that? We have a better relationship with Turkey, and Turkey's been in many ways much more loyal than other countries that we think would be loyal. So, yeah, it's something certainly we would consider. It's a great plane. It's the best, currently the best plane by far. And it's certainly something we will consider, yeah. Not just this, he also announced the lifting of economic and defense sanctions against Turkey. I can tell you, we're going to be taking the sanctions off. Okay? I don't want him to waste his time answering that question because we're working very closely with Marco Rubio, a very famous man, great Secretary of State.
Very famous
with
man.
Scott
So
Bassett,
good.
and with Pete and everybody else. We're going to be taking the sanctions off. It's time.
Trump should know these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah, the way he uses his language as well, like all these people, there's some more loyal than others. Hey, do these countries not know who's in charge? Like, seriously. Well, we at least know that F-35s will be out of service more than and the expense of their flight costs per flight. Turkey can't afford that without breaking it. Plus the John Deere style subscription to keep them flying. Just love how jarring and non-dopamine hitting their reporting is. Suck eggs, Turkey. Like they saw the mainstream media and were like, nah, fuck the extras. His dentures slipping. So like that's a controversy that's come out of like NATO, it would seem. And like it flies in the face of the idea that America is controlled by Israel, so the Pax Judaica thing. Like if Trump wants to sell F-35s because his military industrial complex wants that, then like all of the APEC money in the world's not going to stop them selling F-35s to Turkey. And like there was sanctions on Turkey supposedly because they were buying Russian defense systems, and so they sanctioned Turkey. And he just got asked about if they're going to lift the sanctions from Turkey. From what I understand, they have lifted, or they are going to lift the sanctions off Turkey so they can start selling them the fucking F-35s. Like button, pretty please. Give it a loving caress. Yes, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button if you're new here. Subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. You know the score. The thing about loyalty, it's supposed to go both ways. No, not in a relationship where you are the dominant player. You demand respect and loyalty, and everybody has to suck it up, or you'll bomb them or something, or hit them up with sanctions. I was number 5 with like 7 viewers. Come on, folks. Yeah, that's right. Strike that like button as if it was Jordan. Fucking savage take there. So anyway, that's what's going on in the NATO world. Pretty crazy. Like, I did want to go into it in like more detail, but I just can't do it, man. Like it's just tiring, all that stuff. I can't believe he's back on Greenland again. Like what a crazy motherfucker he is, seriously. I wonder if it's gonna happen, if they're really if they're ramping up towards Greenland. Like they've coerced Venezuela into submission. They're working on Cuba. I think they will do something about Mexico, to be honest, along the border. They've threatened to invade on the pretense of taking care of the cartels. And like Shane Baum has been like, no American troops, please. We will deal with it. Thank you very much. I reckon they'll move a bit more into Mexico at some point. Then they take Greenland, and then Canada's just like, it's just logical. Once Canada's completely surrounded, What about the Spain comments? He won't do shit about Greenland. He needs NATO too much. But like, did you not see the shaft work that was going on there? Like, I don't think NATO and the Europeans would stop him if he did something about Greenland. I don't think they would. They would somehow find a way to justify it. They'd be like, you were so right about this, Trump. Like, you know, you were right. Like, every US president has tried to do something about this, and like, you made it happen. You got us all to spend 5% of our GDP, and you took Greenland off our hands. Like, Greenland, what a burden it has been for Denmark. What a burden. We didn't know what to do with this landmass, and now you've taken it off our hands. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Trump. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, but that's not NATO. And the EU, that's just one minister. I think, like, I know what you're saying, but like, I think he represents the overwhelming tide, if that makes sense. Yeah, like, there'll be a lot of individual grievances out there, but like, when push comes to shove, I think the tide will move in favor like that. It'll be like, oh yes, they'll find a way to justify that. Like, thank you so much. Greenland has been such a burden. Oh God, thank you so much. What about the Spain comments? Like, is that the stuff that we saw kind of before, maybe? Or maybe I saw that separately, about his comments about like Spain, like not giving them access to the airbase, and like that's why Ruta was like talking so hard about like how everyone's made great strides to ramp up their military spending because of him. Is that the Spain comments you're talking about? Like how he was offended that Europe hasn't been doing more? I don't know. The EU alone is 650 million people, which is double the US. Risking a war at all is kind of huge risk. Even if the leaders are on board, doesn't mean everyone is. Could see it shattering. He's talking about Greenland. Keep an eye on his other hand, just directing attention to where he wants that, not what actually he's doing. He was talking about cutting them off fully, no trade at all. Is this in this same meeting? I had like some other part where he was like talking badly or talking down to NATO allies, let's say. Let's have a look. Oh, this piece. This is Al Jazeera one. I know what you're saying, but like Europe, yeah, okay, Europe's full of people and they all have their own directions and stuff like that. But
U.S.
like,
President Donald
the EU is also completely, it was coerced or under the grip of the EU, and the EU seems, in like what we have seen, the EU has really rolled over completely for whatever Trump's demands are.
Trump says he was testing NATO partners when he asked for their support with the war on Iran. He made the comments while meeting Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan ahead of the alliance's annual summit, which is being held in Ankara. Trump has criticized member states for not spending enough on defense and not supporting the joint U.S.-Israeli war on Iran.
Thank you very much, Woozle. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm supposed to write words and shit in here, and job done. So good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Straight to the stream. Did you get confetti? Hope you got confetti. You deserve the confetti. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
In a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I've long said that we help them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, you know, why are we spending...
I did. It made me smile, so thank you. Hey, fuck yeah, confetti.
Hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're not there for us. We've always been there for them.
NATO liderler zirvesinin...
That's not the one you're talking about, is it, Joe? Let's see. Trump, NATO, Spain. Trump orders end to all US trade with Spain. Says terrible NATO partner. Trump turns on Spain. So good. Trump turns on Spain. So good. Is it this one? Let's have a look.
They were unwilling to help us. Now, in all fairness, I didn't speak to Mark about it. I think if I did, it might have been different, but we didn't need help. But I was really testing. I wanted to see whether or not they'd be there. And the answer is they were. I spoke to Germany, I spoke to France, spoke to UK, spoke to Italy, I didn't speak to Spain. Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to know that. Spain is a terrible partner in NATO. They don't participate, they don't pay. I don't want anything to do with Spain. Cut off all trade with Spain, please. Including visits. Okay, we don't want anything.
Just like a note to my secretary. Just cut off all trade with Spain, please. Hey? Note to self when I get on the plane, having my Big Mac, my Happy Meal. Cut ties to Spain. Oh, man. What a fucking nut job. I mean, targeting small individual nations like Cuba or Venezuela or even Spain seems like a less risky prospect than potentially pissing off one of your largest allies. Like who? Who's the largest ally that you're talking about? Like, do you mean Europe as a conglomerate? Because like attacking Spain in the same way as attacking like Greenland or Denmark by extension is like attacking Europe. Like it undermines NATO itself, right? Grok cut ties with Spain. Oh, it's so good. Grok. So good. Get Elon on the phone. Everybody cut Spain off right now.
Watch them come running back. Oh, they'll come running back. They treat this man terribly, and this man's a good man too, great man. They're lucky they have him. But Spain doesn't agree to anything, and you shouldn't carry him. I mean, you sort of automatically carry because you're protecting an area, so they're there. So they probably figure they have to protect us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to trade with them. I don't want to do any more trade with them. All right? Sure. Take it immediately. You don't even talk to them. They're hopeless. Bad people because, you know, they have everybody else going and paying and working.
Accordion hands again. So good, the accordion hand theory. So good. So what's the theory again? If his accordion hands, he's lying. But if he's not accordion hands, he's lying from memory. Yeah, I mean, Spain have been dancing with EU for their own reasons. Like I said, if you can shatter the ties in the EU, maybe then you can talk about taking land without risk. Yeah, interesting. All right, if you are watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more, follow for more on Twitch. You know how it is. Divide and conquer, that is if it's actually something he wants and not just a distraction. Yeah.
In particular Spain, there are a couple of others, but in particular Spain, they're open about it, they're hostile about it, and let's see how hostile they remain when they call up and they, please, we want to trade with you, sir, we want to trade with you, sir. They make so much money with us, and we're going to see that they make a lot less. I want no business with them. So, other than that, we're having the big meeting in a little while, and I'm going to relate my problems. Greenland is a big problem for us, and the other big problem is the fact that when we wanted them, we didn't want them badly, but we did say, if you want to join us, and they all said no. But when they could have, they weren't there for us. And we've been there for them. We spent over $1 trillion over the last short period. $1 trillion.
Pentester in the house. How you going? I just opened the like button. Thank you for activating and opening the like button. It's good to have you. Hope you're well. Bansel Bennett, what's this? Is this why Trump is so butthurt about Spain? When was this? Recently? Or is this like archival footage? Let's have a look. Spanish crowd boycotts is not real. I wonder when this was.
Right, so coming to you here from Costa Rica, I want to talk about
a major crowd in Spain is displaying a really controversial poster about Israel. You can see what it says very clearly yourself. And this is how many people feel about Israel after their genocide against...
Oh, it's just a couple of days ago. Okay, so this is recent. It looks hot there. Look at all these shirtless Spaniards. What's going on here? Hey? Must be some of that gay space communism that I've heard so much about.
against the Palestinians and with their ongoing aggression against the Lebanese. Make sure to subscribe for updates. A major crowd in Spain is displaying a really controversial poster about Israel. You can see what it says very clearly yourself. And this is how many people feel about Israel after their genocide against the Palestinians and with their ongoing
all this spending is just giving tax dollars as surplus value to their military industries. Yes. God damn, that protest must smell so bad. Flag gives good shade.
In order to protect these countries from Russia. And has nothing to do with us. We have an ocean, but it's been a long-term thing, and they haven't treated us right. And Mark understands it. He understands
Yeah,
it. And
we all understand. Thank
we're
God.
going to work something out, I think, one way or the other. But we've been treated unfairly. We pay disproportionately. We had a time when we were paying 100%. We were paying 100% of NATO, and yet a lot of the countries weren't paying anything.
All right, I can't do it. I can't listen to this fucking story again. Yes, okay, we get it, all right? US did all the security spending. That was the deal after World War II, all right? You went around the world and were like, look, okay, everyone is subservient to the US dollar, okay, and we will ensure world trade and security, and we will spend money and help you rebuild, okay? All right? And like everyone just has to be subservient to us now. We're the only people with like a substantial military left anyway. So we'll do the defense stuff. It'll help our military industrial complex anyway. And like it helps us with our hegemonic objectives. So like you guys just concentrate on being nice little free market states and lubricating world trade. And we'll look after the defense. Okay, we'll look after it. We will pour money into making the new fight the Cold War and fighting against the Soviet Union. We will slowly crush the Soviet Union, and you guys just make sure you develop nice, liberal, free market economies. You got to get back. You can't have this communist wave that is sweeping across Europe after fascism. You can't let that take a hold. We need you to promote free market economies all over the world and help that system grow. And now the end of history, the Soviet Union's gone. Now it's like, oh, well, hey, look who's been spending no money on defense and has left themselves completely defenseless and relying on the US. Like it's their fault and it's their problem. It was their idea in the first place. You stupid Europeans, you've done this and you should have been spending more money. Hey? It's time to ramp up that spending. America's not going to do it forever because we can't do it forever. And the world's changed and there's actual powers out there. Industrial powers with huge military capability. And we're not going to defend Europe anymore. You guys can defend yourselves, but we'll just maintain the sweet position of telling you what to do. We will have our cake and eat it. We will also decide how you do your defense, but without helping you do that defense. It's the best of all situations for the Americans. And like they get to justify it by like, hey, you guys didn't spend enough anyway, so it's your own fault. After they set up this global system in the first place. It's enough. Like he said it too many times. Pete Hegseth has said it. He said it. JD Vance has said it. We get it. You want them to spend more money. They're doing it, bro. Calm down. They're doing it. We get it. 5 tankers have been hit in Hormuz. No way. Dude, that's crazy. 5 tankers. What are the US going to do now? Like last time it was 2 tankers and they hit 80 targets in southern Iran. What's the maths on that one? How many do they have to hit now? Spanog, it makes me wonder if he forgets where he is and starts telling a story about a fish he caught this big, then remembers and catches himself and brings the hands back in. Talking about his hand size and comparing it to what he thinks Obama's is. No more carrot, it's stick time. The US has never had to exist as a world power with a legitimate rival until now. Yeah, like an actual, like another superpower. Like, don't get me wrong, like the Soviet Union was a good rival. But yeah, China's another like another beast. Like China is a productive powerhouse. The Soviet Union was, but like the Soviet Union turned its production capability largely towards a military purpose, a military intent to like stave off American threat. Like China's beyond just like a military industrial machine. It is the fucking warehouse, the factory of the entire globe. And with that, like we still are in a capitalistic world. And like it's about, like, no joke, it is about who controls the means of production. And if like China produces value for everyone, even value for the American military industrial complex, like they have the cards here. They have the cards here. Unlike the Soviet Union, China has gone heavily into capitalism and industry. Beat the US at their own game, correct. Yeah. Put the carrot in the basket or else it gets the stick again. Right, we get it, okay? Europe hasn't spent enough money because of the system that you put them under. And now you can use that to beat them over the head with a fucking bullshit. It's outrageous. Alright, I want to get onto a new topic. But before we do that, dude, I saw this guy come up again. It's Count, of course. It's Count Binface. How could I forget? Yesterday we spent a bit of time looking at like the topic of Nigel Farage. So Nigel Farage quit quit the Parliament yesterday in the UK. And so like people were kind of like, oh, what's he doing? So like Nigel Farage, if you don't know, he's the guy that's the head of the Reform UK party, which is like, I don't know. Yeah, like they call it a far left party, but it's basically one of those like anti-immigration, anti-Islam parties kind of thing. Nationalistic parties. Like he was a massive proponent of Brexit and like got that train rolling and all that sort of stuff. So like he's Pauline Hanson, he's MAGA, like he's all that type of stuff. Anyway, he quit yesterday because he's been embroiled in some type of scandal about him taking money from a crypto billionaire. And he's like, what? It's not illegal. It's not illegal, all right? I need it for security. And like he has, because of his style of politics, he gets a lot of death threats, apparently. He gets a lot of negative attention. He was whinging that someone threw a milkshake at him yesterday. And a crowd of trans Tifa types attacked his car when he was leaving the pub one day. So anyway, he has a lot of security costs, and he's saying that the radical centrists that are in control in the UK at the moment, like, cut his security funding. So he needed to take £5 million off a crypto billionaire because he had to cover his security costs. And so, like, people have been giving him a lot of flack for taking this money. It's basically akin to a bribe. And so, like, his tactic has been to quit Parliament so he can avoid any type of investigation. And, like, he's just going to rerun in the by-election that will be forced by him quitting Parliament. And, like, he'll just get voted back in, and he'll be like, the people have spoken. They don't care. Even if it is corruption, it doesn't matter. They voted me in. And so, like, the people have spoken. Like, that's true democracy. And, like, he's not wrong. Like, that is democracy. Like, democracy devoid of any type of, like, judicial system, any type of standards, rights, any type of, like, constitution, values that sit beyond the mechanization of politics. But, like, yeah, that's democratic, I guess, getting the people to decide if you should be there in a popularity contest as opposed to actually following the rule of law. But, like, usually democracies are in the context of some type of society that has a legal system, standards, rules, morals, all those sort of things. So, like, yes, in and of itself, it's very democratic if they vote him in and the people have spoken. But, like, there are rules of engagement. Anyway, Farage is stepping down. There's going to be a by-election. And we got onto this guy, Count Binface, yesterday. But I thought milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard. Yes, they do. Like, what's he whinging about? Unless he's lactose intolerant, then, like, life-threatening, as Ravi was explaining to us. Anyway, Binface is like this caricature, this, like, I don't know. What is he? Like a comedian? Like, just like some smartass in the UK who just like goes to elections and runs as a candidate to draw like limelight to attention to how ridiculous politics is in this day and age. And like he does and says things that politicians won't, to highlight the fact that like he's actually more real. This guy who's called Count Binface, who is like from another dimension, like from another planet, let's say, an interplanetary being that has been for a head. He's actually more real than the candidates that we have in our so-called free and democratic societies. It's clever. It's fucking clever. He's an alien. Thank you. Anyway, I found this. Like, he's been on the radio and they're asking if he's going to challenge Farage or not. Let's see what he has to say.
Now, the interview of the morning. Count Binface has confirmed that he is going to run in the by-election in Clacton if it takes place. This is the by-election that the major parties are saying, as we've heard from them all this morning, they are not going to run in. So who better to talk to about this? Joining us live, Count Binface himself. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, today listeners, planet Earth. It is a pleasure to be here.
I should say you are, I can see a video link of you. You appear to be in outer space and wearing your bin.
Well, what else would you expect, mate? You know, I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the Starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
So good. What's your platform?
Nigel Farage.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
Dude, dramatic pauses are so good when used well. This character reminds me of Vermin Supreme. What's that? Who's this? I Beat the Ceasefire. Vermin Love Supreme is an American performance artist and activist who has run novelty candidate, in various local, state, and national elections in the United States. Oh, he served as a member of the Libertarian Party's Judicial Committee. Libertarian legend. Oh, I think I've seen this guy. I've seen this dude with a boot on his head. Yeah, right. Libertarian Wonderland. Good on ya. Hey. Hey. Have I ever said bad things about libertarians? I take it back. I'd vote for Binface over Farage. Hey. Vote Binface. The dead air nailed it. So good, isn't it?
It's a full manifesto.
Yes. So I'm assuming from that you are going to be sparse when it comes to policy promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, you know, I like to tailor it to each constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalize Adele. I heard your bit about the war.
Dude, so good. Best policy ever. I will build at least one affordable house. So good. So all politicians are on about that as well. They're just like, we need more affordable housing. All right, build some. No, I'll get back to you on that one. What is Adele? Is that like some British version of Audi or something like that? I will nationalize Adele. Did he just say nationalize Adele? Yeah, what the fuck is that? He's like actually like the singer? She's a singer. Like he's talking about the singer. That's hilarious.
One affordable house. I will nationalize Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not. But then, you know, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy. And look at this, eh? The fact that you're interviewing me, on the Today programme because all the other parties aren't standing. It says more about them than it does about me. Are they running?
Dude, that is such a good... This is what I'm saying. Like, he highlights the absurdity of, like, democracy. And he's saying, like, you're interviewing me on breakfast radio, like this prestigious institution. You are interviewing me, Count Binface, a obviously satirical character. Like, this is how absurd it is. You're interviewing me. Crazy. Isn't he American? Did I miss here? Who's American? Binface? I wonder.
Cities aren't standing. It says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared from old Binny, or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounced that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Do you now, moving swiftly on, call on Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, and other major party leaders to back your fight for Clacton?
No, I don't need them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think they're too busy trying to shore up their own positions, wouldn't you say, Nick? In the face of such trenchant questioning from you. When, of course, you're not celebrating Manchester United. But, you know, I'm game for anything, just like I'm game for the fact that your lovely people got me on for 8:45, and I've been listening to taped bits of your debate, and now you've got me in the crazy roller coaster spot where the pips might come at any minute. I'm game for anything.
That's quite enough from you, Count Binface. Pleasure to talk to you.
That's enough from you, Binface.
All the major political...
Count Binface on how he'll make a difference in the Clacton by-election. How will he take on Farage? Love a bit of Cockney rhyming. Trash talker. Literal trash talker. Hey, Mr. Abbott, how you going?
parties have refused to stand in the Clacton by-election. But Nigel Farage will be up against Count Binface. And, of course, the Count now joins us on Good Morning Britain. Very good morning to you, Count Binface.
Good morning, Miss Reid. Good morning, Mr. Balls. And how dare you say all the major parties aren't standing? Come on, you just, you contradicted yourself.
That's true. You are standing. Are you in it to bin it?
Well, exactly. This is one of my lovely little phrases. I mean, am I standing? I mean, right now I'm sitting. And it depends on getting the 10 nominations from the good humans of Clacton, if, of course, Nigel Farage doesn't do a reverse ferret because he's terrified of the prospect of facing me, mano a bino. So we shall see.
And Count Binface, have you been to Clacton many times? Do you know the constituency well?
Well, I've been to Clacton precisely 0 times because based on the activities of the incumbent, I thought that was what you were supposed to do. So I was just following protocol. So where I should turn up in the constituency at all is clearly academic. Or maybe I should spend more time in Washington, D.C. or in Thailand. You tell me.
And talking of following the other candidate, have you ever received a £5 million gift from anybody?
Certainly not on your planet, no. So you can't get me on that one, Standards Commissioners. What the
Thailand? So good. I wonder what fucking Nigel Farage does in Thailand, the fucking grub. Hey, what's going on? What type of tours does he take in Thailand? Purely business. Probably the same stuff that Pauline Hanson does. Was she caught in Thailand with Gina Reinhardt? Virginia? Or was it somewhere else in Southeast Asia? I think it was Thailand. They were hanging out together having lunch. For security, that's why he goes to Thailand. Yes, I hear the security's great in Thailand these days. Throw me in the bin for show.
Theory cyclones give me on Sigma 9 is my business alone.
Right. I mean, the trouble is, it has all turned into a farce if Nigel Farage only faces a challenge from, with all due respect, you, Count Binface. Do you think that the other parties are making a mistake, or do you think that Conservative voters, Lib Dem voters, Labour voters should all vote for you or boycott this by-election?
Well, I mean,
what I do on Sigma 9 is my business alone.
Susanna, you talk to me about fuss, but you're a Crystal Palace supporter. And they've been through all kinds of stuff, but now they've turned it around. And they've won trophy after trophy. So the underdog can prevail, as you well know. And, you know, whether the other parties are running frit, I think is the political word. I love that word, frit of old Binny, or they don't want to be part of Nigel's sideshow, we shall find out. But of course, the thing is, if there's a second by-election when Parliament finds out that Nigel has done something a bit iffy, if they do, who knows?
Who knows?
And then, of course, there'll be another by-election, which costs 380 grand to the British taxpayer. So if they vote me in, I save you lot 380,000 earth pounds without lifting a space finger. It's a win-win.
Is he in it to bin it? Is he in it to win it? We will find.
Dude, that's so good. You have to ask the question, like all these people that platform like Farage on like, you know, evil government spending, and like he's literally quitting Parliament to run a stunt by-election, which is just going to cost a lot of money to run. Hey? Come on. Had to throw that who knows in. Clever. She can't argue against her fave, whatever. Brilliant connecting there. This is a bloody outrage, it is. Outrageous. All right, I just wanted to touch on that because, yeah, now my algorithm gets fucking pumped full of bin face stuff thanks to yesterday. And like he is going to challenge. He's going to challenge Farage. Actually, what do the British people say about this? Please, Clacton, please. Come on, do the right thing. Have you ever been to Clacton? No, but I was following the protocol of the current incumbent. So good. Have you ever been to Clacton? Never been. Hey, get it? Get it? The establishment versus Count Bin Face. Never underestimate the great British public. After all, Boaty McBoatface was a winner. Count Bin Face for the comedy alone. Bin to win. It's not even the first time he's run. All the way to the PM this time, buddy. Or baby. Yeah, he has run in many elections, it would seem. And like all over the place as well. Make it count. Vote refuse. Dude, that is a good slogan for Binface. Make it count. Vote refuse. That's hilarious. Dear Clacton, vote Binface. I don't see any love for Farage in here. Come on. Come on. My son helped me reset my stupid YouTube algo by watching really old forgotten shit. Started giving me a much wider scope thereafter. In it to bin it. Vote refuse. Yes, that is gold, isn't it? Vote count. Make it count. Vote refuse. That's clever. I'll pay that. Make it count. Make it count. There it is again. Make it count. Vote refuse. Make it count. Very good. Very clever. All right. Now, another thing, like actually one of the reasons I think we got towards, we started moving towards Nigel Farage yesterday was after Australia's had some controversy with China recently. And I've linked that somehow to the Telstra situation, but we'll get in on that. But like yesterday, we spent a lot of time looking at like the great China threat, China. And if you didn't realize, a couple of days ago, China did a missile test with an intercontinental ballistic missile that has the capacity to carry a nuclear warhead on it. And they did a test in the Pacific. It wasn't carrying an actual nuke, but they shot this thing over various Pacific territories, or very close to Pacific territories, and it landed, I don't know, somewhere like outside of the island chains, but like in the Pacific. And like this is when Albo was doing a tour with the Solomon Islands and like signing up defense treaties in the Solomon Islands. He's just like wrapped up a trip where he's been at Vanuatu, and Papua New Guinea, I'm pretty sure as well, was one of them. And like, yeah, he's done this whole trip where he's just going all around the place, signing Pacific nations up to Australia's defense treaties at the behest of our overlords. the Americans, and like it's pissed China off. Let's be fucking honest. And so like China's kind of denied that the missile test was in relation to what's going on. The yellow peril again? Question mark. Yeah, they're coming to get ya. Watch out, they're coming to get ya. Bins and bulldozers out, chat. Grrr. There it is. And yeah, so like everyone's like fearing China now, or like they were trying to whip up a lot of fear for China. Now China's come out and said, oh look, this is pretty routine stuff. People have knocked that back and been like, the last time China did something like this was not like a intercontinental ballistic missile from a submarine. It was a land-based one, and that was like in 2025. Before that, it was ages ago. And so it's not really routine. It's not like China's doing this like every couple of months. But like the greater retort to that again, like if you wanted to really draw a line in how ludicrous it is that we're picking up on this and saying it's just like pure Chinese intimidation, without any type of grounding, is that like the US did the exact same type of ICBM testing in the Pacific Ocean in May and June. It was May and March or something this year. They do it consistently. They're consistently testing the exact same missiles in the Pacific, and like no one gives a shit about it at all. If anything, we're just like, oh, isn't it great that America is testing this stuff to help, I don't know, our security somehow. Thank God for the Americans, but the Chinese do it and it's like, oh my God, it's World War III, baby. We didn't listen, like that sort of stuff. And so like, I do think the timing is obviously not a coincidence. I do believe that China's kind of like, okay, you're going to walk around the Pacific Ocean, the Pacific Islands, and like signing people up for treaties. Here's a fucking missile that we've been working on. And like, we're just letting you know that it works, and it's got quite the range, like 9,000 kilometers. Apparently from where they shot it from, they should be able to reach most of Australia and the west coast of the US. So it's got great capacity. Now, we went through a mad rabbit hole yesterday of watching how the mainstream media has responded to this, and like all the cries like for, watch out for China, they're coming to get you and all that sort of stuff, which is incredibly damaging because Australia, I thought, or in the last like year or so, actually did a lot to repair its relationship with China that was like has been heavily damaged, I think, since the days of Scott Morrison. And like we were kind of back on like good trading terms. Like China is our largest trading partner. Just remember that for a second. Like if you're worried about the economy, the cost of living, like all that sort of stuff, like, don't really want to bite the hand of your largest trading partner. Now, if you think it's crazy that we're in bed with the Chinese, that's another question. Like the reality is we are, and we are ridiculously reliant on them, like fucking most other countries in the world, to exist in the first place. So like, it's not a great idea just to piss them off for no reason, but like our reason is, I think, pretty obvious. We are a vassal state of the US, and like as part of our security commitments to them and our organization, our participation in organizations and security pacts with the Anglosphere, like with, England, Canada, New Zealand, America, our relations to them mean that we must do whatever our overlords say, and our overlords, as part of their national security doctrine, which they released at the end of last year, say we must double down on the Indo-Pacific. We must secure the Indo-Pacific and eradicate or like remove China from being a player in that region, and Australia like has an important role to play in that. So anyway, we looked at that whole thing in the context of like the China fear-mongering yesterday, all because, yes, they tested a missile. I think it was on Monday, or Tuesday they tested it. Anyway, we last night, ABC did a 7:30 report with the Chinese ambassador. And so I thought as a follow-up to yesterday's discussion, it'd be interesting to see what China has to say for themselves when being questioned hard by an ABC journalist. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. The evil Chinese. Hormuzi, Maimuzi, Dermuzi. Hormuzi closed today. No entry. Ha. There you go. It's done. Pay the fee to enter Hormuz. I mean, our immediate island neighbors being on our side or, over even the hand that feeds us is always nice to, if we believe that, like just because we sign a bunch of treaties with a bunch of island nations, like who are just like between a rock and a hard place, basically. Like if push comes to shove, what are they going to do? Be like, nope, sorry, we have a treaty with Australia. Like I'm sure they'll be renegotiating everything based on whatever's happening in the region. Even before you get to the US lapdogging, this sort of thing wouldn't have happened under a globalist system. Yeah. You might get stuck in Hormuz for 9 months, then spit out. Gotta pay the troll toll. US and China are pressuring island nations for their rare earth minerals and other resources. Yes, and strategic locations, right? So Australia is definitely strategic for US interests at the moment. Look at all those US military bases. Military, I should say. Gotta stop saying military. All right, let's do this. Let's see what the Chinese have to say for themselves now they've been grilled by real Australian journalists.
Victor Gao, welcome to 7:30.
Thank you very much for having me.
What was the purpose of China firing a nuclear-capable long-range ballistic missile deep into the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
Well, China is one of the biggest nuclear powers in the world of today. No one should second guess about China's military capabilities. And for China to launch such
Don't change. I like military. Nah, man. I'm more self-conscious now. I gotta learn how to articulate properly and not speak Australiana.
testing fire is very routine and very normal. No country should pretend to be surprised about that.
Well, when you say routine, that's not strictly true, is it? Because the last test was in September 2024, and for this kind of missile prior to that in the 1980s. So that's not routine, is it?
I think it is routine. I think not long ago, China tested a land-based missile, which dropped into the ocean to the east of the French Polynesian. And this time it is more or less in the same line. And it dropped way off the coast from Australia, So I think Australia should have no reason to be surprised about that. And Australia should also not pretend to know about the Chinese military capabilities.
At least she didn't say lobbed. Yeah, you lobbed a missile recently, but apart from that, it was the 80s. Hey, that was a long time ago. Does anyone remember the 80s? Hey, people lobbing missiles.
In my best judgment, China is completely on the par with the United States in terms of conventional weapons and nuclear weapons. And China and the United States want to maintain peace between these two most consequential countries, and no other country should agitate for war or showdown between themselves and China. We should really promote inevitability of peace in the world of today.
Just to understand what you're saying about China's intentions, we understand China currently has about 600 nuclear warheads. Is it China's intention to build as many nuclear warheads as the United States, to be on par with the United States?
You never know how many nuclear warheads China has, and this is the biggest strategic ambiguity in our times. No one should know about that. Last year, in a very important meeting, I made a point. No country should ever imagine imposing a nuclear war on China, because while China will not tell you how many nuclear warheads China has, China will have enough nuclear warheads to annihilate the country which dares to impose a nuclear war on China. This is the strategic certainty and the assurance in our time.
Dude, fucking hell. Hey, is this guy from Sigma 9 as well? Like, he answers questions like Count Binface. Like, there's no humor here, but he's just like, hey, we have nuclear weapons. You won't even understand how many we've got. And if anyone tries anything, we will fuck them up big time. That's why you have nukes, because this is the way that global diplomacy works. America don't touch no one if they got a nuke? Why do you think they're trying so hard to make sure Iran doesn't develop nuclear weapons? Because they wouldn't be able to fuck them up if they had them. Hey? Hey? This guy's saying it like it is. Must be from Sigma 9 as well.
Therefore, get along with China in peace. Don't agitate for war with China, and don't pretend that China is not a mighty military power in the world of today, dedicated for peace, dedicated to protect, to defend free trade.
You talked about the fact that Australia should...
Why is there always a picture on the bottom left of a futuristic Asian ghetto? Is that another chat? Oh, no, that's just like a background image that I have. Like a lot of my, like the theme that I have for stuff from back in the day is like cyberpunk stuff that I used to have. And so like, it's just, I just like that cyberpunk kind of vibe. Like, I like this picture. It's pretty sick, I think. I like the perspective in it. And so like, it's just a background image. There's nothing else to see here. Futuristic Asian ghetto. So good. It's not a chat. It's just a background image. I like it. Yeah, I like it too. Thank you. You got a good eye.
Be surprised by this test, and yet the Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong made it clear that the warning of this test was extremely short, so they were surprised. Do you accept what she says, that a test of this nature with very limited warning is destabilising for the region?
No, not at all. I think China follows international protocol in notifying countries of concern for this testing. And I think Australia should be grateful that China give Australia the courtesy of advance notice about the testing, about the flight details, etc. And I hope China and Australia will really get along with each other, not only as two very large economic trading partners, but also more and more
it's Orwellian,
and
isn't
coordinating.
it? It's so Orwellian. Yes. So preparing for nuclear war is peace. Yeah, like building nuclear stockpiles is peace in the current age. Like, why hasn't America invaded America? Or why isn't there a proxy war with North Korea? Why aren't Koreans being fed into the meat grinder on the 38th parallel? Because they've got nuclear weapons. Why not test near your own country, eh? Yeah, well, what does that prove? You want to be able to project a 9,000 kilometer range. Fuck yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, that's how it works. I think that's the building the chocolate fight film. One cut scene was filmed on points.
On political matters or even geopolitical matters.
Let me ask you about the timing of the test. Australia and Fiji had just signed a new defence alliance, one of a number of treaties signed by Australia designed to push back against China's influence in the Pacific. Was this test timed to coincide with the signing of that agreement?
Personally, absolutely not. The testing, as far as I understand, started on July the 6th, one day before the anniversary of what we call July the 7th incident, marking the Japanese full-scale aggression of China on September the 7th, back in the 1930s. This is the main reason.
Dude, did that make any sense? Did he just say this happened the day before? We planned this the day before of when the Japanese did the full-scale version, which was the 7th of July, but that actually happened on the 7th of September. Like, why is he doing it? Why were they doing it in July if it's September? Did I miss something there, or did that not make sense? It's the same logic of if everyone has guns, less people get shot, but it actually works, at least for now. Rogue in the house, how you going? It's true though, isn't it? It's like the gun thing, but like it actually works. So good. So yeah, for now. And what do they have the doomsday clock at now? Like 5 seconds to midnight? Less? 4 seconds to midnight? 6 shooters were referred to as peace in the Old West. All right, let's have a
full-scale July the 7th, before the anniversary of what we call July the 7th incident, marking the Japanese full-scale aggression of China on September the 7th.
So it must be not September. He must have just made a mistake there. He means July the 7th. I think that's what he means.
Back in the 1930s. This is the main reason, in my best judgment, of why this testing started on July the 6th, one day before this very important anniversary.
Let me just ask you.
Why does he have to have judgment on that one? Like, why can't he just find out? Like, put everyone's mind at ease. Just be like, no, this has historic significance. It's got nothing to do with your pesky little prime minister going around shaking hands with Pacific Islanders. Fuck 'em. We test our missiles when we want it. That's why. He's not lying. It was... No, I know. But, like, he then confused it with September. I thought there was something weird going on. But, like, I think it's just a mistake. He's not lying. It was July 7th. The gun thing would work. Just hasn't been done right yet. Yeah, right. Why not just give, like, if the nuke thing works, dilemmas, why not just give everyone nuclear weapons? Like, if everyone had a nuke at home, and, like, you know, you'd never pick a fight with anyone. You'd be like, well, you know, if you want to fight with me, I'm going to fucking nuke your house and nuke your family. Like, why stop at the gun thing? Let's just give everyone nuclear weapons. I think that would work. Like, that's proven. Damn it, I should have checked for deal before making the gun analogy. So good. Still waiting for mine. I want my fucking nuclear weapon and I want it now. No one will touch me if I had a nuke, I swear.
This, if I may, how much do you think that this test of a nuclear-capable missile landing in the Pacific will set back China's diplomacy in the Pacific?
Absolutely not. I think China and Pacific countries, especially the island countries, get along with each other very well. We respect each other. We deal with each other.
And yet the leaders of the Pacific nations made clear that they objected to China testing a missile of this nature in the Pacific.
Japan's bullying of China is why the Flying Tigers came into existence in the 1940s. That's interesting. That's very interesting. And the Flying Tigers as well, a basis for CIA operations, from if I remember correctly. They ended up developing a corporation that was used for flying goods around the world on behalf of, like, American intelligence. Yeah, the Flying Tigers. Wow. That's the thing. World War II for different people has different beginnings. For Vietnam, World War II didn't end in 1945, for instance, and it didn't begin with Operation Barbarossa in Russia or Pearl Harbor. It really mostly began against China. I don't know. Those pesky Middle Eastern plebs have rocket launchers in their kitchens. Yes, that's right. And they still get bombed. Yeah, correct. He's got a rocket launcher in his... That guy actually is a sniper. That's why we shot him. That doctor over there that's performing an operation on that child who is in urgent need of medical attention, they're actually a sniper. Okay? And that guy there that you think is a photographer standing there with that lens, that's not a camera. They're actually a sniper. Okay? They need to be shut down first. Slow down, buddy. Dinner first. Legit, it's a great example of pro-gun position. I'm stealing that.
The world of today, in terms of practicality, you may object, but then you need to follow the international rules. The Pacific is not a prohibited region for nuclear testing, and China has absolute legitimacy in doing this kind of testing in the Pacific without violating any international protocol. This is the end of the story, period, and this should not be a hindrance to China-Pacific cooperation. China is a force for international peace. By testing its nuclear capability, China will deter war of all kinds, including nuclear war being imposed on China.
If China was sincere about this being part of China's efforts to bring peace to the world, it would seek to re-engage in international negotiations on nuclear non-proliferation, wouldn't it?
Well, China wants to enter into nuclear renegotiation on the condition that the United States and Russia will agree not to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapon countries, against nuclear-free zones, and not being the first country to use nuclear weapons. On that basis, I think China will be perfectly happy to enter into negotiation of any kind with Russia or the United States or both of them, but not on these conditions. China will not enter into negotiations.
Do you expect that we will see further testing of long-range missiles, including airborne long-range missile testing? Is that what we'll see next?
Well, China has already declared to the world its nuclear launch capabilities can touch any corner in any part of the world within 20 minutes or so. So no country should be surprised.
Dude, that's
if China
mental.
will do.
Isn't it like mental? Like 20 minutes. Like, has anyone been on a plane recently? I know we're on the wrong side of the world. We're at the bottom of the world here, all by ourselves. But like, imagine if you could get to anywhere in the world in 20 minutes. Man, they should develop that technology into commercial aviation a little bit better. It takes too long for us here in the South, the global South, to get around, man. It shouldn't take 24 hours to get to the other side of the world in transit. Give me 20 minutes, man. 20 minutes. That'd be lovely. Let's get some of that technology spread into the commercial sector. But China fought against Vietnam and invaded Vietnam too, as did the US and the UK. So Vietnam fought the Second World War against everybody. Oh, against everybody in the world almost. There's a difference between a measured response and that of a person acting in the moment and unaliving someone because of feelings. Every country has different narrative of World War II based upon its history. They have to see past their own to others instead of being so selfish about their own patriotic history. We'll agree to anything if you make the two countries that have 80% of the world's nukes promise not to nuke everyone else. Seems pretty damn fair. Well, like, it does. Are you laughing because it's not fair, or it is? Like, it does sound reasonable to me. But like, do you need thousands of nuclear weapons to just like destroy the human race? Like, you just need a handful, right? So like, come on. It's America first, China first, Russia first. Everybody a patriotic and selfish whole. Spend, I'll give it 30 years. They're working on supersonic stratosphere flights. Yeah, about time. Seriously. If someone wants to unalive someone because of feelings, not having a gun won't stop them. Well, might help them though. That's for sure. Let's speed up the process. Still costs millions now, but one day us plebs. Iran, Ukraine, Australia can come second to these big dickhead powers of world peace. I go to New York City, then come back before sundown. Yeah, could you imagine that? Like, someone was talking about the 15-minute cities being a conspiracy the other day. I imagine the 15-minute world, the 20-minute world, where you could get on a plane and go anywhere in the world in 20 minutes. Just like a nuclear missile. Fuck yeah.
Such testing in any corner of the world if China decides to do so. And no country should be an obstacle to China's testing like this. And I hope every country in the world, including Australia, should be very happy to see that China's declared nuclear policy is not to use nuclear weapon against any non-nuclear weapon country, against a nuclear-free zone, and China will never use nuclear weapon the first ahead of any other country against other countries. And China will never allow any nuclear power to impose a nuclear war on China without having that country annihilated by the Chinese nuclear capabilities.
These don't sound like terribly peaceful words, but let me just ask you one question. Does Australia's increasing interoperability, that is working alongside with enabling US forces in Australia, make Australia a target for the Chinese military?
Well, at the time when AUKUS was announced, I said publicly on Australian television that Australia should really treasure.
Yes, it does. And again, like, I think he's going to do Count Binface here and actually answer the question. Already is. How many bases here? Let's see what he says.
Publicly on Australian television that Australia should really treasure the luxury of being a nuclear-free country. So my point is very simple. Treasure the nuclear-free zone, free country status for Australia, and make sure that Australia will not be involved in any nuclear confrontation. And a nuclear-powered submarine will be tantamount to be a nuclear submarine in itself, and is a major step into enriching nuclear uranium, etc., and possessing nuclear technologies to be less and less considered as a nuclear-free country. And I want to urge everyone in Australia to do the right thing. Stay away from being a nuclear power, because you do not know what will be the consequence. Thank you.
Victor
Dude, that's fucking crazy. Like, he spent a good 10 minutes being like, all right, we need nukes because everybody else has nukes. And it's the only way to defend yourself in the current situation, in the global economy, in this economy. It's the only way to look after yourself. And then he's just like, but Australia shouldn't have them, because if Australia gets them, then there's more people that have them. Then you've got a big target on yourself, a massive target on your back. And like, I think it's more interesting is like, okay, fine. If there's if there are bases here, US bases, and they house nuclear weaponry, does that make us a target? Yes. So like, we become a target not because we have our own nuclear capabilities, just because we're a fucking storehouse for somebody else's nukes. That sucks. Sounds like a threat. Yeah. Sounds like a threat. That one's a little much. My God. Like button. It deserves some love. Yeah, you activate that like button, all you people out there, please. Got that vibe too. And enjoy it while it lasts. That's what I've been saying all along. The like button wonders what it did to deserve such passive aggressive treatment. Hands it infused gummies. All right, interesting. But like, yes, it is a threat. Of course it's a threat. But like, again, like in the same breath, in the same interview, it says like, China needs to have nukes because that's how you defend yourself today. But Australia having nukes makes it a target for China. So like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Eh? China supports the idea of non-nuclear countries not getting nuked. But all the other nuke countries are going to bomb each other to smithereens and then bring in nuclear winter and a fallout situation, which would destroy the rest of the planet anyway. So like, what's the fucking... If they don't fire at the planet but destroy the planet, then like, what's the point? Eh? What's the point? Seriously, man, what's the point? All right, so this is, I think, like, everyone's picking up on the this is a threat vibe. You shouldn't be engaging in AUKUS. You shouldn't be using nuclear submarines. You shouldn't go there in the fucking first place. Dude, you have to be. What is it? All right, so let's just continue with this vein of like, China is like, that is threatening us to stay out of nuclear. Oh my God. No way. 4AS. Holy shit. 19 years ago, this was 4AS. How's that make you feel, man? Makes me feel fucking dated, I'm just gonna say. No way. This is original. All right, for all you kids out there, all right, all you youngins, this is what YouTube used to be for us, like when it first started. This is all it was. It was a depository for like stupid videos. That's all it was. Like meme culture, this is meme culture right here. That's all it was.
Okay, so here's the Earth. Chilling. Damn, that is a sweet Earth, you might say. Wrong. Alright, ruling out the ice caps melting, meteors becoming crashed into us, the ozone layer leaving, and the sun exploding, we're definitely going to blow ourselves up. Okay, so basically we've got China, France, India, Israel, Pakistan, Russia, the UK, and us with nukes. We've got about 2,600 more than anybody else. Whatever. Anyway, one day we decide those Chinese sons of a bitches are going down. So we launch a nuke at China. While it's on its way, China's like, shit, who the fuck is shooting us? Oh well, fire missiles. Then France is like, shit guys, we got the missiles, they are coming, fire our shit. But then I'm tired. Well, have a nap. Then fire the missiles. Meanwhile, Australia is down there like, WTF, mates? India, Israel, and Pakistan launched their shit, so now we've got missiles flying everywhere, passing each other. Russia's like, motherland! Then England's like, about that time, eh, chaps? What up? So now the US is like, fuck, we're dumbasses. Canada's like, what's going on, eh? Australia's still like, WTF? Mars is laughing at us, and some huge media is like, well, fuck that. So, now we've got nuclear winter. Everyone's dead except Australia. And they're still like, WTF? But they'll be dead soon. Fucking kangaroos. But, assuming we don't blow ourselves up, us Californians just have to worry about California breaking off from the United States to go hang with Hawaii. Alaska can come too. The end!
So good. Alaska can come too. So good. So this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. And like, okay, we might not get targeted. Australia, that is. But like, we're just going to live in nuclear winter that is just going to kill all the kangaroos. Like, come on. We sound just like that. But I'm tired. All right, fine. Take a nap. Then fire some missiles. So good. That one takes me back for IS. They were simpler times. They were better times. Oh, man. So good. Also, the Japanese flag for the CCP. Yeah, so good. Oh, man. Dude, that is crazy. All right, so everyone was talking just then at the end about like the Chinese ambassador or whoever this guy is making veiled threats. Veiled threats. I don't know. Open threats at Australia. Don't get nuclear subs. Don't enrich. We will be forced to fire upon you if we feel fit or if we feel necessary. Now, you might think, hey, this is an unrelated topic, Mr. E. Why are you bringing this up? And like, I said it yesterday and I'm going to say it again. I do think there is a strange coincidence between Australia going around the Pacific, signing up with treaties to help Americans, to help America's national defense strategy in the Indo-Pacific, whatever that's about. There's a strange timing issue going on with Australia going around and enforcing American foreign policy on the Pacific and basically cutting the Chinese out. The timing of the missile fire and then the timing of a Telstra outage. Now, we came across the idea of the grey zone yesterday, that there are different ways than actual overt conflict to threaten and intimidate and coerce other nations, and things like missile testing and cyber warfare. No, I thought that was just how Aussies say Tesla. No, it's Telstra is like our biggest carrier. Is she bagging on Victor Go? She was. Nostradamus level prediction. Now, what you're talking about, no way. We'd be doing the US empire legwork. No way China would have fucked with our telecom. Just lobbing about the place. So look, anyway, let's hear what the mainstream media has to say about the whole Telstra situation and like how they are coping with the idea that the national carrier of choice, our premier institution, just got crippled, and it's like really suspiciously close to the other stuff that they're fear-mongering about, but they refuse to make the connection. Like, they're really fucking trying hard to draw people's attention away from any type of cyber warfare kind of incident here. Like, it's almost like silly to say it, like silly to be like, oh, cyber warfare is not an actual thing, and no one would actually engage in that type of stuff. So let's see, like, just with that lens, is there any media cope going on in Australia when it comes to cyber warfare?
Telstra is in damage control tonight after a nationwide outage disrupted calls, hindered payments, halted a rail network and triggered nearly 400 welfare checks. Tonight, services to phones are largely restored, but Victoria's regional train fleet is still in disarray as the telco reveals the likely source of the chaos.
Disconnected and in the dark, tens of thousands of Telstra customers spent the morning offline.
I was standing next to the Commonwealth Bank, connected to their free Wi-Fi, just sending WhatsApp messages, trying to figure out what's going on.
A nationwide outage left many without the ability to make calls, send texts or use data for 5 hours.
I left home and had on the Wi-Fi at home and it seems fine, but as soon as I left, wasn't able to track buses or trains.
The first report
Fucking Telstra, eh? Captain Bucket, how you going? Hope you're well.
of an issue emerged around 4 a.m. with a surge 2 hours later. Telstra unable
Okay, what? There's rail replacement buses like any other day in Victoria.
say exactly how many people were impacted, initially blaming an issue with the network's nodes that help keep time across its mobile network.
We've been able now to restore some of these nodes, but that will take time for that to reset across all the thousands of servers across the network.
Yeah, I watched it. Let's do it. A little joke for the philosophers in the audience. I watched it.
Later revealing it had isolated what it believes was a software defect.
We are confident we have identified a software defect. We've been able to isolate it. We'll provide further technical details of this once we complete the investigation.
And despite speculation about malicious intent,
I want to be clear, this was not the result of a cyber incident.
the failure...
I was also inconvenienced slightly. So good. Me too, man. Me too. Like, slightest inconvenience. I was outside and not on Wi-Fi and I couldn't use my phone. I was just like, what? What is the world coming to? I can't even go on YouTube when I'm outside. This is outrageous, dude. So good. Slightly inconvenienced. World falling to pieces. Chaos in the streets. I love this. I hate Telstra. Well, they got a fucking big target on their backs. Very. Just look at the companies that our telecommunications outsourced labor and infrastructure to. Yeah, let's go full digital ID. What could possibly go wrong? Let's just go full cashless. What could possibly go wrong, right? Although I do use them.
quickly spread beyond phones, disrupting trains in New South Wales and bringing V-Line's entire regional fleet to a standstill.
The only advice that I had is just to wait.
At least 100 Victorian services were cancelled by midday, leaving an estimated 70,000 commuters stranded and scrambling for limited replacement buses.
We heavily rely on the resilience of Telstra's network to provide that backup. And that didn't occur this morning.
Businesses relying on Telstra were also hit, payment terminals failing and some cafes resorting to selling coffee on the honour system.
Because it affected the EFTPOS machines that are outside as well and the ATMs, we were just left with the chance to come back.
But the most serious concern was 000, with some calls failing or dropping out before connecting.
As of this afternoon, we've completed 333 welfare checks.
That figure later rising to 395, including 6 people who said they needed help and were connected directly with emergency services.
The volume of these welfare checks was higher than we expected. And it has prompted us to investigate further, as we said we would.
It's an essential service. We should, at a minimum, expect to see minimum reliability standards in place.
I want a welfare check. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so here it is. Remember yesterday we checked in on this and they were like, oh, it's an issue with the node. Okay, there are 2 points in the network in Melbourne and Sydney that have been hit with a nodal issue of time. Like everything relies on having a synchronized time. And so like the entire network can be compromised if like there's not a register on what the time is. Like, okay, whatever, fine. You the man, CFO of Telstra, you just tell us what it is. By the evening, it's like, no, there's a software issue going on. There's a general software issue across the network that's causing the problems. I don't know, man. Like, why would they be changing the story? There's always the node. Nothing but the node. I don't know. I'm not buying it. I am not buying it. Software issue, my fucking hairy testicles. I don't believe it. I'm not paying that one at all. At all. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at another piece of copium from the media. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm aligning with this guy here, but like this one's Sky News take on the situation, and like this one's for you, Lup Jeff, if you're still watching. Just fucking Telstra being fucking Telstra. Should have had just said it was DNS, and no one would have questioned it. The people doing the work with the programming software at these nodes were outsourced to India in NZ. That's why my dad was. That's why my dad was doing before he was replaced. What, they outsourced this work? No way. That would never have. Anytime you ring Telstra, it's the node. It's the node. Can't believe people carry no cash on them. Hospitals with elderly, though, are a disgrace, often anyway, without Telstra. But there are some electronics in hospitals. Maybe people need 24 hours. We have successfully jostled the node. All right, watch this.
When your phone says SOS, thousands of Australians woke up to those 3 letters, unable to access mobile data, and in some cases, unable to contact emergency services. For hours, Australia's largest telecommunication network stopped working. One Nation's Barnaby Joyce has called for a full investigation.
I don't want to be paranoid or conspiracy theorist, but we know there is the capacity for China to affect that sort of software and that sort of network, and I hope that that's investigated.
Dude, I'm in the fucking Barnaby camp for the first time in my life. I've got to admit, maybe I'm sure there's some other issues maybe me and him have agreed on, but like this one, like, have you seen him talk about the China threat before? He is so aggressive and red-faced usually when he's going on about China. China's coming to get us. China's buying all our land. They're stealing all our ports. They're, blah, 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 blah. They're threatening us. And like, he gets super aggressive. This time, he's like so reserved. He's just like, look, cyber warfare is a thing and it's probably China. Let's be honest. He's so nonchalant about this, like almost like he doesn't really want to talk about it, but like he has to say something because he's Barnaby Joyce and he's got a certain shtick to keep up, and like everyone is denying it hard. Everyone's like, no, it could definitely not be cyber warfare. Like they're so quick to be like, look, they're testing weapons in the Pacific. They're obviously trying to destabilize the region. So quick to use the let's destabilize the region tagline when it comes to missiles. But like our national telecommunications carrier going down, and like they won't want to talk about it. They're not allowed to talk about it. Like everyone so far from I've seen in response to what he said has just been like, shut up, Barnaby's a lunatic. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an absolute lunatic. He is a fucking lunatic. He's nuts. But like normally when he goes off about China, everyone's just like, yeah, Barnaby, go harder. Say more stuff about how evil China is. This time, like I've never seen him so calm when talking about China. Let's just listen to it again. So calm.
One Nation's Barnaby Joyce has called for a full investigation.
I don't want to be paranoid or conspiracy theorist, but
I don't want to be paranoid. Like all he does when he talks about China is say how evil the Communist Party is and they want to take over Australia. And now he's like, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist about it, but like it is possible that this may be the result of cyber warfare. Like, come on. Come on. Gum and Cheese, when you're back, bro, it's like we start playing Sky News and you appear. So good, man. Oh, man. This is for you, Gummer.
We know there is the capacity for China to affect that sort of software and that sort of network, and I hope that that's investigated.
And Communications Minister Annika Wells, who returned from leave.
Like, look at even Sky News. Like when Barnaby says stuff, usually they're just like, yeah, good on you, Barnaby. Say it how it is. No one cares. And she's just like, okay. And now we're going to go to the telecommunications minister for their comment denouncing what Barnaby has said.
Slammed Barnaby's comments.
As a general principle, I think when it comes to matters of national security, you shouldn't make stuff up. You've heard from the Telstra acting CEO that there is currently no evidence to suggest that those things are the case, so I think it's irresponsible.
Now, within the last half an hour, Telstra provided another update. Thankfully, all remaining services are back online, but questions still remain.
Still conducting our investigation into the root cause, but we are confident we have identified a software defect. We've been able to isolate it. We'll provide further technical details of this once we complete the investigation. I want to be clear, this was not the result of a cyber incident.
Now, at a press conference earlier today, Mr. Ackland went to say they must maintain trust in the provider.
I believe Australia can absolutely have faith in its biggest telco, and that is Telstra. We take these outages very, very seriously. Our investment in resilience and cybersecurity and redundancy in our network is significant, but it is a big and complex network, and from time to time, issues do occur.
But here's the bigger question. Today exposed just how dependent Australia is on a handful of critical systems without enough backup when they fail. Our phones, payment services for business, emergency services, transport networks, frontline workers, all of them rely on communications that work. And when they don't, questions are immediate.
What you have just gotten there was the best piece of reporting that has ever come out of Sky News. Like, honestly, what they have just described to you, if you've ever wondered when I drop a word like surveillance capitalism, what the fuck that actually means, let's just listen to that again. This is what surveillance capitalism is.
In complex network, and from time to time,
she explains
issues do
it
occur.
superbly.
But here's the bigger question. Today exposed just how dependent Australia is on a handful of critical systems.
Take away Australia there, say the world. Let's just replace the word Australia with the world, okay?
Without enough backup when they fail. Our phones, payment services for business, emergency services, transport networks, frontline workers, all of them rely on communications that work. And when they don't, questions are immediate.
Warrants the Bang, there it is. So if you're wondering what holds the world's economy together in this day and age, like, yes, currency, very important, but there's so many different types of currency out there. But like, what is the technology that binds us all? Like steam power at one point, or oil after that. What is the technology that binds us all together in this modern age? It is our connection to one another digitally. That high-speed connection that binds the world economy together, the global capitalist system together. And there it is. And it is moments like this that just highlight how vulnerable and delicate that system really is. It's fucking incredible. And it's the best piece of journalism you're ever going to get from Sky News. It's almost like they've descended from the culture wars for a second just to comment on how fragile the economy is. How fragile it really is. Wait, is this a new journalist in Sky News? No, I don't know. I think she does the nighttime stuff. Can't believe I'm getting so used to Sky. I'm starting to place these pricks. It's crazy. You should become Telstra's CEO, Mr. E. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could deal with that pressure. How do we lie to people today about the dangers of living in a world like in, what is it? What do you say, Captain Bucket? Cold War II, Epstein Boogaloo. How do I lie to people about the Cold War 2.0? It's almost like having a company that is both public and private is a horrible thing. Oh, man. Major hub for Telstra's engineering and IT. For example, the company outlined a transition eliminating over 200 Australian data and AI roles in favour of moving the work to India. Strategy echoing past moves that send core billing and application development work overseas. Tech is a byproduct of energy. Interesting. Yeah. All right. That's enough of that one. It's interesting how they'd explain the situation so beautifully.
Telstra is expected to front the media again today as anger over the telco's nationwide outage yesterday grows. The telco has today admitted that emergency calls are still being impacted. This comes as authorities continue to conduct welfare checks on people who struggle to get through to 000 during the outage.
Where's my welfare checks? Wrong type of welfare checks.
Meanwhile, Victoria's regional rail network V-Line says services are gradually starting to resume after being suspended for 20
Isn't it so interesting that this supposed software update or bug has fucked up emergency calls? Like honestly, it's fucked up infrastructure and services. It's fucked up a railway line and it's fucked up emergency services. What are the odds? What were the odds of that happening? Crazy. I hear your point, Ari Tech, but it's energy, the underlying influence that dominates. Yeah, look, energy is always the core in the true sense of like technocracy incorporated. It's like our ability to maintain energy that supplies society. I get that. But like what holds, and I use my words choicely, what holds the world's economy together? What is the invisible thread that holds the world's economy together? Energy might power society, don't get me wrong, but what holds the world's economy together? Like I'm telling you, if the internet closed off tomorrow, like worldwide, like it wouldn't just be like planes falling out of the sky. I think the human race would, like as we have developed into this point right now, would end as we know it. We'd be thrown back into the Stone Age pretty quickly in a lot of places. And like the same thing as well, like if oil ran out tomorrow and the sun stopped shining and like all that sort of stuff, if we didn't have access to energy and we had to start like, I don't know, burning coal or wood again or something like that to heat and to cook, like yes, we go back into the Stone Age. But like yes, energy supplies technology, but like the tech is so intricate, like so intricately linked to the world's economy now that like you can't run global economics without, like so all the supply chains break down without the internet. And thus the global capitalist system breaks down and like millions will die very, very quickly. Just like if there was an energy shortage of some sort. Energy is what is needed to power tech. We need, period. How good is tech then? It's like how good is society, really? Like if society can't run without energy, and like how good is our society? It's very delicate. I get it. I get the point. Get the point.
4 hours. With more, we're joined by business reporter Amelia Terzon. Hi there, Amelia. So what's the latest on how transport services are faring?
Well, as you just noted there, we've just had news from V-Line, that's the regional train operator in Victoria, that they will start to run trains again from midday. Now, in a statement, V-Line says they're gradually resuming services after extensive testing of train radio communications following the Telstra outage. They say they've been advised by the Australian Rail Track.
I'm splitting hairs, really, being a no, but like it's a good point. Like, you know, energy is the basis of all things. Like, but like, you know, and I think Marxists would take it back. It's like, it's not even energy. Like energy is a result of production. So if people aren't producing energy, like aren't producing oil or producing technology that can harness the sun's energy or something like that, like no production, no energy. And so like there's always like, you know, kind of downstream effects. So yes, tech is downstream of energy and energy is downstream of production potentially, because yes, you don't have the system to produce the energy en masse required for a complex civilization. Like, I understand the point, though. I get it. I still stand by it, though, damn it. So good.
Corporation as well, that it's safe to do this. V-Line also says that they're now implementing a staged return of services across the network, and their aim is restoring services this afternoon fully in time for the peak. However, they are advising passengers to expect service delays as they return the network to its normal timetable.
Isn't it so interesting? Like, yeah, okay, like there's heaps of people that have been affected by like, I know, your phone, right? Like I was also slightly inconvenienced. Like yes, okay, it's impacted individuals, but like yeah, triple O's down, and like a regional transport service is down. Like these government services, impacted specifically, and it's like, oh, it was just a node, and like, well, why are these ones suffering so much? Or like, oh, it's now just a piece of software. Like, why this specifically? Why can everything else kind of bounce back but not these things? I would like to know more, and until then I want my Barnaby Joyce conspiracy theories. That's what I want. And even Barnaby's kind of like, look, I don't want to be conspiratorial, but like, maybe China could have done this. Like the guy who's usually like, China did it. It's the CCP. The communists are coming. He's like always so fucking passionate. And this time he's just like, I don't know. Just saying. Not allowed to, but just saying it. Could have been China. Just saying. Super chat, rule 1. I am always right. Rule 2. Yes, when in doubt, refer to rule 1. Very good. The commie curious are coming. It's so good. Bansal Bandit, thank you very much. Thank you very much. To both of you today, actually. Woozle, Bansal Bandit, you legend. You fucking legend, yeah? You fucking legend. Keeping the stream alive, yeah? It was actually New Zealand, not China. Bro, Voltato, you got a lot of answering to do, man. A lot of answering to do. Barnaby being crying wolf too often has to make sincere suggestion. The red coats are coming. Hope you can cash out soon. Actually, you know what? That's crazy. I still haven't met my threshold yet. I'm so close. It's just they take the cream off the top, I think. So close, bro. So close. You have enough to buy more hair ties now. Yeah. I can buy some more hair ties for the bitch biscuit. Thank you very much. The banking system basically favored the interests of the wealthy and the upper class patricians. Oh, this is the Roman conversation that's happening on the side. Dilemmas. Are renewables really to save the environment, or just a power supply the elites can harness without big industry when the world ends? I don't know. Well, like, either way. I guess, don't you still need big industry to produce them, though? So close. So close, bro. So close. All right, that's enough for my conspiracies. Telstra to axe up to 650 roles in mass redundancy round. Interesting. How long ago was this one? Voltator. I wonder if that's actually what it's got to do with. It's just an attack on the working class. It's 11th of February. So on the 11th of February, they cut all these workers and now the fucking entire network's fucked. Because of class warfare. Telstra wants to make profits, so it just sacked all these workers. It's actually not a conspiracy at all. It's just our usual bugbear in capitalism. They just destroy the working class, and they're just like, but why? Why did the services work? I don't know. Because you cut 500 jobs, you fucking assholes. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. I need to have a break. We're gonna have a quick break. We're gonna have a quick break. If you are watching this and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. You know what to do. If you are that new here, or you just haven't already for some reason, here is the invitation to Discord. Over there, I read stuff sometimes, you might have noticed, or I react to things in the bottom corner over there. That is because we are on Discord together. We have a community. We share propaganda, and like we write stuff that we can't get away with in stream chats on platforms. We write it over there to get around the algorithm. Go and join the community, please. And all of you who continually to ignore me every time I request this, here is my Patreon. And I would suggest that you go to Patreon and become a free member. That's right, free member. It's okay. No strings attached. So I can put you on an email list. I'd love you forever if you did it. If you don't, I'm just going to be disappointed. All right, I'm going to go into dad mode about this one. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Now we're going to have a break. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Tip your fucking electricity. You know how it is.
they tell me why. When they tell me why. Why? No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why. No, I do not cry when they tell me why. When they tell me why.
All right. We're back. Everybody calm down. When NZ did the same thing, my father was one of the last guys in NZ training the new guys. He saw many issues with the communications between India and the people at the locations doing the hardware maintenance. With coding, these India tech companies are using AI to do coding and other similar jobs. He spent so many late nights looking over coding and other fixing issues. It made the timing to get things solved so slow. That's interesting. My dad works in the same, like not exactly the same, but he's like a computer programmer for an insurance company that's like an international, transnational insurance company, and they're like offshoring all their jobs to India as well. And they're going through the exact same thing. Like they're supposed to do the handover to the people that are taking taking over their jobs, and like they can't hand them over. It's been like, it was supposed to have taken like a year or something, and they've been doing it for the last few years because it's just too inefficient. It's hilarious. Like same sort of stuff replicating all over the place. Ravi, what's this? Service announcement from Ravi, everyone. The US president is certainly suggesting that diplomacy is off the table. Trump is saying very clearly that he believed it's a waste of time, but he left open the possibility that even if he is exacerbated with diplomacy, perhaps others in his team are not. He did not rule out that there could be further negotiations involving his envoys, Jared Kushner, as well as Steve Witkoff, Jag's favorite tag team. So good. The US president is saying that he will discuss with them. And if he believes there is an avenue to continue, then that will be the course of action. We should point out that Trump hasn't been involved in direct negotiations. He's also that he's no longer believes that even if there was an agreement that Iran would honor it. Kushner and Witkoff can suck my entire dick from the back and suck my butt. What is this? What is this source? In a statement, CENTCOM said US forces struck approximately 90 Iranian targets, including air defense systems, coastal surveillance assets, missile drone storage sites, naval capabilities, and military logistic infrastructure along Iran's coastline. Dude, remember it started with 80, then Iran did 85, and now they're doing 90. So good. CENTCOM added that the latest strikes follow successful execution of offensive strikes in Iran last night. Hey, I said that wasn't part of the article. Oh, okay. That wasn't part of the article, to be clear. Oh man, that's hilarious. What if the Telstra outage was in China and it was an AI coding issue that they just embarrassed to admit? Yeah, could you imagine? Yeah, because they've tried to, or whoever they can contract to or whatever has just replaced people with AI. Yeah. When my dad worked 6 months longer than he was supposed to, it was crazy. They're still going in my father's workplace, man. They're still going with this handover kind of thing. And they've kept certain people on the projects because they really just can't be trusted to do the job properly. So now they just have to monitor like armies of people that they've outsourced to, which used to be done by a whole team of people in Australia. Now it's like an army of people over there being managed by like one person. This is from Al Jazeera. Suck my entire ass. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's so good. Best reporting from Al Jazeera ever. Oh, man. All right. And this is like kind of related to your article that you sent. All right. So this is what I wanted to read 3 hours ago now and got distracted. Execs confused and horrified by the huge AI bills after thinking that they could replace workers for free. So good. Oh man, it's so good when there is justice in the universe, isn't it? Isn't it so satisfying? So all these companies out there that were just like, yes, good, I can fire half of my workforce if I replace them with AI. Oh, sir, I don't think they're ready. The technology doesn't seem like it can integrate with our business yet. No. Find a way. Freeze hiring and start firing people. And we'll just figure out the AI thing on the run. And now they're feeling the burn. By now, it is clear that the only way the tech industry can justify the cost of AI is if it replaces vast swathes of the human workforce with machines that run 24/7. The bad news is that this situation has created a world historic financial market that, by some metrics, is looking worse than the run-up to the Great Depression. That's dark stuff right there, isn't it? The good news is that this future of an AI takeover is looking increasingly unlikely, at least at the industry's current pace, a fact which is now dawning on some of the biggest rubes and dupes in the corporate world. According to a new survey from Big Four accounting firm KPMG, a significant number of corporate executives are reeling from sticker shock after new usage-based AI pricing schemes, though enterprise could once count on AI companies to subsidize their price of large language models via flat rate contracts. That's no longer a given, as the rising cost of computational power forces the entire tech sector into a defensive posture. The KPMG report, initially flagged by the Register, surveyed 2,145 senior execs across 20 countries, 2,145 senior execs across 20 countries, finding that an astonishing 29% of them had no idea where the growing costs associated with AI were coming from. A further third confessed that their own cluelessness about AI economics was a barrier to successfully deploying AI in the workplace, the Register notes. As usage-based pricing models become more common, many organizations are still building the capabilities required to forecast, monitor, and manage AI spending effectively. The report authors write, translation, 1/3 of execs had no plan for how to actually use AI productively, a fact which is becoming increasingly clear now that the meter is running. The finding underscores that many workers forced to use AI tools on the job have come to suspect that an alarming number of corporate leaders treat AI as a plug-and-play solution for lowering overhead without understanding the how of it all. A kind of magical thinking entirely divorced from practical reality. On the same token, it is important not to lose sight of the fact that AI, or more accurately, the myth surrounding it, is currently being deployed across the world as a tool to discipline labor. To force workers into a weaker position when it comes to wage negotiations, benefits, and overall stability. Very interesting, eh? Very interesting. Who would have thought? And like we saw like clips like when the AI revolution was really kicking off and everyone was adopting it. Like what, a year ago? Like a large scale, like starting to adopt it into corporate structures. And like we saw posts from like comms within organizations, and then just like figure out how to make figure out workers, employees, figure out how to use AI. Like they had no actual plan. They started jumping on the AI train, and they were saying to their workers, figure out how to make AI work with your job. How can you make your role more effective with AI? No plan, just like let's have AI integrated into the workforce, and you, the worker, figure out how to make it more efficient, your role more effective with AI integration. No actual plan, no real understanding of how it works. And like now they actually getting hit up with the bill, and they're like, whoa, that's crazy. It's expensive and it sucks. This is mental. Whereas being forced to use Adobe with AI riddled when doing a course instead of how to use graphics program efficiently yourself is insane. I used to have to fucking fight the AI to pay people properly through the shit Oracle service. Spandok, AI is a tool. It can be scaled up to replace billions without costs skyrocketing. Used to make up random numbers when showing sales figures and tracking. That's crazy. And even then, a human must still be in the loop. I don't think anyone loses their job with AI in traffic lights, though, right? Right? I guess not. It just simply can't replace human workers. I think wherever AI has existed before the AI conspiracy and the AI mythology started is the AI that is continuing. Like the AI that is constantly trading on futures markets and stuff like that. Or just on the fucking stock market generally. And like artificial intelligence that has been integrated into like huge coordination systems. Yeah, anything that was around before the myth is okay. Interesting article, isn't it? Eh? And it's so good that like the justice is being served at the pockets of the very companies who thought they could just fucking save labor costs. Sucked in, you douchebags. What's this? AI traffic lights. Australia's first AI-generated traffic light cameras. Dun dun dun. Somebody think of the traffic lights. Still quickie.
Queensland will soon be home to Australia's first ever traffic lights to be controlled by the power of AI. The trial given the green light in Moreton Bay in a bid to bust congestion and get people from A to B faster.
Stuck at a red light when there's no one else in sight has many seeing red.
Dude, as if they don't do artificial intelligence, like whatever that is anyway, some type of intelligent software, responsive software, as if they don't do that, integrate that into fucking lights anyway.
Sometimes at night you're just kind of sitting there and it's just like, what am I waiting for?
It's kind of arbitrary sometimes, just sitting waiting.
But it'll soon be a thing of the past at this Petrie intersection. In September, these traffic lights will be the first in Australia to be controlled by AI.
Dude, what a lame country we are, seriously. Like, we're talking about one intersection in Queensland making the national news because like one intersection is going to introduce artificial intelligence. Like next minute, like China, like just, oh my God. Australia is so lame, man. It's mildly inconvenient. This is revolutionary. Dude, we suck so much. Oh man, I reckon give it a chance with the lights, but yeah, I get the danger. Every journey starts with one step, with the first step. Fuck the China scare. Fear the tech bros. Dude. Oh man, Australia sucks. It's not fair. We could be so much better. We could have flying cars by now, but no, we have AI in one intersection in Queensland and everyone's losing their minds. When your motorbike is too light for the sensors, so you got to get out and push the button or jump up and down on it. It's also not that different to when we have the pressure plate system at some lights. That's not completely analog. Why not have AI do it if it's already digital? Yeah, I know. Like, is this really, like, come on, like, as Jags already said, is this really revolutionary? Seriously? Is this really AI worthy? Or is it just smart and responsive technology? My God. My God. Lame. We fully embrace the AI revolution. Fully embrace the AI revolution. All right? Seriously. We fully embrace it. All right, so you have landed yourself upon For us down under. Welcome to the future. The future is now, dilemmas. We didn't listen. Better than making fruit people having babies. Better than it making fruit people having babies. Alright, so it is customary at this time of the week to descend into what is formerly known as Dear E Thursdays. Now, I've got 2 channels for you to go on. Choose your own adventure. Choose your poison. They are easing us into getting used to following AI's orders. Yes. Well, they do it at the traffic lights. Hey, why not? Let's integrate it with everything. This is how they get you. Now, we got two choices today. I'll let you guys pick where we're going with this one. Right. I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. There is a debate that we can watch. And like, I'll try and explain the theory that they're talking about. Socialism versus capitalism. And it's like, it's between none other than Professor Richard Wolff. This guy over here, very popular with the old fucking lefties. Eh? They love him. And like whoever the fuck this guy is speaking on behalf of capitalism, I don't know, some douchebag economist that think he understands how the world really works. What's his name? Dude, they don't even have his name here? Get fucked. Agree in favor resolution. An economist, yeah. Taking the other side was former... Oh, Glenn Epstein. I don't know who the fuck that is. But like, he's going to argue for capitalism. Glenn Epstein. So we have this... And then, like, I might be able to explain what capitalism and socialism is, or like just general theory, based on like the vibe of their debate. Or we have this one. I'll let you choose as a basis for theory. This piece here, which is why New York fell for socialism. Evil socialism. Again, same source. They're both from this Reason TV channel, which seems to be like, yeah, like libertarian propaganda channel, I guess. So like, I want the third option, please. What the economy based on the Bible that we saw yesterday. In the socialism versus capitalism debate. I want the third option. Commie curious, sexy socialist. Yeah, you want that one? Is that what you're picking? I do like some Zoran fear-mongering. Fourth option then. AI hallucinates, but completely unwhimsical, useless, and boring when it happens. Well, New York didn't fall for socialism, so the debate will probably be more appropriate. Dude, are you seeing this? Like, look, there's a fucking communist symbol on the Statue of Liberty. Are you sure they didn't fall for socialism? Are you sure? Red flag. Hello. It's a red flag. All right, let's listen to the debate. Then. Can't we just have some clips of Zoran mixing some dubs or whatever? The Zoran hit pieces are pretty narrow these days. Well, like, I don't even know if it is a proper hit piece on Zoran exactly, as opposed to like socialism generally, but like whatever. I almost fear the debate. So much content. Bro, there's so much to unpack here, I'm sure. I wonder if they actually debate one another. Nah, it's just like you get a turn to speak, I'll get a turn to speak. Lame. Let's see if they actually have a... Richard Wolff's opening, Gene Epstein's opening, rebuttal and discussion. All right, let's hear their openings then. Yeah, it's a small rebuttal section, isn't it, compared to the rest of it?
It's unstable.
I get enough Zioran al-Assad between his channel, this channel, and his parasocial cult members. All right. Oh, man. If you're photoshopping a hammer and sickle behind Zoran, it's a hit piece. Dude, that's hilarious. Debate boxing. That should be a sport if it isn't. Only if the sickle falls down. All right, let's listen to what he has to say then, shall we?
To go through them. But there are three. Beyond that, capital slavery or serfs to go beyond feudalism.
Did they just cut him off completely? They didn't even start with him. The hell? Why would they start so late in his opening? All right, let's see how he critiques capitalism then, shall we?
Know something about value, and that.
What the fuck? Oh, here we go.
Thank you all for coming. I assume that socialism is the reason that you came, either for it or against it. And I hope that the things I have to say will make some sense of it for you. I did want to comment on the notion that Reason Magazine is free and that the Understanding Marxism book costs money. And I want to urge you not to infer from the price what the values of these things are. That would be a mistake. It would be confusing the price with the value, and for those of you that know something about socialist theory, that's something you want to avoid. Okay.
Socialism is often the reason I came. I get it. It's because you're commie curious.
Socialism preferable to capitalism. My basic argument is that's a very low bar. That's not asking much. And I want to make that case as strongly as I know how. But I have a problem in the very beginning, as I always do, traveling around this country, talking about this. And that is, we are like bears in this country, coming out of a hibernation, about 70 years of it. Since 1945, when everything changed, from a society in which socialists, communists, Marxists occupied all the normal positions in society as teachers and workers and bureaucrats and unionists, when we had a New Deal that celebrated many of the objectives socialists have always supported. Across the United States had a big picture over the wall, the clerk's office where you bought stamps. And there was Uncle Sam with his hat, arm in arm with Uncle Joe, which stood for Joseph Stalin. After that, there was, not so surprisingly, a terrible reaction. The business community and the right wing in America was horrified that for the 1930s, we had had a program of raising taxes on corporations and the rich in order to fund the creation, for the first time in American history, of Social Security, unemployment compensation, the first minimum wage, and a public employment project that hired 15 million people. The rich had to pay, and the mass of the Americans got the benefits.
Redistribute these nuts, commie. Yeah, take that, eh? Everybody loved communism until they started fucking taxing people more to pay for welfare, eh? And public works projects. Eh? Goddamn commies. Once they started taxing the rich more, all of a sudden communism became evil.
This was so horrific, it freaked out the forerunners of the Koch brothers. And then an alliance with the Soviet Union finished off whoever wasn't freaked out already. And so in 1945, everything had to be undone. The New Deal coalition, for those of you who remember your history, socialists, communists, the CIO
Koch brothers,
unions representing tens of millions of American workers, they're the ones that made all that happen. They're the ones that made Roosevelt do all those things. And they had to be defeated, and they were. And the way you break up a coalition is you find the weakest link, or what you can make out to be the weakest link, and suddenly communists and socialists who had been the militants making the 1930s the greatest unionization period in American history. We never had anything like it before. We've never had anything like it since. Communists had to be transformed, and likewise socialists. From the great allies in the war, from the great vanguard of social programs in the 30s, they became agents of a foreign power likely to be interested in strangling your cat. And they had to be driven out of the unions, the 1947 Taft-Hartley, driven out of their teaching jobs, driven out of the consciousness of the American people, who were terrorized about being interested.
Does anyone deny this? Like the Red Scare and like the idea that the concepts of socialism and communism were made to be scary after World War II for the West or anyone under the auspices of the American Empire. Anyone be like, what? That's outrageous. People hated communism since its inception. When the cat's away, the mice shall play. YouTube comes to life when Ravi's not here. Eh? The evil moderator. That's basically the premise of Rock Hill's book. Well, that like people were down with it until the propaganda machine went into overdrive to convince everyone that it was evil. See, that's like one of the amazing things about Europe. Like the Europeans have like socialist parties running in parliament and stuff like that, and like no one's scared. Like when you say the word socialism, they're not scared of it. Like when I go over and visit people in Europe and stuff, like my partner's family, and like talk about socialism, like no one's just like, wait, what the fuck? What's that? Like everyone understands that there's socialist and communist parties and stuff like that. It's not scary in the slightest. And they're just like, yeah, it's just another party in the electoral process, right? They're just normal people like the rest of us, right? A bit crazy. Thinking about seizing the means of production. The Coke operate an extensive, highly secretive internal financing network through entities like Coke Supply and Trading. This internal bank allows Coke Industries to manage immense global capital flows, trade commodities, and leverage assets globally without relying heavily on traditional Wall Street lenders. Thanks, AI. You should ask AI if the Koch brothers have learned anything from Lenin. They're surprising Leninists, those guys, apparently. Well, it means all your naughty words will just be blocked and now show in chat. Be good, for I am the enabler of chaos. We take it back. We take it back. Americans have a visceral reaction to the word socialism and communism. Yeah, but like everyone does now. Dilemmas. Like I've been to enough like Make Australia Great Again rallies. What are they called? March for Australia rallies. To have like people like to hear so many people be like, that's communism. They want communism. They want to do government spending on stuff. That's communism. Everyone. It's not just Americans. It's the entire Western world, or the entire sphere of American influence, which is pretty much planet Earth. Bar maybe, yeah, China, Russia, Iran, some others, North Korea. Like the entire sphere of American influence. The word socialism and communism has lost all meaning. It's just a trigger fear world. I wonder when you said libertarian. I smelled Lenin. Not like Americans. Most Australians wouldn't even know what the words mean. But like they use it. Like I'm telling you, I hear it. Like people call out like, no, that's communism. They write it on placards and stuff like that. Like you can't do that. That's communism. That's socialism. Do you like Medicare? Yeah, but like, shut up. That's not what I'm talking about. But yeah, most people don't know what the word means. That's the real crime. People are indifferent, not just like dramatically opposed to it.
In those things, as they have mostly been in the last 40, 50, 60, 70 years. A personal note. When I went to college as a young person, I was interested in learning about Marxism, and I asked my teachers in the university, what course can I take to learn about Marxism? Half my teachers explained to me there isn't any, nobody here knows anything about it. The other half said, oh yeah, we know about it, but we're way too scared, we're not going to teach you anything about it. In my undergraduate and my graduate years, and I majored in economics, I'm an economics professor, here's a fact. No one ever in any economics course assigned me one word of Karl Marx. Is that because he had nothing to teach us? Don't be silly. They were just afraid. 75 years of fear. There's nothing smart and nothing excusable in any of that. Oh, and let me mention, since it might be of some interest to you, the three schools I attended were Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And if they don't have the courage, what can you expect from Eastern Kentucky? So I have a problem to talk to you about socialism, because unless you're a very unusual American, and there are some, or a foreigner, because the situation's different abroad, you don't know much about socialism. Or what you do know is 75 years out of date, because it's changed a lot, as I'm going to point out to you as I go through the argument. Okay, let's do it.
All institutions that were receiving funds from the deep state? Not surprising. What, these prestigious universities? We're getting deep state funding, and they're not allowed to talk about Marx, not because of the lack of intellectual endeavor, but like purely idealistic grounds. Who would have thought, hey? Maybe it's a dangerous set of ideas. Dangerous for who? That's right. You'll find out.
Socialists disagree. They always have, from the beginning. Socialism is a product of capitalism. It always was. There was no socialism before capitalism came into being. Why? Because capitalism in the French and American revolutions made a big fat promise when it asked people to leave the feudalism that existed before and shift over to capitalism. It made the promise, as in the French Revolution, that capitalism would bring with it liberty, equality, fraternity, and let's add democracy and prosperity.
Matt Bunn, I have arrived. Welcome. You're just in time for Fear E Thursdays. And we're about to watch a debate between Richard Wolff, if you know him, and some other guy called Epstein. Gene Epstein, I think it is. And like Richard Wolff is arguing for socialism, and the other guys are going to be arguing for capitalism. So we're just going to analyze their debate, and I'm going to use that as a launching pad for learning some theory today. Welcome to the stream. Hit the like button, bro.
Is the movement that recognizes that what capitalism promised, liberty, equality, fraternity, and democracy, wasn't delivered and never was. And the socialism is a movement which, if it has anything in common among its different tendencies, is a notion that we can do better than capitalism. It's a
arguing for capitalism with the name Epstein. Brother has some cojones.
Yearning to do better is a notion that we can do better than capitalism. It's a yearning to do better. It's the kind of yearning slaves had to go beyond slavery, or serfs to go beyond feudalism. Employees and the people who empathize with them figure we can go better and do better.
See, I think this is actually a really interesting point here that he's making. Can I just say that, like, you can compare the desire for people to go beyond capitalism to the people who were slaves who wanted to go beyond slavery, or like serfs and peasants who wanted to who dared to dream of a life beyond serving their lord and master. Like, you know, that's a fair call. Like, think about what you do. Think about the lifestyle that you live, like whether or not you're a working person or not. Maybe you rely on the system. But like, think of the type of lifestyle that you have today. It's a system of essentially, it's a system of coercion to one degree or another. Okay, you can choose not to, partake in the system of wage work, where you have to earn a living in order to survive in society. You can choose not to do that. Maybe you have the skills to go live off the land or something like that. Or maybe you don't, and like you're just happy to fade away into the background and just die somewhere. But like most people make the choice that they have to make some form of a living. They have to make a wage and get employed somewhere in order to simply survive in society, to be able to afford to live. They have to afford to buy food, to buy housing, clothing, and maybe some luxuries if they're lucky, maybe enough to support a family, or another generation of people, or maybe a couple of generations of people if you look after your parents and you look after children. But like that system is, in and of itself, while it may be more luxurious generally, or come with a higher living standard than serfs or slaves, it is still a system where you trade your freedom, your labor, like for the time that you are employed or the time that you are involved in making a living. So maybe you work for yourself as a small business. Oh, I work for no man but myself. But like the time that you're trapped and you give yourself away to an endeavor simply to make money so you can just buy things just to survive, just to have your life, your sustenance maintained. Like that sort of system is one where you compromise, and you compromise on your freedom. Now, again, you might be happy with that situation, and you might be happy with the fact that you only work 8 hours a day and like you have 2 days off every week. And you might think that that's actually a form of freedom, but like there's still a level of coercion in that. Like, you're not free. There is no freedom in that situation. Like, if you were truly free, you could eject yourself from that environment and not die. But like, you're tied to that system, and it's a pay-to-play system. And so if it's a pay-to-play system, you must have the means to pay. And so like, hence why we have this notion, or they call it, socialists, dirty commies do, people that are commie curious, they call it wage slavery. Okay, fine, you get paid for it, and you're not indentured. No, it's not like you're trapped somewhere, and if you try and leave, they have the right to kill you or something like that. But like, it's a form of slavery in the sense that like, once you block out those hours of the day as a, like, you know, as per your contract with your employer, like, you're not free to do whatever you want. Like, you are subject to their rules, their requirements, like their direction. Like, they get to control you within a degree of like what is considered to be socially acceptable. Of course, like, they can't, like, you know, sexually harass you or something like that, or like, I don't know, bully you. But like, most workplaces are riddled with that stuff, so they're not supposed to do that stuff. But like, if you look at it objectively, that's what it is. Like, you go and get a job somewhere for like the entirety of your shift, you are told what to do by your boss. Now, some people are like, I have a great situation, my boss is a lovely person, like, they don't order me around, I actually get to do what I want. Okay, fine, but like, you know, within reason, you're expected to deliver. And so you got to use your time effectively to provide value for the organization or whoever's employing you. And so like, that is you selling your time on earth, your freedom, to someone for monetary exchange. And so like, it's that exchange, that idea that you're selling yourself in a labor market. But like, that idea that like, you're not just doing it because you feel like getting some cash, because you want to do something with the cash. Maybe you have an idea to invest in something and become an entrepreneur. Like, fundamentally, you're doing that because the society you live in is pay to play. Capitalistic society is a society where most humans out there are not self-sufficient anymore. For the longest period of time, like, you know, peasants, like people that live a peasant existence, not serfs, so not people that were like tied to their lord or something like that, and not slaves who were literal property, like people that lived a peasant existence. And a lot of people lived like that for a long time. Like, they were free in the sense that they were able to continue their existence without relying on the market. They could make their own food, they could make their own clothes, they made their own housing, they sourced their own energy. They were like detached from a system. But like, in capitalism, like, for most of us people, you know, whether you're a small business owner or you're a worker, or whatever, like, you are fully reliant on the system in order to survive. You must buy your food at the shops. You must buy your housing or accommodation, or pay for it somehow. If you don't buy it outright, you lease it. You must buy your clothes. Like, most people do not make their own clothes. They do not make their own food. They do not replicate their existence. They get their existence from the market. And like, a lot of people will say, but isn't that freedom? That's free choice. Okay, like, yeah, okay, it's freedom, because like, you get to like buy nice stuff on the market, which is lovely. And you get access to things that you wouldn't have access to if you were just, you know, making your own clothes or making your own food. Like, I get to eat fucking, I don't know, asparagus that's made in Argentina or something like that, or garlic that's from China, or oranges from the US. Like, hey, I wouldn't have been able to enjoy that luxury if I was making my own food. Isn't that freedom? Isn't that the real freedom? Being able to buy produce despite the fact that it's not in season. Yeah, I guess there's a level of freedom in that. But the idea is that in order to obtain that orange, or obtain that garlic, or that asparagus, or that fucking shirt that you really like, or that car from China or something, you can only do that if you sell yourself essentially on the labor market in exchange for some of that sweet cashola, which we have learned today. But like, you know, remembered today is like not even sweet cash anymore. Like, it's all digital. And like, once the digital infrastructure gets attacked by a foreign power, like we're all completely screwed. So not only do we have to sell ourselves for this digital currency, but like the digital currency doesn't even exist and can be switched off like a light bulb. And so like, you know, what are we really selling ourselves for anyway? But like, it is an important feature to remember, if you can, like that the wonder of capitalism, like that wonderful thing that everyone always talks about, is just like, but it's increased living standards for so many people, isn't it amazing? Is also the trap. You don't get to eject yourself from the system. If you have grown up inside the wonders of capitalism, like you don't get to eject yourself from it either. Like if somebody turned off the electricity in my house and like cut me off from access to my money that is stored in a bank account digitally, I would die. I have no way of, in my tiny little courtyard, producing enough food to sustain my existence. And like I have no access to get the means of supplying my existence, and I don't have the skill set to go live in the bush somewhere, because my skill set is to survive in a system like this, where you earn money, you earn a living to afford a living, to buy that shit on a market somewhere and enjoy that. Like many perks, but like that's the catch-22. Like we have traded our freedom, a level of freedom and independence from previous times, for wage work, for working for a living. And hence we are working people. And I have a much broader definition of working people than like most socialists and communists or traditional orthodox Marxists and stuff, who would argue that like working people are only people that, you know, are like proletariat work in industrial capitalistic production, because that's where the value is really produced. I don't really have that frame of mind. I think most people are working people because they work. Even if they're like a small business owner or something like that, they're actually producing value and they're working to survive in the system where it's pay to play. And that makes them working class to a large extent. So like, just remember that the system that provides the freedom, because like we've been conditioned to believe that freedom is just like, oh, freedom is you get to buy stuff if you can afford to buy it. Like you can go on holidays anytime you want. How free of that existence? Like no one's telling you that you can't go anywhere. There's no master that says you can't go on holidays right now to Dubai. No one can tell you you can't do that. Oh yeah, but like, can you afford to do that? No, of course I can't afford to go on holidays and stay in a 5-star hotel in Dubai. Not that you would want to right now with all the missiles that are flying everywhere. But like, no, you aren't free in the sense that like you must find a way to extract money from the economy to then live out your freedoms. So you're free as far as you have the ability to pay for it on the market. That is the true devil's bargain of capitalism. Has some great benefits, but it is truly a system based on a level of entrapment for the vast majority of people out there. Just think of it like that. Any system with even one law is coercive. Fair enough. Time to awaken the sleeper. Yeah, when one system dominates most of society, it becomes adhere or leave society, which hasn't really been an option since we started developing agriculture and shared resources. Which means the only option is really obey. Yeah, fair enough. Or if we had more permaculture type systems, we could produce a variety of nutrient-dense foods more locally. Yeah. But that would piss off neoliberal corpse Voltaire. What did someone we heard yesterday called neoliberal? What was it? It wasn't predatory capitalism. It was something else. It was something good. I hunger for neoliberal corp tears. Is that why you put this in here? Yes, let me taste your tears. Oh, they're so delicious, so yummy. Voltaire and neoliberal tears, so good. This is the Kohei Saito point mystery. Kohei Saito point. We have been programmed to believe that freedom is freedom to subsist / survive, not freedom to thrive. He calls it bad freedom and good freedom. Yeah, give me some of that good freedom. The good idea too. So many good clips. Hit those algos. Crony capitalism? No, there was another word for it. It's like almost like predatory capitalism in a way. Slave trade, wage slave capitalism. That's what it is. All right, back to it.
Than capitalism. That's what socialism is. Beyond that, socialists agree about three flaws, failures of capitalism. And again, briefly, to go through them. But there are three. Capitalism is unstable. Capitalism is unequal. And capitalism is fundamentally undemocratic. Let me briefly explain. Unstable. Every 4 to 7 years in every capitalist country, on average, there's an economic downturn, not due to nature and not due to war, just built into the system. It's called a business cycle because it always comes back. Millions of people lose work, businesses go out of business, a crazy crash. You know what it's like. If you pick up the financial press, you'll know we're waiting for the next one to hit this year or next. Mr. Trump's biggest worry about being reelected is that it'll happen too soon. He worries, as we all do.
Okay, so like just really briefly, like this is not just like this iron law of the universe that if you have any type of economy, that it is subject to crises. Like that's not an actual thing. It's not a real thing. Like you wouldn't actually expect if you set up some type of economic system that it would crash in a periodic basis. Like at one point in industrial history, like there were actual economic crises happening every 10 years. You could almost set your clock to it in like during the Industrial Revolution. Like what he's talking about, like now at a period of about 47 years, most capitalistic countries around that time period have some type of economic crash. Like we have words for these things, like apart from crashes, there's recessions, downturns, like booms and busts. Like these are inbuilt ways that we understand our reality in capitalism. And like people are kind of just like, oh well, it's just the market, like kind of thing. It's just like, no, that's actually, it's not like just some unfortunate event that no one saw coming. Like this is actually a feature of the system itself, as fundamental to capitalism as a boom period is, so is its opposite, the downturn, the crash, like the trough to the peak. Like it is actually part of this style of economy. It is because capitalism is unplanned largely and leaves itself to the invisible hand of the market. Like the market will always make the best decisions. Okay, well the market compounds shortcomings, contradictions and problems within the economic system that develop in the background, and when that problem manifests on such a large level that it rears its head and becomes a serious problem that is like potentially debilitating to the entire economy, that is what we call like a crisis. And that is not, it's not a bug. Exactly. It's not like this, oh my God, how did this happen? Like that is the system of capitalism. That like these problems go unaddressed because the market doesn't have a mechanism for it. Or actually, better than that, the market has this inbuilt into it. That like eventually it needs a correction. Markets need corrections, and the correction is the crisis. And the crisis is always looming. It's always looming. We are experiencing thus in Australia at the moment. We have set up a housing market, and the market is feeling the burn of the way it has been composed and treated over the last, I don't know, so many decades. Let's say since the turn of the war. The market has been developing, And it is like different policies have happened, different market reactions, different responses, different waves of migrants, different cultural attachments to housing as a marketable item. All of these things have combined to develop into this problem, which we call a housing crisis now. And that housing crisis is in plain sight for all to see, that it's fucking problematic. And everyone's just like, oh, isn't this unfortunate? And like, it's like, no. It's not just unfortunate. It is unfortunate, but like it is what markets do. Markets have underlying problems that metastasize, that that grow into these really awkward features that need to self-correct only through a crisis, only through chaos, like actual chaos, like the destruction of value. Like it has to destroy value in the system. It has to hit rock bottom, and then it will build up again, become through and go through a period of prosperity, and then it will develop into a period of problem crisis. And so like that is a cycle within a market system. It is unresolvable. It is unresolvable when you leave it to the market. And like, I think most people just see that element within market systems, within capitalism, with like producing things as commodities to be sold on the market, like housing, which is like, should be a goddamn human right, and like should be something that people just like kind of provide. Like society should just provide housing. Like, let's be fucking honest. But like we've turned it into a market commodity, and we've fucking turbocharged that in Australia, for example. And like, it's a big fucking problem. It's such a big problem in Australia that it threatens the rest of the economy. But like and it's unfortunate, yes. But like, it's not like, oh my God, how random. Aren't we unlucky that the housing market is going to cause a crisis that might debilitate the entire Australian economy? It's like, no, that's what capitalistic markets do. They harbor crises, and you can stave them off, but like eventually it will form into some type of a crisis situation, and maybe you can avert some of the consequences of that, but it needs to go through a correction point at some time. And you can stave it off for as long as you want, but like maybe staving it off will cause like a depression, not just a recession, not just a downturn, but a fucking depression, which with like, you know, massive consequences that destroy human life, not just value. There's not just like a correction in the market, so like a bit of value gets destroyed here or there and things lie around not being used properly, but like human life is destroyed as a result of that. It is a feature, something to remember anyway. It's not an anomaly. It is part of the cycle. No, it'll resolve. Some people will live and be very wealthy. Others will die. Plaz, welcome to Theory Thursdays. Unfortunate but not predictable because it's baked in. LOL, the modern phrasing is so deceptive. Let it cook. Fuck. I fucking hate people who say capitalism is broken. Nah, bro, it's working as designed. Scarcity is built in to capitalism. All right. Some of you may die. So good. All right, back to it.
It's an unstable system. That's crazy to live in an unstable system. If you live with a roommate as unstable as capitalism, you would have moved out long ago. What an amazing thing to accept a system that every 4 to 7 years threatens millions of people with unemployment, lost income, interrupted vacation, interrupted education, lost mortgage, you name it. Then let's do the next one.
You have to, man. For the meme. Dude, I still can't believe you clipped Endo Z World before. Crazy. Yes. This one's for you, Ravi.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
So good. I'm back, beach faces. Mr. Abbott in the house, just in time for some Beer-y Thursdays. Strap yourself in, we're going deep.
Equality. Oxfam in England keeps track of these things. And the latest number from them summarizes it all. The 80 or 90 richest people in the United States together, in the world, have more wealth than the bottom half of the population, 3.5 billion people. That's the achievement of capitalism. That kind of...
making these basic mistakes. Baking mistakes, inequality, mass death. Oh no, it's baked in. Oh my God, landlords, Solver, homelessness and serfdom. Just needs another coat of paint, am I right? Oh my God.
Distribution. If you took away half the wealth of those 80 to 100 people, guess what? They'd still be the richest people in the world, only you'd now have a vast amount of money to deal with the sickness, the lack of education, the absence of water, the insufficiency of food of the vast majority of people. What an achievement, such inequality. And now finally, the lack of democracy. The part of it you probably know and thought about is the buying of our political process. On display every day, everywhere. You all see it, you all know it. But here's a part of the lack of democracy you might not have thought about. Long ago, we got rid of kings, queens. We decided we didn't need somebody sitting at the top of society telling us all what to do, so that we would all be, let's call it subjects. That's what they called us. So we got rid of the kings and queens, and we said, no, we can run this in a different way, this political system. We can all get together, we can periodically vote and take steps and collectively make the decisions that used to be in the hands of the kings and the queens. How interesting.
Citizens. Yeah, we went from subjects to citizens. And what's the difference between the two? Subjects are ruled by a sovereign. I mean subjects. Cough, cough. Yeah. Subjects are ruled by a sovereign, and citizens have sovereignty. The sovereignty comes from the citizenry. Richard Wolff is the one leftist who can be snarky but entertaining. Me lord. Yes, dude. His style is just like, oh my God. Can you see this? Can you see how it's bad? Huh? I'm telling you people, this is not a mistake. This is real. So snarky.
We democratized, at least a little, the politics. And what we didn't do was to democratize the economics. So what do we have inside each enterprise? A little king, an owner, a manager.
You should look up what? Cyrax and Marty fight. What is that? Do I want to look this up? Am I going to regret this? This is like a thing I should search on YouTube, or like generally. Oh, it's a fist fight thing. Oh, it's like this is world fight stuff. The hell is this? Trust me, bro. It's comedy gold. Oh, dude. It's bum fights? Oh, God. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Alright. Not happening. Not happening. Not right now, anyway. If you find me your choices piece and put it in Discord, I'll check it out. Oh my God. I find most leftists can't be snarky. They just sound annoying. But he manages to do it and it'd be entertaining. It's such a fucking skill, isn't it? To be snarky. The first video you saw them at, Rex screams like a bug-eyed banshee. Alright. Let me finish with the theory first before we go down that hole.
A board of directors, a king and his court, who run everything, who make all the key decisions, what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the profits everybody in the enterprise helps to produce. If it's too difficult for you to hear me out, then it's a sign that I'm getting to you.
Thanks.
And what to do with the profits everybody in the enterprise helps to produce. If it's too difficult for you to hear me out, then it's a sign that I'm getting to you.
Yeah, heckler. No way. Holy shit.
We're good. Please keep going.
Please hear out Professor Wolf. Please respect Professor Wolf.
Whoa. Good
We don't have
heckle.
democracy in our workplaces. We never did. The commitment to democracy is verbal in this society, limited to that voting activity where we live, but not where we work. And as adults, that's where we spend most of our time.
Think about that for a second. Okay, think about that for a second. Most adults across the world do spend most of their time at work. Most of their waking hours, 5 out of 7 days, they are at work. Now think about that, okay? Like we value democracy, okay? And we talk about like how good our society based on like how, not me, I'm always home or in the hills. 40 hours per week. Like think about that for a moment. Like there's your waking hours during your waking hours during a 7-day week. For most people, they are spending their time in an organization where they have absolutely no power in that organization. They are actually told what to do. So most of that time that we were talking about before, where people sell themselves for a wage, where they make the money that they need to sustain their existence and they're directed by somebody else, like most people don't exist on numbers in a world that is democratic. Most people live in a world where they are controlled by an organization or by an individual or by their boss or their employer, however you want to call it. And they just do whatever they're told and expected to do, and they have to deliver. If they don't deliver, they can be fired. So like most people's experience of adult life is not to live in a democracy, but they spend most of their adult life in organizations or systems, institutions, where they have actually no power, no voice in that system at all. They just make something, they like provide a service, produce some type of good, produce some type of value that somebody else gets to decide what to do with. And they have basically no real say on how their time is spent. They have absolutely no say in that at all. So like if you think of it on the numbers, like this idea that we live in a democratic society is really limited to the political realm. And so like if you think about how much time the average person spends on politics or being politically active, it is pretty much like what? Once every 4 years, people will be like, all right, I'm going out to vote today. Maybe if you live in a system where there's like multiple levels of government, you might exercise that power once every couple of years. Let's just say once every year. You go out and you participate in democratic society. You go out and you cast your vote. Like I'm doing all the, the fucking air quote stuff because like it is a really democracy if you're just voting. Like you're not actually partaking in politics. But like let's just be generous and say the voting part is the democracy part. Like that is a fucking crazy ratio. Like you might go out once a year and exercise democracy, which is like the hallmark apparently of a free and prosperous society. But like the rest, at least 40 hours a week, I think Blaz said before. Like 40 hours a week of your waking time, 40 hours of 5 days, let's say. Let's just use the standardized work week stuff in Australia anyway. 40 hours out of 5 days of a week. You're in a organization, an institution, you're in a group with other people where you are told what to do in order to earn money to be able to survive in the economy. There is no real democracy if you break it down from that perspective. Most people will never look at it like that. They will think, politically, I live in a democracy because I vote and like I'm not told what to do. by like a king or something like that, I'm free, because like I get to say who's in control of the government, what party's in power. Even if I don't choose them, I had a say, and that makes it legitimate, and thus I live in a democracy. But like, do you live in a society that is truly democratic if most of the time you spend, you're in a situation where you have absolutely no say in anything? Most of your adult life, or at least the productive part of it, most of the productive part of your adult life is spent somewhere where you are told what to do and you have absolutely no control over what happens and what you do with the time you spend. When you think of it like that, it's like, man, that's crazy. I cast my vote every 4 years, but all I catch on my line is bottom feeders. And it's even more depressing in non-compulsory voting systems like the USA. Well, we probably don't think it's that bad. We spent 12 years learning to behave under hierarchy. And it's funny, right? The schooling system or the education system in industrial society is just a way to prepare young humans to be good workers. Yeah, we are good. We are well trained in hierarchies, aren't we? Very well trained. So theoretically, there are some systems where you just have no say. Four years, Marty. We vote in 4 years. Short people need more love. My mum had a button that said that. All right, back to it.
Going to work, being at work, and recuperating from work. In the workplace, no democracy at all. We do what we're told. What we produce belongs to somebody else, and we have no say over what they do with it, how this is organized, what the technology is. And socialists, therefore, have said, my God, we can do better than capitalism, and that's what they want. And that's what they agree on. But here's where the disagreements. How do you go about it? What do you do? And we have a benefit, socialists do today. We have some experiments that were made in the 20th century. Russia, China, Cuba, and so on. And we learned from those experiments what works and what doesn't, what should be pursued and what should be set aside. And so the new socialism, and if you're not aware of it, that has to go back to what I said at the beginning. You haven't been keeping up, which is hard to do in a society which makes socialism a taboo. What has happened to socialism is a refocusing of itself. It's not interested so much in the state doing things that achieved rapid rates of economic growth, true enough, but it also left too much power in the hands of too few people, and that has to be addressed and dealt with, which socialists have been doing. And the new focus of socialism is to do something at the workplace that was never done, to go beyond capitalism in the organization of the workplace, to democratize the workplace, to make where we spend most of our adult lives at work a place where democracy reigns, where all the people who work in an enterprise participate in making the decisions of what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the profits. Because if they all together made those decisions, we wouldn't give some people $150 billion and other people have to borrow money to get their kid through college. We wouldn't have the inequality. We certainly wouldn't allow the irrationality of every 4 to 7 year instability. Everybody together would choose a technology that isn't dangerous to the health of all of us at the workplace. We could go beyond capitalism, but we have to have the courage to do what was not yet done, not in Roosevelt's New Deal.
Liberals be like, fuck yeah, democracy. Voting once every several years. All right.
And not in Russia or China either. The transformation at the base of society into a democratized workplace. That's the new direction of socialism. That's where socialism will be in the 21st century that we are now entering. It's a new and a different socialism. It has learned from its own earlier experiences and experiments. 2 little footnotes. Capitalism did not emerge out of feudalism all finished in one swell swoop, did it? If you know the history, you'll know that capitalism started in this town, in that village, in that area. Often it didn't last more than a few weeks or a few months, sometimes a few years, and then it was crushed by feudalism, and they had to figure out how to survive, and they had to get together. It took centuries. Socialism isn't born all at once either. It makes its early experiments. It had one in the Paris Commune in 1870, and then it had some other experiments in the 20th century that I've mentioned. And just like with capitalism, you learn from your experiments how to make it better next time, how to correct the mistakes you made in the project that has animated socialists from the beginning. We can do better than capitalism, and there is no reason that the human progress that took us beyond ancient villages and tribes and slavery and feudalism should imagine itself to have stopped at this point. Every other system was born, evolved, and died. Capitalism, we know, was born and evolved. I'll leave it to your inference as to what it is doing now. Thank you.
Savage opening remarks, yeah? Savage. All right, let's see what this guy's about. Gene Hackman. Gene Epstein is the guy. All right, he's going to be fighting for capitalism. So you fucking commie curious people out there, all right, calm down. Calm down. He makes some great points. He makes very good points. I really like the concept of, like, if you really cared about democracy and you thought like democracy and freedom are the same thing, then like, wouldn't you want to live in a democracy or a democratic society, like a truly democratic society where decisions are made in a democratic fashion? They're like collective decision-making process, especially if it's in segments of your life where you spend most of your time, really. You spend most of your time in a situation where you are at work in order just so you can pay to play, to live. But like you're at work and like you're just being told what to do there within reason, but like told what to do. Like, wouldn't you look at that system and be like, no, we value the idea of collective decision making? Like, wouldn't we want it to happen here as well? Why not? If we think that collective decision making is so good, and it's so good that it's akin to freedom, then why wouldn't you institute that economically as well? Because like, if you thought that was a ridiculous notion, that like you could put democracy in a workplace or into the economy somehow, then you must look at your political system and just be like, well, people making collective decisions is ridiculous. People wouldn't know what to do. Like, people are crazy. Why would you give them the vote? Why would you give them a say in that process? People are nuts. We wouldn't let them run a business, let alone run the economy. But then we look at politics and we're like, yeah, that's completely acceptable. Completely acceptable. Yeah, let people vote. Why not?
By the way, there are seats up front for people who are in the back, and I want to apologize to Professor Wolf for that outburst. That was very rude. We don't run the Civil Forum that way. And thank you, for Professor Wolf, for being gracious about that. Well, let me start. It is a pleasure to share a stage with Richard Wolff, who I consider my alter ego in a parallel universe. We both came of age as socialists. In my case, from age 1, since my mother was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, and I have her FBI file to prove it. You could always tell who the FBI agents were in the party because they were the only ones who paid their dues on time. Richard paid his dues by getting an economics PhD at Yale, followed by a career advocating socialism. I paid my dues by evolving into a different kind of radical, a bleeding heart, freedom-loving advocate of capitalism. I believe that even the deeply flawed capitalism we have now, heavily distorted by government interference on behalf of the powerful, is preferable by far.
Distorted capitalism. Okay, like, this is, like, the wonder of this is, like, this idea is, like, capitalism would be okay if it wasn't for this, and this. Like, capitalism in itself is a fine institution that works, or a fine form of economy that actually works perfectly, but it's interference from the government or like big corporations or like corrupting forces that are the real problem. Like capitalism as a way of developing your economy is completely fine. Completely fine. I wonder if these people that like spout this type of argumentation understand the irony, because like when commies get up and they defend communism, or socialists get up and defend socialism, and they're just like, that's not real communism, or that's not real socialism, don't look at what happened in the Soviet Union, that's not real communism, and they laugh at those people and they're just like, haha, they just did the line, that's not real communism, that's not real socialism. When people get up to defend capitalism, every time they say that, they're like, oh, look, that's not real capitalism. That's not real capitalism. Capitalism shouldn't be constrained by the government. That's what libertarians say. And like people that are like, I guess, a little bit more liberal are like, oh, capitalism shouldn't be constrained by big monopolistic corporations that take over and just run the economy for themselves. That's not real capitalism, man. That's not real capitalism. If we just let capitalism thrive and do its own thing without these evil players, then like we would have a perfect system. But like the exact argument the exact critique they use to laugh at socialists and people that are commie curious, they use the exact same line themselves. And they find no problem with doing that. Seems a bit far-fetched in a system based on infinite growth and productivity. But I didn't have the language in a consistent thesis till reading his book. That's essentially the capitalism is broken line. Yeah, it is pretty much. It's just broken. Capitalism is actually fine in practice. Now, I would argue that there's been enough time with capitalism to see what it creates, and it tends to, because of competition, it tends towards monopolization because of the forces of competition between varying and vying capitalists and entrepreneurs. Like one gets ahead because of that competitive environment and like acts to cannibalize the other, therefore cancelling the competition out itself. There are certain forces within capitalism that are contradictory and lead to the end of capitalism. Now, what most socialists probably won't argue, because they probably don't know enough, is that like socialism or communism even will be full of contradictions too. It'll be full of these little things that lead to the end of socialism or communism. But like I think the fundamental difference between someone who supports capitalism and somebody who thinks about socialism and communism is like someone who argues for capitalism argues in the sense that capitalism is the be all and end all. There is no system after capitalism is the greatest system ever, and you will never have anything after it. Whereas people that advocate for socialism and communism are like, no, there is life after capitalism. It's probably something like socialism and communism. And then, yeah, if there's another system that's another progression thereafter, then fucking so be it. It might not be, the socialism isn't the end game. Communism isn't the end game. There'll be another development after that. That's what the human race actually does. It progresses over time with an increase in knowledge and technology and the way that we relate and to our environment. We develop over time. But like I find that capitalists will never acknowledge that. They think that, or people that are proponents of capitalism will never acknowledge that. They think that capitalism is the highest order of human civilization and there is no way to go past it. Like there's nothing beyond capitalism. And I think that is, if you look at human history, just an absolutely ridiculous notion. There's no evidence to suggest that we just reach a peak of civilization and don't push beyond that. There are no forces that push beyond a certain level. There is consistently some type of change, technological progress, productive forces. Like there's a change within the way that we do things, technologically, the way that we understand our world and relate to nature and our environment, and we move on to another stage of our development. They're like, that's historical materialism, baby. Oh, yeah. If the powerful left the government alone, then government would leave us capitalist businesses alone. Then us powerful businesses would leave the government alone. I mean, if capitalist businesses aren't the influence he's talking about on government, then I don't know what he's talking about, LOL. Leave Britney alone. Oh, and Hassan also went on trip with a few orbiters to Cuba on a state-sponsored trip, LOL. Hence why the feds investigated them. I always thought socialism was a bunch of rich cunts robbing nasties. Interesting. Oh, it could have been in certain systems, definitely. A privileged few robbing the rest. This is a point Kareem raised with us in a pod. Have you heard the externality argument, particularly in regards to the environment? Yes, only like in terms of like externalities are costs that are not borne by the market. They're definitely costs, but they're not factored into price. If that makes sense. Economists basically put lots of environmental factors into externality box and ignore it. Things like, oops, we're destroying the planet, or this type of fish, or this forest, etc. Yeah, like pollution, basically. Like many factories for a long time, much industry for a long time, just like dumped their waste and into like the local environment, and they didn't have to factor it in as a cost, and it's just considered an externality. It's a problem, but it's not a cost, eh? Right.
To Richard's socialism, I believe that even the deeply flawed capitalism we have now, heavily distorted by government interference on behalf of the powerful, is preferable by far to Richard's socialism in promoting freedom, prosperity, and equality. Richard bears a very heavy burden of proof because his socialism has never existed. He repudiates my mother's Soviet Union, my mother's favorite Cuba. He has indeed called these systems state capitalist. I'm glad he's learned from their mistakes, since their mistakes has in fact, of course, cost the blood of tens of millions of innocent people. He wants the economy, as he explains in his book, Democracy at Work, A Cure for Capitalism. He wants the economy reorganized around workers' self-directed enterprises in which employees own and democratically run companies and keep the broadly defined profits or surplus that normally go to the employers. I fully support what Richard calls employees becoming their own employers, so long as people freely choose that arrangement. Richard thinks such firms are a substitute for capitalism, but they're actually just another option that capitalism offers. Nothing about the system of protecting property rights of firms in a free market dictates how these firms must be structured. Richard himself has written about the, quote, varying kinds and degrees of democracy in the workplace which already exist. Based on these cases, he observes, quote, workplace democracy responds to deep needs and desires, unquote. But these deep needs and desires seem to run only skin deep. Richard has written that in today's worker-owned enterprises, quote, it might be legally possible for worker owners to transform the enterprise so that they become not only owners, but also collectively directors. However, he concedes, that has very rarely happened. Well, no doubt it very rarely happens because workers very rarely want it to happen. But the move to workers' self-directed enterprises can happen in the capitalist system if workers do want it to happen. Start with
So like his basic argument is here that it's like, well, look, if you want your little socialist paradise, Richard Wolff, where workers own the workplaces, well, we've already got that option, all right? That happens. That happens already. We have workplaces like that. There's a huge organization called Mondragon, if you've ever heard of it. It is a large-scale, very successful, transnational corporation, I'm pretty sure, that is owned and controlled by the workers that work there. And so he's like, if this system was so good, then why wouldn't everyone be doing it already? Okay? That's the wonder of capitalism, that people have the freedom to run their workplaces any way they want. But guess what, Richard? Because of the freedom, they choose not to. Hey? Take that. Checkmate, commie. That's what you get. If people really wanted it, they'd be doing it already. Hello. Did you not know this was a thing? So, like, look, it's an interesting argument. It's just like, this freedom exists. People can do this. So why don't they do it already if it's so good? Now, if you know the history, and I think Richard talked about this, if you know the history of capitalism, capitalism just didn't spring, like literally one day you were living as a fucking serf on the Milord's territory, Milord's lands, and then the next day you woke up and you were working in a factory in fucking London or Manchester or something like that. Like, capitalism had to evolve from the system of feudalism, and it did so with much help from the state and people making laws and legislation. There is like a great history of economic works that have been written of how the transition of capitalism came about in somewhere like England, from the feudal arrangement, from when people were literally serfs and peasants on the land, to how they got into being like workers in a factory somewhere. And a lot of it was actually instituted. It was laws. It was laws that were instituted by the state, or like decrees issued by the king, that like basically what happened for a large part in like feudal England to capitalistic in England was there were a lot of peasants and serfs working on the land, and the wool industry fucking exploded, and England was trying to sell wool to the Dutch to kind of work with their insatiable industry that needed a lot of wool. And so like they started privatizing land and kicking peasants, kicking serfs off the land. And so like all of these serfs and peasants were just like roaming around the English countryside, just like roaming around, because they had literally been kicked off the land because the lords and people with power in that system, in that feudal system, were like, fuck, I can make a lot of money privatizing this land that all these fucking commoners live on. And like I can just like put sheep there instead. And then I'll just pay some of these peasants to like shear the sheep for me. And like that's how capitalism started forming, because like these large landlords, or these lords of the realm, this nobility were like, fuck, I'll just privatize. I'll like close the commons. And like that displaced heaps of people. And so like heaps of people got kicked off the land. And so you had all these vagabonds, as they would call them, just like roaming around England, like these poor, vagabonds, these homeless people, landless people that like used to have a self-sufficient lifestyle as a peasant or a serf on a farm somewhere, and they completely displaced. Now, at the same time as the land was being privatized, the industries were growing in the urban centers, and so people started moving from the land to the urban centers. But a lot of them rejected that lifestyle because they thought it was worse than slavery. They thought like it would be much nicer if they just got to move back into their farms and their peasant existences. They didn't want to go into the urban centers because they were like, I don't want to die in a factory somewhere. I don't want to work for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and die of exhaustion. No, thank you. I'll take my chances just roaming around England. Thank you very much. I'll just be a literal grifter. I'll just go grift around for a little bit. And so the state changed laws en masse during the transition from feudalism to capitalism. They brought in a series of laws that banned vagrancy, banned being like a grifter, like someone just like walking around, a transient. And like if you got picked up by the police or by some county or some sheriff or something like that, for like just wandering around, they used to brand you and throw you in what they called the poorhouse. And the poorhouse, they used to put them to work in factories and stuff like that. They used to put them into work, like forced labor for industrialists, for people that were in urban centers making stuff. And so like there was a huge transition for a long time, and they had to force working people to become workers. Most of them were like, fuck that, I'm not working. I'm not working slave labor like conditions in a factory somewhere in like pre-industrial to industrial England. Fuck that. I will take my chances on the land. And so like it was over hundreds of years and policy decisions to get people to transition away from being self-sufficient peasants to wage slaves or wage workers. There was a huge transitional period. It took a long time to convince people that they had to work or they were just going to die. Some people actually chose the death option. They're like, I'll take my chances with death. Thank you very much. I don't want to work in a factory. Not happening. It took time. It took a lot of time. So like this guy basically just like brushing it off and being like, oh yeah, well like people can already set up workplaces where they can control the workplace and they choose not to. Well, checkmate. Socialism and communism isn't such a good idea after all. Like sometimes these processes can take generations. And like Richard Wolff already covered that anyway. So like I hope this guy is going to delve into this a little bit deeper. Because again, Richard did cover this. The power is yours. I voted. I love this structured environment. But I love it. It beats working in a factory.
The fact that the bottom half of the population accounts for 1/3. But the move to workers' self-directed enterprises can happen in the capitalist system if workers do want it to happen. Start with the fact that the bottom half of the population accounts for 1/3 of all consumer spending, the bottom 4/5 for nearly 2/3, adding up to trillions of dollars per year. On the investment side, there's over $1 trillion in labor union pension funds domestically and an estimated $40 trillion worldwide held by labor union pension funds. All this financial firepower could be marshaled to make workers' self-directed enterprises the dominant mode of production. And it would be true to the 1960s view that radical change must be implemented by the same people who seek to be the embodiment of that radical change. But the unwillingness of workers to follow the Marxist playbook is as old as Marxism itself. Around 1980, democratic socialists like Michael Harrington and Tom Hayden advocated a bottom-up socialism similar to Richard's. But they acknowledged that without the coercive power of government, worker-owned enterprises, quote, are almost impossible to get off the ground, as two of them wrote. Richard might argue...
Again, this is what we were talking about before. Workers, like people, peasants, had to be fucking coerced by the state to get into capitalism in the first place in somewhere like England. Like, think about what happened in, like, the colonies to get people to fucking get into capitalism. Like, to leave their existences behind. Like, if you went to somewhere like in South America where people were living like in village life, basically, like completely self-sufficient, egalitarian existences in villages and all that sort of stuff. And then you had some colonialists to come in that wanted to mine gold, didn't have a working class, and so they had to basically take over that area via force and subjugate the local population and throw them into slavery to get someone to work the mines. Like capitalism didn't just like people weren't just like, oh my god, there's a bunch of colonialists here. They look like incredibly advanced. Look at them, they got ships and they've got guns and stuff like that. Let's get in on the capitalism. And they all just left their villages in droves and like came out and were just like, please teach us how to be, you know, working people and capitalists and stuff like that. They colonialists came to areas where there were resources or some type of strategic location and they needed workforces, and so they used to force local populations into labor. If they were lucky, they forced them into like a wage labor scenario, and they like paid them and like just like got them used to being wage laborers where they work for some type of fee, like for some type of payment, and then they can use that payment to buy shit. Like most people around the world, like in the colonial experiments, let's call them, were not really given the option of wage labor. They were usually forced into labor. Like if you hear any of the accounts of what happened in like South America at the hands of the Spanish, and like the rate at which local populations were dying in order for the Spanish to extract silver out of like South America to send it back to Spain so it could then be traded with China so they could get nice things from China and stuff like that. Like the way that they developed what we now know as like the working class across the world was by force. And like he's just like, yeah, well, you know, socialism doesn't really work unless there's the state to force people into little socialist enterprises and socialist workplaces. And you're like, well, you're not wrong. All right, mate? But like that is the history of capitalism too. Forcing working people around the world who are usually serfs or villagers or like people that like kind of looked after themselves into wage labor. They were forced into working for capital. It wasn't some just like, hello there, I'm from Europe. We have this amazing system that we're developing and you can earn a living and buy stuff on the market. Would you like to try that out? Most of them were like, fuck you. No, thank you. We'll do our own thing, please. And they had to be forced into it. So like, I get the sentiment. Like he's probably not wrong. Well, you know, wherever they've tried socialism, they've had to force people into doing socialism. Like, okay, fine. But like, that's exactly what happened with capitalism as well. People had to be forced into wage work. They had to be forced into the idea of working for a living. Most people were more than happy to live a peasant villager style existence where they looked after themselves. Maybe they paid tithes. Maybe they produced a little bit more and they had to pay it to some landlord or they had to pay it to some noble class or something like that. But for the most part, they looked after themselves and like maybe they had some type of conscription arrangement as well. And like if they were under attack, they had to go fight for the tribal leader or the landlord or something like, or the nobles or something like that. But like for the most part, they looked after themselves and they weren't like wage workers. That was forced upon humanity, wage work, which is the basis for the capitalist system. So like if you want to be smug about it, okay, fine, yes. In the 20th century examples we have of socialism, you could argue that most people had to be forced into working in some like socialist dystopia. Now, that is exactly the same conditions that developed capitalism. So don't get too high on your high horse there, my friend.
That it's okay to use government power to try to jumpstart workers' self-directed firms, since government is okay, impossible to get off the ground, as two of them wrote. Richard might argue that it's okay to use government power to try to jumpstart workers' self-directed firms, since government often rigs the game anyway. But a Marxist like Richard should be deeply troubled by the old contradiction of radical change from below being implemented by the force of government from above. And beyond that, he would use government to socialize finance and the allocation of labor. That's why he and I are taking opposite sides in this debate. He advocates a full-blown form of socialism that will put freedom, prosperity, and equality under siege, just like the old socialisms did. But let's go all the way with Richard and assume that a socialist political party wins at the ballot box with 2/3 of the electorate voting for its candidates. Since 2/3 is normally interpreted in politics as a mandate, the government makes Richard's socialism a reality. But voting for a radical idea in a voting booth is very different from a full and active commitment to that idea.
Activate the like button on YouTube. Yes, very good. If you're new, subscribe for more and follow on Twitch. Offbeat. As a wage slave, it is actually problematic. I like mining for hours on end and watch Tom Pearl edits on the vape I have that has a screen on it. Without capitalism, I wouldn't be able to experience this. Yes, you're right. Absolutely. You wouldn't be able to experience those high-end consumer goods if it wasn't for capitalism. Fair enough. Fair enough. Colonial capitalists, happy socialists. Press the damn button. Do it. Yes, you wouldn't be able to have that stuff if it wasn't for capitalism. True. It's very true. Thank God for capitalism. But like, could you still have those things? Now we have that productive capacity. Do we think capitalism is why humanity invents? Well, I think that's the notion behind that statement there. Is that like only capitalism could have produced my ability to watch Tom Pearl edits on the vape. Only capitalism could produce this wonder. But like, no. We have industrial level civilization now, and capitalism isn't the only way to organize industrial civilization. You could argue that capitalism is the reason why we've industrialized. But do we have to keep it going? No. Government funds most research that capital benefits from. Now, there's a lot of that. Government subsidies makes the world go round. All right, let's let this guy finish.
So let's not assume that the 2/3 have anticipated the real consequences of what they voted for. Richard writes that apart from doing our assigned jobs, workers would each be, quote, democratically and collectively given fully equal participation in decision-making over their own enterprise and over the broad economy, unquote. He adds, somewhat ominously, quote, no one could work without engaging in both roles. There will be a need for financing under Richard's socialism, both to create new worker-owned companies and to provide funds for enterprises that want to expand. The, quote, obvious alternative, writes Richard, to the existing sources of finance is, quote, socialized banking, consisting of, quote, self-directed enterprises where workers and communities affected by bank policies together direct and operate banks. So Richard would shut down the nearly $50 billion raised annually through crowdfunding and the several hundred billion raised through various forms of venture capital. And finance is not the only function he would relegate to the power of politics. He also proposes a, quote, specialized agency that would, quote, always know from constant monitoring which existing enterprises need more laborers, which have registered the wish to commence new production, all the relevant skill and experience requirements, and where affected laborers and enterprises are located, unquote. He adds that the agency's reports would be submitted to all workers to aid them in making their decisions. Notice that he's talking about knowledge of the relevant skill and experience of 160 million workers in the U.S. across hundreds of thousands of firms. That's information the specialized agency will, quote, always know from constant monitoring. From my work experience, I can tell Richard that those constant monitors who keep coming around will be the butt of jokes, and the information they come away with will be superficial when it isn't totally misleading. So in Richard's world, we'll be required to do our assigned jobs, attend meetings about company matters, and vote on the outcomes. We'll also have to pore over the reports.
Dude, that's mental. Side note, Elon just applied to be allowed to launch another 100,000 satellites. Checking for veracity. That is a crazy claim, man. Oh, request. 100,000. And who does he apply to? Who controls space? Seriously. 100,000 satellites. Oh my God.
Of the labor allocation financial agencies, and then discuss their recommendations with many others and vote on those outcomes. I submit that only in a dystopian nightmare can most of us imagine ourselves spending our waking hours in this way, especially since the vote of any one of us, can hardly determine the outcome anyway. Richard approvingly uses the 1960s term participatory democracy, in which we each get to participate actively in democratic decision-making. In a 1970 book called After the Revolution, sociologist Robert Dahl explained the arithmetical unworkability of this idea. If each attendee at a meeting were given just 10 minutes to address the issue being voted on, it would take 10 hours to move on to the next issue, provided there were only 60 people at the meeting. But let's take this leap and assume the participatory democracy would be functional. Many firms seeking to expand their operations will have to borrow funds from the democratically run financial agencies while also applying to the democratically run labor allocation agency for more workers. And these democratically run agencies will be ruled by the vote of the majority. But to pick up on an objection raised by Atlantic Magazine journalist Connor Friedersdorf, we might ask, how easy will it be to get the democratically run finance and labor allocation agencies to support the expansion plans of firms that produce Muslim prayer rugs and Korans and the building of new mosques? Friedersdorf goes on to ask, Would you prefer a socialist society in which birth control is available if and only if a majority of workers exercising their democratic control assents? Or would you prefer a society in which private businesses can produce birth control in part because individuals possess economic rights as producers and consumers, the preferences of a majority of people around them be damned?
Dude, that's like such a weird like example to use, like considering the fact that like birth control, whether it's provided on the market or not under capitalism, is always under attack by the exact political institutions that support capitalism. Like birth control is actually under attack right now by conservative politicians in the US. And so despite whether the fact, like whether the market makes birth control an option, because there's like these wonderful capitalists out there who've decided to produce birth control for profit. Like if the politics of the nation is controlled by conservatives who want to get rid of the idea of birth control, then they'll just get rid of it. And then that affects the market. So it's like the same thing. Socialists might vote to get rid of birth control, but like that's actually happening now in the current political system. People are voting to get rid of birth control. Like what a wild example for him to have used there. He should have said something like Coke. Does everybody like enjoy drinking Coca-Cola? Well, what if the workers in a socialist utopia decide to stop making Coca-Cola? Then you won't be able to have Coca-Cola anymore. Do you want to live in a world where you can't buy a Coke when you're thirsty? I didn't think so. This socialism stuff is outrageous. Can't believe he actually used an example like birth control, which is actually something that is being politically suppressed. It's always on the menu for discussion, that one. Why would he use an example like that? I'm drinking a generic Coke right now. Yeah, well, you can only get that because there are people that are out there making that and they're not workers who are voting against it. All right? So enjoy it while you can, because the commies are coming to get you.
Quote, Friedersdorf's question applies to the related issue of freedom of speech and press. Would you prefer a socialist society in which dissenting journalism is available if and only if a majority of workers exercising their democratic control agrees? Or would you prefer a society
Let him cook for 9 months.
In which private enterprises can produce dissenting journalism, the preferences of a majority of people around them be damned? So at best, our freedoms would be circumscribed by the tyranny of the majority. But we don't have to press this decisive objection, since the overwhelming likelihood is that elected representatives and their appointees will have most of the real power. There won't be enough hours in the day for us to even be aware of the thousands of decisions being made each day on our behalf. Special interests will form around these centers of power, and as Friedrich Hayek accurately predicted about conventional socialism, the worst will get on top, because power-hungry people are mainly the ones who end up on top. Our most beloved living ex-president, Barack Obama, was called by New York Times journalist James Risen, quote, the greatest enemy of press freedom in a generation, unquote. As left-wing journalist Glenn Greenwald has pointed out, Obama used the archaic 1917 Espionage Act to prosecute more journalists, including James Risen, than all previous presidents combined. So freedom of speech and press is a fragile thing, constantly being assaulted on all sides, and especially by government. If you magnify the reach and power of government under Richard's plan, politicians in power can stifle dissent by stealthily denying funds and labor to enterprises that put out information.
It's so crazy. Like, this guy's just like, did you know that Obama crushed freedom of expression and the free press? Did you know, more than any other president? And so, like, what? Did Obama exist in some type of communist or socialist economy or society? No, he existed under capitalism, the height of capitalism, to be fair. And, like, what about these other presidents as well? Were they living in some type of communist or socialist dystopia? No, they were living at the height of American capitalism. Okay, so you're plucking examples of people who are from a capitalistic society literally shitting on freedom of the press and freedom of expression, and you're using that as an example of like how communism could be evil one day. Like, do these people listen to themselves? Like, honestly, he sounds like he's against democracy. It sounds like he's just against some type of invisible demon that he's up there fighting all by his lonesome here. He's just like, see, when Obama does stuff, right? Like, you say, this is where we could be going. It's like, but Obama did that. And he did that under the system that you're advocating for. Like, honestly, what is your fucking point, my man? Come on now. I knew that was going to be his argument. Oh, there's too many executive decisions for workers to do, and you wouldn't understand. You'd be corrupt and power hungry. Look, and like, you know, and it's a fair assessment. Like, generally, a centralization of power leads to a position where people can assume such power and use it corruptly. So, like, the centralization of power is always problematic. Look at what happened, you know, at the end of the feudal times, right? The centralization of power towards the king and away from the nobility that usually ruled over society. Like, centralization comes with that problem. I get it. But like, I don't know if you use any example of like actual American presidents who are definitely emblematic of a capitalistic society, and using examples of how they've done some crazy shit is the best argument to use against socialism. Obama deported more people in his first year compared to Trump. Deporter in chief? Yeah, fair enough. It's a fair argument, but it's not one that you can immediately level back. It's one that you can immediately level back at capitalism. Yeah, it's like a general argument like against centralization of power, which is fine. But again, like, you know, why pick an example from actual capitalism as to why that's a problem? Why not use like Stalin like everyone usually does? Like, fucking hell. What an idiot.
Information that government doesn't want published. Now take the issue of prosperity. Take the force that brings prosperity, innovation, or what economist Joseph Schumpeter called creative destruction. Richard thinks that as long as people can be offered another job, they'll agree to giving up their current job to allow creative destruction to happen. But since people naturally resist change, efforts at major or even minor change would likely be thwarted by special interests reluctant to give up their established positions. Imagine the response if Steve Jobs sought funding for a smartphone that would also replace a flashlight, a watch, a camera, a compass, a calculator, a recorder, CD player, and GPS navigator, threatening the industries that turn out those products. The pattern of obstruction will be emboldened by the knowledge that most new ideas fail and few succeed in a big way anyway. Policies toward imports could make Donald Trump look like a free trader. When consumers voted with their dollars to buy Japanese cars because the cars were better made and lasted longer, there was a market in place that made it hard to stop the imports. But in a politicized environment, the threatened industries would find it easy to prevent the foreigners from selling us the cars. The planners will have a perfect excuse for rejecting any projects or proposals they...
The argument about the iPhone is always like, it's like, let's talk about the wonders and the innovation of capitalism. And then people are just like, well, check out the iPhone. It used to be a radio, a CD player, a video camera, a flashlight, a computer. And now they're all mixed into one. Capitalism, innovation wins again. And like, out of all the fucking things, out of all the things you could have argued that capitalism invented, like the internet age, like the idea that we are connected through telecommunications, infrastructure, and technology, like as a species at like near light speed. And like people always bring up the iPhone. Like it's just like, well, you know what? If you didn't have capitalism, you wouldn't have an iPhone. It's like, fucking, can we not scrape the bottom? Like if you're going to make an argument for capitalism, like, can we not scrape the bottom of the barrel, please? Like, look, fucking iPhones are great. Don't get me wrong. But like they exist on a form of telecommunications technology that is just like one of the most spectacular inventions or innovations of human history. Like I can literally speak to all of you right now, and some of you are on the other side of the fucking world, and we're interacting with one another. And like all they care about is just like, you know, this thing used to be like 10 different devices. You used to have a radio separately, used to have a camera separately, a flashlight separately, a phone separately, and now they all fit in your pocket. That's capitalism. meshing together a few things into a smaller device. That's your argument, bro. Come on. I don't have an iPhone, so checkmate. Yeah, take that, asshole. So good. Military developed the internet. Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. Innovation without right to repair and inbuilt redundancies is not innovation. It's intentional failing. Because capitalists don't care about the progression of civilization. They only care about their profit margins. What makes them wealthier? Yeah, that's why you get like iPhone 16 now with 2 cameras. You're like, damn, all right. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Innovation. Yeah, you're right. Like, the focus is not on societal development at all, is it? It's just like, yeah, but now iPhone comes in green. Fuck yeah.
Don't like the economic reality of scarcity. By scarcity, I mean the fact that when everybody
have 3 cameras.
But in a politicized environment, the threatened industries would find it easy to prevent the foreigners from selling us the cars. The planners will have a perfect excuse for rejecting any projects or proposals they don't like. The economic reality of scarcity. By scarcity, I mean the fact that what everybody wants always adds up to more than there is. So they can reject proposals they don't like on the reasonable grounds that the resources are simply not available. So freedom and prosperity would both be under siege in Richard's system of socialism. On inequality, as Noam Chomsky has pointed out, you can find income equality in a prison where power is quite unequal. And political power will be more unequal than even under our flawed system of capitalism. The flawed system we have is preferable by far to what Richard proposes in terms of freedom, prosperity, and equality. Because we have so many avenues of private funding, dissident publications like The Intercept, Jacobin Magazine, Reason Magazine, books like by Richard Wolff, and a debate series like the Soho Forum can persist. Because we have private funding and reasonably functioning consumer and capital markets, innovation that brings prosperity can persist and even flourish.
Dude, Noam Chomsky is totally in the Epstein files. And, like, it's so bad as well. It's so bad. Like, I fucking idolized that man for so long. Read so many of his works. Was like, no, man, he understands it, man. But, like, some of the conversations that he has with Epstein are so fucking awkwardly questionable. Like, why are you doing this, Chomsky? Like, honestly. You fucking painted yourself as, like, an anti-establishment figure. And, like, he's just, like, very, very candid. It's not like, oh, you're good at finance. Can you just help me with my bank account? Which is what Chomsky said when it first came out that he was associated with Epstein. He was just like, look, he's good with finances and he just helped me with, like, my finances. And then it came out the type of conversations they were having as fucking gets pretty gross. For someone who has spent a lifetime analyzing the levers of power and how the world really works, for him to rub shoulders with, like, the dark face of how the world really works and basically give it, like, free advice. Fucking crazy. Motherfucker just made, like, 8 rapid fire claims with 0 evidence other than it happened during capitalism. Does that really prove anything? They talk about damaging a movement, eh? It's like, it's like, it calls into question his authenticity. That's what it really is a problem as to. Like, he has such a dearth of, like, interesting thought and critical analysis. And now there's just a question mark as to whether that critical analysis is legitimate. Like, his critical analysis is poignant. And it's like, does that mean that you have to question his art now? It's like the Michael Jackson kind of paradox. Like, let's just say it's true that, like, Michael Jackson was, like, a serial child sex offender or something like that and did some crazy shit in Neverland. Like, can you enjoy Michael Jackson's music now and, like, detach that from the fact that he was, like, potentially a deplorable human being for his actions? Like, can you separate the two? Can you be like, no, I just like Michael Jackson's music, but if I ever had the chance, like, you know, I'd throw him in prison, lock away the key, all that sort of stuff. And like, he should be deplored for what he did privately, but like, hey, I still love, I don't know, Billie Jean or something like that. It's the best song ever. Like, can you enjoy his music knowing what he's done? And it's like with Chomsky, like, can you enjoy his critical analysis and the way that he's like structured his entire body of work, knowing that like when push came to shove, those people that he was criticizing, he was happy to provide assistance to. I'm falling apart. No, that's ignorant. No, that's ignorant. I stopped listening to bands when the vocalist turns out to be a cunt. Yeah, well, there you go. I think Michael was just weird and liked to hang with kids whose parents wanted a paycheck, but I'm not sure. Yeah, like, who knows? But like, I'm just saying, like, let's just say he was a massive PDF file. Like, can you still listen to his music and be like, yeah, this is a great song, that kind of thing? Or do you have to be like, nah, fuck this, I can never listen to this ever again? It's like Chomsky, like, he has rubbed shoulders with one of the most disgusting human beings alive, because of like the stories of what he's done to other human beings and like children and all that sort of stuff. And like, can you trust Chomsky's work anymore? Do you have to throw it away, or is he still legitimate? Libertarians rely on us listening to their words and confusing capitalism with commerce, ingenuity, and inventiveness. I don't think Jackson was guilty, but he was infantile. Yeah. Interesting thought experiment nonetheless. Yeah, can you ever trust Chomsky ever again? Or do you have to throw it? Yeah, this is the Andrew Callahan conversation. Like, can you enjoy his work? Or do you have to be like, no, he's grub? But like, was he charged as well? Or did he just be like, I didn't do it? Like, kind of thing. Like, it's pretty open and shut that like Chomsky was emailing Epstein. Like, Chomsky didn't deny it. Like, Callahan, when we watched him anyway, fervently denied the allegations and was like, no, that's not me, I didn't do that. Do you know if he was charged with anything? That's why the Michael Jackson thing is kind of like, didn't he? I don't know if he was ever found guilty of anything, I'm not sure. Interesting question. It's still good work, but now it leaves a bad aftertaste. Yeah, and like, it questions. There's enough doubt now to bring down the entire thing. He bogged them down with legal filings until they had to stop. Okay, so like, he used lawfare, basically, which is like pretty much an admission in itself, if that's what you're claiming. Michael just paid him off to shut them up. Yeah, fucking again. We'll never know. But like the Chomsky stuff, like, again, like, I don't think he's disputed those emails, and the emails, you know, they speak for themselves. Like, him giving advice to Epstein how to handle with like sexual harassment allegations and stuff, to a convicted child sex trafficker, telling them how to like deal with situations like that. Fucking crazy. One had evidence of a kit being performed and back injury, one of Callahan's victims. I read Chomsky and Epstein. The documents show a deep, naive, and uncompromised social and financial acquaintance, but they do not contain evidence of criminal misconduct. I'm not saying it's criminal, but like, he's rubbing shoulders with the very people that he potentially spent a good part of his lifetime advocating against. So it's just like questionable, right? Was MJ in the files though? I don't think so. I haven't heard anyone make that claim. And I've heard people go to the extent of like, that's exactly what MJ was doing with Neverland, was like, he knew about Epstein and co and that life, and that's what Neverland was. It was a place where only children could go, like a safe haven. I've heard that theory before. As well as a therapist vetting at the time of it happening. She had attended appointments, so it was recorded. Yeah. Interesting. The big questions, eh? The real questions. Hearing the name Gene Epstein in 2026 gives me chills. The thumbnail looks like Bernie Sanders versus Bernie Sanders. Shall we get to the part where they actually debate each other? I wonder if they actually do that well. I want to see if there's any fire in it. Yeah, the old artist versus the art. All I gotta say, they don't really care about us. Oh my god, thanks Dilemmas. Very funny. I'll always have a spot.
Thank you, Gene Epstein.
I think he was a kind of talented but twisted for sure.
Richard Wolff, we're now ready to do the audience Q&A. We have a couple of microphones set up. Please walk up to them. I am going to be, I realize that each of you probably on some level view the other as a Nazi. I am going to be, which is wrong on both counts, but I'm going to be a Nazi. I'm going to ask you to state a question. We don't want to hear a lot of speeches. We want to hear questions. Direct them to either or both people. Debaters. So let's go, and we're going to start right now. Go. First question.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Jacobi. I'm from Germany, native German, and it took me 35 years and winning the Green Card lottery for learning what libertarianism is. I studied social science in Germany, taught it.
Thank you. What's the
question? I would like to know from Mr. Wolff why he thinks that it was not possible for me to learn about libertarianism and tyranny of the majority, even though I studied social science and taught it for 7 years at high school. Yeah, I'm now 38 years old and it took me moving here. But you learned it obviously before you learned about Marxism before you.
Yeah, what's the fucking question? Yeah, I want to know too.
Even left high school, because if you know about the term when you start studying, I would say it was much easier for you to find out about the other side than me.
Okay.
That studied social science and taught it.
Okay, thank you. Richard, please use a microphone.
I'm not sure what the fucking question was there. Did he just say, like, you learnt about Marxism, or you knew the word existed, so you were able to learn about Marxism, but no one ever told me about libertarianism, so I never learnt about it until I got an economics degree or something? Like, well, I'm not actually sure what's going on there.
Hold one up. And I guess it should be on. Could you...
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the question was basically,
What was
he was
that question?
calling BS on the idea that you couldn't learn about Marxism.
And the question was that I really could, or that you want to know why I couldn't?
Okay, so
he took a long
he's
time,
actually
and you
saying-
took a very short time.
He's
Why is
saying
that?
libertarianism is harder to learn about than Marxism in today's
I
society.
never indicated the number of years it took me to learn Marxism.
You're expecting libertarians to be critical. That's your first mistake.
Okay, Richard, can I...
Took me.
Libertarianism is harder to learn about than Marxism in today's
I
society.
never indicated the number of years it took me to learn Marxism.
Okay, Richard, can I...
I am sorry it took you a long time, if that helps.
Do you feel like there is not a free flow of information in contemporary America?
I mean, it blows my mind that you could even say that.
Okay.
Give
All
you-
right, thanks. Okay.
Let me explain. Economics departments, which is what I know around the United States, is where you might learn Marxian economics. You have to go, first of all, the vast majority of economics departments in the United States have no person in them who knows of or teaches a course in Marxian economics. Number
It's
one.
so tense.
They don't have them at all. Number two, the vast majority subscribe to a basic kind of mainstream economics that's called neoclassical economics, which is the dominant tradition. There is a small dissenting group that are called Keynesian economics because of something that happened in the Great Depression and the new development of a critical perspective that has nothing to do with socialism. There's tremendous fights between the neoclassicals, who are the majority, and the Keynesians, who are minority. One of the very few things the two groups can get together on is excluding Marxists. That's the way the American economic system works. And since it's the economic...
I can't hear libertarianism and not think of the floating nation they wanted to build on our permanently flat, never moving ocean, endless meme stock.
Economics department. That's the way the American economic system works. And since it's the economic economics departments of our universities that train the politicians who deal with economics, the journalists who do economics, and the people in the top reaches of business, you have a solid kind of mask, if you like, of uniformity in which the kinds of things that a Marxist economist talks about are bizarre for them, not because of their complexity or their newness, but because they have no experience whatsoever in dealing with these things. And that has been true for the entirety of my experience in the American academic environment, where I've been a professor all my life. It is a systematic exclusion of the kinds of ideas that I represent that makes students to this day not encounter it, or, if they have a lot of fortitude, to have little study groups on the side at their own expense to learn this kind of material, because this country remains afraid of dealing with that kind of thinking and that kind of tradition, even though the literature for it is massive.
Okay, thank you, Richard. And wait, Gene, I'm sorry, hold on. Richard, can I ask, does it complicate that scenario at all that we have at least one major candidate for president, Bernie Sanders, who identifies as socialist and has a large turnout? I mean, the idea that socialism is somehow suppressed seems like a reach, to be quite honest.
Bernie Sanders is the first candidate in 75 years not to disown that title as part of the requirement not to commit political...
Socialism is when government does stuff, Guy? No, I don't think so. John Stossel, who loves a bit of a jostle, I think. No, I don't think that's him. Wait, is that the guy? But socialism is when the government does stuff.
Not to disown that title as part of the requirement
set. Seems like a reach, to be quite honest.
Yeah, so here's the tackle with this one, you intellectual powerhouse, you, if you're listening to this. If socialism's so suppressed in America, then explain Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani. Oh, wait. The guy in the Navy... Oh, sorry, the navy blue shirt, right? No, that's Richard Wolff. Maybe he's said that before. Is that like a line of his? Is it? When socialism is when the government does stuff. John Jossel. That's right. Thank you. Yeah.
Bernie Sanders is the first candidate in 75 years not to disown that title.
Yes, it's the guy. That's his line.
As part of the requirement.
Suppressed. Seems like a reach, to be quite honest.
Bernie Sanders is the first candidate in 75 years not to disown that title as part of the requirement not to commit political suicide. And you want me, in the first time in 2016 that he dared do it, breaking that taboo, I'm supposed to pretend that the one person so far done it in 75 years undoes what I just said? You got to be kidding.
Okay. And Richard, I'll look forward to the first time a major party candidate actually explicitly is libertarian. Gene, do you have a comment?
I completely agree with Richard. Is this on?
Yes, it's on.
It's on. It is on. Okay.
Yes.
Aren't there libertarians in the Republican Party, though? Yeah, socialism is when the government does stuff. Okay, here's the guy. Socialism is when the government does stuff.
It's on.
Thanks. Yeah, I completely agree with Richard that that there's a lot of mind rot in the academic departments on economics. Most of these economists basically want to run the world. They want to pretend that economics is a branch of mathematics. It's a waste of time for the most part. In the age of the internet, don't let school get in the way of your education. There's no excuse not to inform yourself about a whole range of things, including Austrian economics, with which I identify, or Marxist economics, with which Richard identifies. The internet offers just an incredible amount. Lectures from Richard Wolff himself on the internet. I appear regularly on Part of the Problem, Dave Smith's show. So you want to catch that, to learn economics the intelligent way, whatever you really learn, you teach yourself anyway. Don't let school get in the way of your
Thank you. And it might be interesting. We're going to go to the next question to think. There's, by my count...
Was he just grifting? Like, he didn't actually answer the question at all. He was just like, go to my website if you want to learn economics. In the age of the internet, who needs economics professors anymore anyway? That's so 20th century.
I think there's two Marxist economics departments in the country. There's one at Notre Dame and one at UMass Amherst. There's about 2 Austrian programs of note, maybe 3. So we're, as Dave Smith pointed out...
Do you reckon, like, honestly, anyone want a thought experiment that one? Sanders would have whopped Trump if he had been nominated. But to me, the Dems were threatened by more by Bernie than Trump, 100%. He would never have gotten there. But like, do you actually reckon if like it was Sanders v. Trump, like Sanders would have won? I don't know, man. diverted the question and then plugged his site in one shot. I have a question. They're all answered if you join my course for $69 a month. Oh, it's so good. The Dem donors hate Bernie. Sanders had walked the talk for decades. I don't know. I just don't see it. Like, I guess like when Obama got elected, I didn't see that coming. I was like, no way Americans will vote for a black guy. It's not happening. It's not happening. And like, I don't see, I would never have seen if like it was Sanders v. Trump. I would have thought like, no way would Americans vote for a dirty commie. But hey. Use code word LIBTARD to get 5% off. That is hilarious.
We're all losers in this room. We have that in common. We're in the same club. Okay, question.
Let me just briefly correct it. There was at Notre Dame a department. That program was destroyed about 8 or 9 years ago and doesn't exist. And the program at University of Massachusetts, where I taught, has ejected most of the Marxists that were there. There were half a dozen. And so it is now really better described as a Keynesian or left-wing Keynesian program.
Thank you.
There is no Marxist department in the United States. There are only scattered
Marxists build one.
Here or there.
Get those workers building up from the ground. Let's go. Okay, question. Sir, no preamble. No, we don't care where you're from. We're all strangers here. It's the French Foreign Legion. Just ask the question.
This question is for Richard. In a 100% capitalist society, laissez-faire capitalist society, where there's no Federal Reserve, you would be well within your rights to be a socialist. All you need to do is band together with other socialists and form your own community. Whereas, if I want to be a capitalist in a socialist society, I would be forbidden from doing so. Why do you want to force everyone to be a socialist? Why not let the capitalists be capitalists, let the socialists be socialists, everyone's happy?
Thank you.
Yeah, Will Ferrell. Yeah, I know, right? Sanders would have had a better chance than Hillary. So much better, but I just don't see. Yeah, I don't know. Too skeptical, I guess.
First of all, in whatever socialist societies you're referring to, and the major one in the world today is the People's Republic of China that uses that name, they are busily encouraging people to form and develop capitalist enterprises. So the premise of your question is wrong, number one.
Yeah, take that, dickhead. So good. So it's like, yeah, who said you can't have capitalists in a socialist society? Man. Biden would have had a better chance in 2016. Yeah. Sanders was robbed. Bansel Bandon. Welcome back into the chat.
Number two, I never said and would not argue that in a society that is in transition, as I believe capitalism is, there aren't all kinds of spaces for there to be enterprises organized in the old traditional capitalist way and enterprises organized as worker cooperatives in the new direction. I would expect that kind of coexistence to continue to be filled with tensions and difficulties, much as capitalist enterprises began in feudalism and existed in a tense relationship until the transition happened further. So my presumption is there will be coexisting different structures in whatever name you give to these societies in transition.
Okay.
Look, in line with the gentleman's question, again, under capitalism, property rights of firms are protected. So if there's a worker co-op owned democratically by the workers and they're all directing it, their property rights will be protected. If it catches on and the entire economy is worker co-ops, I say that's great. That sounds terrific. Run your own enterprise. Some of the other things Richard proposes, which would be the iron fist of the state having to do with finance,
Sanders is my favorite multi-millionaire. Come on, man. Now, get him. He owns a couple of properties, and now he's a multi-millionaire. Eh? He's my favorite multi-millionaire. Damn right, bro. Damn right. You get him. Fucking Richie Rich pretending to be a fucking socialist. Douchebag. Get him.
Object to. However, there was an article in the National Review under William F. Buckley, the right-winger, welcoming worker ownership. I know that article well because I wrote it. And so, again, we're not arguing about that. What Richard doesn't really want to do, I know, for example, he likes Jeremy Corbyn's idea, another kind of top-down plan where you can sneak this kind of thing through the back door. Go for it. There are co-ops. They already exist. So in line with what the gentleman said, we already have what you're talking about. We have worker co-ops. We have a huge blend. And if it tilts toward more worker ownership, wonderful.
Sanders dares to own a home. Look at him. He's seized his own means of production. What a douchebag. Owning his own home. Run your own enterprise. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps, etc., etc.
Okay, next question, please, sir.
Hi, my question is for Richard as well. So one of the core tenets of libertarianism and capitalism, or true capitalism, is the non-aggression principle. So my question for you is, do you think that socialism intrinsically violates the non-aggression principle? And if so, can you explain how committing aggression leads to greater freedom and equality?
Okay. Richard? Do you want to do a quick description of the definition of the non-aggression principle?
Okay.
Or you want me to?
Yeah.
Sure. So the non-aggression principle is the principle that you're essentially allowed to do...
Dude, where's Han? We need Han in the room right now. Any libertarians listening to this right now and love their fucking non-aggression principle stuff? Like, don't you aggress me. Don't you violate my rights. Like in a world where you can actually, I don't know, be in a situation, a social situation where as long as you don't encroach on somebody else's right to do something, you can do whatever the fuck you want. That kind of thing. And obviously you can't just go around murdering people because that would encroach on somebody else's rights. But like in a true libertarian world, like you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want, baby, as long as you don't encroach on somebody else's rights, yeah? And do whatever you want. Like it becomes very, very walky on eggshelly very fast.
Whatever you want, as long as you do not commit violence, you do not initiate violence against another person.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer for Richard?
Violence. The non-aggression principle is the principle that you're essentially allowed to do whatever you want as long as you do not commit violence, you do not initiate violence against another person.
Okay.
Can I answer for Richard?
Well, you know that.
Well, no,
I believe Gene.
Nick,
let's
Richard
let
wants
Richard.
Me to, Nick,
okay,
Nick,
Richard, you're good with that.
Richard
okay.
wants me to answer.
Gene, please.
Thank you, Nick.
This is Gene Epstein, a one-man show.
Okay. Look, what's Richard's answer? Richard's answer is, well, you know, you're free to starve, you know, under capitalism. You know, if you don't work, if you don't get a job, you're going to starve. You know, I mean, that's aggression. You know, so again, you know, forgive me, but you know, you're coming at Richard from left field because he's going to say that clearly the capitalist system commits aggression because you're going to starve unless you get a job. And then of course we have a lot of answers to that. Somehow or other, all the starvation tends to happen in socialist countries, not in this country. But I think I got Richard fired up. He's going to answer you now. You're free to starve. I just jump-started.
Right. Yeah. Mission accomplished.
What the fuck did he just say? All the starving happens in the socialist countries. Yeah, like all the starvation that's happening in Cuba at the moment because they have been sanctioned to death by a capitalist power that lives right next door to them. Is that the type of starving? Or is it like the starving actually that happens in capitalism as a result of capitalism? Because it fails, the market fails to provide food to everyone, even though it produces so much food, and people still are malnourished and starve or have health issues related to their malnutrition, which is effectively like starving, isn't it? But like, no, that only happens in the socialist countries, apparently. Like, what the fuck? What a weird way of putting that one. Pay someone else to do the aggression for you. Yeah, that's the libertarian fantasy, right?
Yes, this remarkable tendency in a frightened society to assign starvation or deaths. It's the only place in American culture where counting dead people seems to be a way to make an argument. Gene mentioned it before. Now it's starving people. Before he mentioned the disasters of socialism where millions died. What an interesting argument. We're going to count millions dead. Well, what is it that capitalism's history shows us? The worst two wars in human history, World War I and II, these were products of competition among capitalist economies, weren't they? 400 years of colonialism destroying 2/3 of the world were products of capitalist accumulation and competition. What kind of mentality picks a few examples of admittedly horrible things that deserve to be criticized, but a comparison of death counts? The first book I ever wrote and published, Yale University Press, was called The Economics of Colonialism. It studied what Britain did in Kenya. Britain arrived in Kenya in 1895 and set up the East Africa Protectorate. And 30 years later, 1930, when the Depression hit, I studied what happened in Kenya at that time. When the British arrived, they did a census, 4 million people. In 1930, they did another census, 2.5 million people. British colonialism killed millions of people in one small country. Multiply that. If you want to do the death count analysis, which I find bizarre, you're in very shaky ground attacking socialism on the basis of capitalism. And the same kind of...
It is really shaky ground kind of stuff. Like when people are like, oh, yeah, look at communism, it killed 100 million people or something like that. It's just like, that is horrific. Yes, it is awful. Okay, that like, I don't know, 50 million people starved in Mao's China. Or like, I don't know, what do they usually say in Russia? What do they say, like 10 million people starved in, or 20 million people died in Stalin's Soviet Union. Like, it's just like, yes, that's awful. We are talking about like people dying here. That is fucking awful stuff. And like dying of starvation, like what a way to go. But it's like, do you really want to get the fucking ruler out and measure this one? Like, because there is an economic system that has been around for like hundreds of years now, and like as its basis, as modus operandi, like moving around the world, like engulfing more people into the market system for the sake of profit and destroying cultures and populations in its wake, that it like calculably has done way more damage. Like, do you really want to use that as the measure of what a better system is? Honestly, like, well, guess what? Communism killed more people. Oh wait, no, capitalism has. Like, really, it really has done some awful, awful things. Like, is that the way you want to measure it? Like, honestly, that's the big problem. Like, he's got a fair point. Like, the real problem with the, communism's killed 100 million people or something like that line is that you're really comparing or using as a measure of your economic system, like the worst type of statistic you could find. Like, how much death does it cause? Like, if you really want to go down that rabbit hole, then like, fine. Go down that rabbit hole if you really want to. But you're not going to come out the other side being like, ha, I knew it. Capitalism is the best system, because like the amount of death and destruction that is in its trail from like, its arguable 200, 300 year existence, depending on where you want to draw it. If you want to draw it at the time of the Industrial Revolution, fine. If you want to go back a little bit further than that, the age of exploration, and the opening up of the world market to Europe, like you can go back from then as well. Like, but like it's not a good measuring rod. Let's pick something else, please. Come on. Honestly. Eric, Mr. E, you are an idiot, and swearing to object just shows how ignorant you are. Wolf has more brains than you have, has breakfast. Unwatchable. Wolf has more brains than you have, has breakfast. Interesting. Okay. I'll take that one on notice, and I will get back to you once I decode what you're saying. Clarice in the house. When it ain't someone dying, the death argument is effective to tarnish the opposing side. Yeah. Because I've been in and out all night, LOL. I used to believe in Judeo-Bolshevism, but not so much anymore. It's obviously not an absolute truth, but you will always have opportunistic Machiavellian types. Damn. One of my mates always uses the starvation line when we discuss socialism. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Like, there's been no starvation like anywhere in human history. It's hilarious saying someone is unwatchable and an idiot when you are incoherent. It is pretty funny, isn't it? But like, whatever. Each to their own. Oh my, your critic seems to have a comprehension issue. Yeah. I don't think they understand that I was like agreeing with Richard Wolff there, but I don't think it really matters at the end of the day. At least no one questioned my man bun. That's where I draw the line.
Cherry picking of your examples came with...
No one dies from starvation under capitalism. Absolutely not. Saint Jude changed his name. But it's not a starvation problem. It's a supply issue. It's so good.
Gene and kibbutzim in Israel. Do worker co-ops sometimes fail? Of course they do. Do capitalist enterprises sometimes fail? You bet they do, all the time. What is this strange kind of choosing your example? Let me give you a counterexample. In 1956, a group of workers with a Catholic priest in the north of Spain, in a little town called Mondragon, made a worker co-op. The priest led them. 6 workers, 1956. Today, something called the Mondragon Cooperative Corporation has over 100,000 workers. It's the biggest worker co-op on the planet. It is a great success. It's the 7th largest corporation in Spain. It is a successful worker co-op. 2 American corporations pay the Mondragon Corporation to have their scientists working alongside the scientists in this worker co-op. And the name of the 2 American corporations is General Motors and Microsoft. They understand what those worker co-ops can do, even if people here have to pick an example where it didn't work out. It's as if I said, well, capitalism, just look at the Ford Edsel.
Gene,
again,
you're
let me
champing at the
make
bit.
2 comments. Make 2 comments to Richard's comment. Again, I like what Richard just said. Again, go for it. I only mentioned the kibbutzim because obviously the kibbutzim were a well-known socialist phenomenon. It didn't work out. Mondragon did. I was very interested in the worker ownership movement in the 1980s, ironically, by the way, when I was senior economist in the New York Stock Exchange, I was going to all the meetings. We were hearing about Mondragon all the time in the 1980s. 30 years have passed, and we don't have a Mondragon in the U.S. So I encourage Richard to go for it. Build it. Capitalism will love it. Why not?
Yeah, do
so
it.
Again, I'm not trying to discourage
You're
Richard
so
about going
confident.
for it.
Just
I'm just
do it,
saying that he has the.
Oh man, it's not a starvation problem; it's a supply issue. Stop demanding food. They probably sing Alanis Morissette's "Ironic" unironically. When capitalism fails, it's because of crony capitalism succumbing to corruption. When communism fails, it's just communism. Period. No need to investigate. Checkmate. We gotcha.
Means to do it. He can start that revolution right away within the context of capitalism. With respect to the body count point, the only point that's being made in this case, and again, I honestly apologize to Rich for backing him in the sense that he seems to be now defending the state capitalism that he objects to. He wrote a whole book, collaborated in a whole book, in which he condemned the Soviet Union as state capitalist. So he doesn't really want to defend those old line socialisms. But the difference in terms of body count is that this was what governments did to their own citizens. These famines, because they couldn't run the agriculture right. The worst getting on top, lunatics, sociopaths like Joe Stalin and Mao Zedong and Pol Pot taking over, and murdering their own people either through the sin of commission or omission. That's the difference. Oh God, of course, the body count with respect to war, 2 million people, killed in Iraq and Vietnam. Of course, our body count with respect to wars abroad, horrible. Richard and I completely agree about that. We're talking about the body count of governments against their own people under socialism.
Okay.
That's the bad record we're talking about.
Question, sir. And by the way, if there are in fact any women in the room, it would be nice to hear from you. Okay, scoot up to the front of the line, sir. You've got a man bun. That's close enough. Okay,
Dude, so good. Right-wing commentator. Hey, you've got a man bun. Hey, you'll do. Hey. That's as close to women as we'll get in this forum. Fuck yeah. Developing nations often rely on agricultural exports like coffee, cocoa, sesame, or cotton to service national debts and buy essential imports. This incentivizes prioritizing the export of profitable yields rather than feeding rural communities. Oh, man. There are no women in the room. Well, these guys twins that were separated at birth.
Positioning here.
I do identify as male, and I suspect I will continue to do so. I hope that doesn't disappoint
Fair enough.
anybody.
Okay,
here.
ask your question.
Thank you very much to both of you. This has been very thought-provoking. I have 2 short questions, primarily
Just
for Gene,
ask
but
one.
Richard.
Pick what. This is Sophie's choice time. Pick one of those questions because the other one's not going to make it.
Is economic growth ever undesirable, i.e. does it ever lead to increased suffering either domestically or abroad? And what are we going to do with AI when it happens in about 20 or 30 years and nobody has jobs?
Very good, sir. Okay, either of you. Richard?
Absolutely. We do not prioritize, or we ought not, if that's your question, to prioritize economic growth as if it's a unidimensional plus. It can be, as we learned from ecological sensitivities built up over the last 30 years, that it can be a very dangerous and negative phenomena. But in a society that allows the decision of what to produce and what to invest in to be done on the basis of a private profit calculation, you are hardly in a position to bring in all of those other issues that have to be dealt with. I remember in my education, I was taught a bizarre language which gives it away, that there are, we should remember, our teachers told us, externalities.
Ding, 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 ding. Who brought up externalities before? Who was that? Who brought it up? He's just said it. Hey, there are costs that we don't really consider. I think it was Blaz, right? Hey, they're externalities. Don't worry about it. Hey, nature can burden that, can take that. The local community can take that one. It's an external. How can you even account for it in monetary terms? When I used to work in government, we had to assess. We had to assess like pubs, but like pubs had poker machines in them. They had bars that sell alcohol. Who would have thought? And like they were putting pubs into areas where alcoholism rates and domestic violence rates were like way above the national average. And like we had to decide about whether or not to allow this pub to open smack bang in the middle of the suburb, where it's highly likely that people with alcohol issues and domestic violence issues would like walk to the pub and then walk home plastered and like, you know, ready to get a bit handsy at home, if you know what I mean. And like they were considered to be externalities to a certain extent by the developers we were fighting against, because they would just like put a monetary figure on it. Go on. And we're like, what are you talking about? Like we know that like studies have shown, the social impact assessments have shown that it's highly likely that an area with high levels of alcohol related violence, like it's not a good idea to put a pub right in the middle of it. But it was profitable to put the pub there because like these were good customers. And they were like, well, put them, like there's no monetary value on that. Like how do you assess what the real damage will be done here if you put a pub in the middle of a place that has a lot of alcohol related violence issues? And they're like, how do you quantify that? And we're like, well, I don't know, but we can speculate maybe on like reports to the police, maybe like arrests in the area, like an increased level of like reported like DV cases. And they're like, you know, we can't quantify it very well, can you? You haven't got a very good case. And we had to fight, and it was very hard with the system of litigation that we have in a capitalistic society. It was very hard because they were like, we can't put like really a price on it. It's hard to argue your point. It's all just like hypotheticals that you're talking about. Oh, if we put a pub in an area that has a high level of alcoholism and domestic violence, like maybe these people will be violent and get drunk all the time. Maybe. Like, how do you know? You can't put a really cost on it. So like there was no real way of tangibly managing it, or like there was no way of really understanding what the impacts were going to be. And that was their argument. And so like the pub went ahead, but like the pub was restricted to operation until like 2:00 in the morning. And then could open it up again at like 10 instead of being like 24 hours. But like they were still able to prey on that local population that they knew were like full of people that were quite prone to drinking and getting violent. Because like, you know, it's a pretty good business model. Like why the fuck not, hey? And like, yeah, that externality couldn't be quantified in monetary terms. Like some people tried. We had a social planner and they were just like, yeah, like when domestic violence rates go up and alcoholism goes up, like we can see that the hospital has higher intakes and that means more money for the taxpayer. And they were just like, so what? That the hospital is state funded and federally funded. It doesn't impact the local government area, and that's the local government area that's making the assessment on whether or not we should approve this pub. And so like you guys can't consider that because it's a consideration for the federal government, and the federal government has all of this funding set aside for hospitals and medical services in the area. It's already covered for this type of stuff. It's being quantified at the federal or the state level. So you guys can't take it into consideration. I'm like, all right, fine. There's profit of the alcoholics in this area, then you dirty bastard, go for it. Then Voltaire and I started talking about degrowth communism. So yeah, externalities are known unknowns or known unknowns. I think they're known unknowns, I would say. Is Box Hill still a dry suburb? I don't know, good question. Box Hill caved, no longer dry. Alcohol tax is attractive, yeah. Won't be here tomorrow. Got to work for the dole. You work hard for that, doll. Actually, before we finish up, does anyone have anything that they want to do for Far Right Fridays tomorrow? Interesting to know. Interested to know what people think our topic should be for Far Right Fridays tomorrow. I think I've got something, but like, yeah, if you have any additions, anything that you want to cover in Far Right Fridays, please let me know. I'm going to leave Fear E Thursdays there for now. This has been interesting. Interesting enough. What kind of far right? Watch the old Charlie Kirk. Go watch old Charlie Kirk. Oh my god, that would be interesting actually. Have you investigated Hans's actual bot farms? We did a bit of bot farming last Far Right Friday. We actually went and I showed people the slop channels, the AI slop channels. Like maybe not the bot farms exactly, but the slop channels, and they were horrendous. I've actually got a new slop channel to show people. No, Charlie, please. What kind of far right? But yeah, if anyone thinks of anything, please drop it in the recommendations or video topic suggestions on Discord. But like, yeah, we found some crazy AI slop channels that like were pro Pauline, and they were really bad, like really obviously AI, and like some of them got thousands of views and stuff like that. It's pretty crazy stuff. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today. Do appreciate it. Thank you if you've been interacting today, keeping the stream chat alive. It's been really good. It helps a lot. Denim's victory? No, we haven't. I haven't looked at that actually either. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to the super chatters today, keeping the stream alive. Really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed your confetti. But yeah, if you're watching this after the fact, thank you very much. If you've been lurking today, thank you as well. On your way out, if you haven't already, make sure buffering, fuck you, don't say that. You're scaring me. Yeah, if you on your way out, make sure you activate the like button. You know the score. Bandsaw Bandit, thank you very much. Ravy baby, thank you very much. Woozle, good to have you back. It's been a while. Volta Turk, Captain Bucket, Mr. Abbott, Volta Tur, Claris coming in there later. We had Eric, Angry Eric in the house. Dilemmas. Who else we got here? Let's see. Spandonk hanging out a lot today. Jag was in the house earlier. 4IS hanging out too. Offbeat. False Avatar. Blaz. I'm sorry if I can't go all the way back. Hobo Joe. Sorry if I've missed you. I will see you tomorrow for Far Right Fridays. I could find some Charlie clips. Short form content for easy viewing. Yeah, if you got something, fucking why not? Why not? All right. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow. Cheers.